Oh, forgot to pull the game up first. Hello and welcome to the Gamers Tavern. I'm Daryl, and once again, I'm joined with special guest Kevin Czarnecki.
How do you do?
And Kevin is a developer for Shadowrun, the tabletop role-playing game. He's also an author, written 2 novels now, I think.
Just the one.
Okay, the one novel plus some short stories.
Yeah.
At least one other short story I know of, because it's in the core rulebook for 6th.
There's been a couple. I'm proud of that one though.
That one's really good.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's one of the few times my imposter syndrome was like, I got nothing. That's pretty good, man. That's a treasure. The best part though is that I was contracted to do a 3,000 word story. Mm-hmm. And they're like, anything you do over that, you won't be paid for. I was like, okay. So I typed exactly 3,000 words. It was a petty victory.
I remember when I had to review Shadowrun 5th edition. My editor told me, because I told him, I started writing the review before I went to my editor and said, oh yeah, how long do you want this thing to be? Oh, make sure it's not about 2,000, it's not over 2,000 words. I'm like, oh shit, I just wrote 2,000 words just on decking or hacking. And so I had to basically start over from scratch.
Yeah.
And the second one was 2,000 words exactly.
I've had moments there for those of you in the audience who are thinking about getting into game design. I mean, first, don't. But second, if you're gonna reject my words of wisdom, don't follow any advice. And the advice that I offer here and now, my advice is don't do that. Is that I have a tendency to write stuff ahead of time, mm-hmm. and then when the opportunity presents itself, I pitch for it, and then whoever's in charge will say, "Hey, that sounds really good. Can you do about 5,000 words?" I said, "Well, how about I go 6,000?" And they're like, "Oh, you could do that?" "Sure, I can." And then I give myself a day or two so I don't look like a freak. I don't know, I'm setting them up. And then I'm like, here you go, all done. Oh my God, how'd you do that? Well,
now, I know.
It's like that Ogloff comic. I stole the ring while you slept.
That is a number one advice that every single seminar, every Q&A, everything I've ever seen about how to get into the game business, the first thing that any publisher, any editor, any line dev tells you is do not write anything in advance for a game system if you don't already have the rights, if you're not already under contract.
Yep.
Because if they say no, or if they want changes, then you've wasted all your time. You write a pitch, you write an outline, you submit that, and then you write your text.
If you're comfortable having house rules, if you're comfortable with the idea that it may never be published, I've still got maybe 200,000 words of Shadowrun material kicking around that is almost certainly never going to see the light of day. And that's fine. That's fine. Some of it's designed for 4th edition rules. Kind of missed that boat.
Yeah, I have got... Yeah, I'm talking about writing stuff specifically to get published. If you're writing for yourself for fun, which is also going to be a completely different style of writing for most people anyway, because you're trying to write so that you can understand it later. You're not trying to write it so that people who have never met you can understand it.
Now, here's some good advice. Write for yourself before you write for anything or anybody else. Write stuff that makes you happy. Write stuff that pleases you. Write because you want to find the pleasure of writing, and you want to discover your joy in writing. And you want to be able to say, yes, I can sit down and do this. And you want to develop your style and your voice. You want to come up with neat ideas, Find out how your brain works and how best to exploit that wetware that you already have in your brain case. And don't be afraid of the fact that it might all be for nothing, because if nothing else, you get experience. That's the first experience you get. And if you try to jump ahead of doing home projects so that you can first thing I ever wrote got published, you're buddy, you are your ego is writing checks that Well, your ego can't cash.
And like I said, yeah, there's absolutely nothing wrong for writing just because you want to write. There's basically an entire industry about that called fan fiction.
Yeah.
Where
and you know
people
what?
write their own stories in set universes, and they don't have the rights to it. They just want to tell. They just have a story they want to tell. It's very, very important. You know about the budding romance between Chakotay and William Riker.
Whatever works, man. Commander on deck. But yeah,
There is actually a lot of really good fan fiction out.
I don't doubt it, and that's the thing. I've talked to a number of other writers, you know, whether fiction, game design, whatever. There's a lot of love for the fan fiction community. I mean, not universally, crap is crap, but that's a case-by-case basis, not a field of failure. And it's really important to realize just how many people cut their teeth on those very arenas, for better and for worse. Some people, you know, get noticed for their excellent fanfic, and then they ascend to become like actual full-on writers. Others write Twilight, but you know, there's merit to honing your voice and telling your stories. I'm friends with several people who have either become full-on freelancers for Shadowrun or other games, or at the very least are playing in their games and stuff just because they wrote really good fanfic. And you know, I gotta tell you, there's something I wrote for World of Darkness a while back. I'd already written a lot of it in my free time. I'm amazed how often a project comes up and I'm like, well, take a look at this. And then they look at it and they go, oh, yeah, this is exactly what we wanted. I'm like, well, guess that's done.
Yeah, there is a measure of luck in submitting that way. I know at least one other author who managed to do that. Ari Marmel, when he was first starting out, pitched directly to White Wolf when it was still White Wolf, not Paradox White Wolf. Pitched to them a source book that he had already written, and he was actually on it. He told me he was on a Q&A, I think at DragonCon. I think I told this story before on another Shadowrun stream we did, where he started mentioning that he had done that, and the editor reached over, grabbed the mic. No one else do that.
Yep.
And the main reason why, if you're trying to get it professionally published, the reason why, I mean, writing it for yourself is cool, but if you're wanting to get it professionally published, the reason why you don't want to do that is the first thing an editor is going to do, unless you manage to get lucky and have exactly what they're looking for, is going to come back and they may say, okay, this is good, but we want it from the other side's perspective. Or we want this from this point of view, or this conflicts with something that we're doing later on, so you'll need to change this thing that's kind of a core to the thing, so it means rewriting it anyway. And it's mostly to keep you from, quote unquote, wasting work. But if you're enjoying it anyway and you're going to do it anyway, might as well. But don't start sending complete manuscripts over to Catalyst or White Wolf or Wizards or Paizo or any of them saying, hey, do you want to buy this book? They're going to throw it directly in the trash unread.
Yeah. And I mean, if you luck out and you've got something that they want or that can be refurbished, that has far more to do with luck than skill. And it's pretty much just happy coincidence. So, you know, if you're like me and you just love writing and you don't really care if it gets out there, but if it happens to be what they need, that's great. You're going to save yourself a lot of stress. But don't build an actual attempt at a career that way. That's a terrible idea. Okay. So yeah, that's extra credit, not a career.
Okay. All right, let's go ahead and get started with the game.
Absolutely.
Scare me like that game.
I gotta full screen this action. I don't need to see myself. All right.
Been sitting there all this time, you didn't preload anything, game. Come on. You're on an SSD. Why are you loading so?
We're still waiting for the next best thing after SSDs.
think I have done everything. Let me. I don't have any. Nope. No one spent karma. I'm down to 3,000 and I've spent all my money. We're heading out.
For 1 second, I thought that was your fixer standing behind the bar.
No, that's Dietrich.
Yep.
Oh, that would have made the game a little bit more interesting if his ghost had popped up.
I mean, we've had ghosts.
Mm-hmm.
Or spirits of man, depending on the writer. Ghosts are in that sort of gray realm of how we write this stuff. Your dog, whether you like it or not.
Who wouldn't want a hellhound? The only thing is I'm just so used to this crew now.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, bless Dante, but there are less tactical options for you to work with. We can wish that it was like Pathfinder, though, where it's like, oh, animal companion. The van lurches forward. The smell of anxious sweat hangs close and thick inside, making the cramped vehicle feel even smaller. The streets of Berlin are strangely quiet as you make your way past the city limits. It's as if the whole of the flux state is waiting for something, a calm before the storm. An hour later, the van rounds a corner. In the distance, you can see the silhouette of Harfeld Manor, backed by the light of the full moon. You switch the van's headlights off and shift to electric. A short while later, you kill the ignition and roll quietly down the last hill, pulling to a stop on the side of the road. A bird of prey takes wing from a tree above you, beginning its nocturnal pursuit. You know how it feels. Can you check everybody else's gear too? Anything you can upgrade?
Give Gloria a grenade launcher.
I mean, why wouldn't you? You could stack her another med kit too. There you go.
Why not? You're definitely going to need some heal.
Yeah. Shame you couldn't bring more summon. Oh, there you go. You got elemental fetishes.
I do.
I mean, it's endgame, bro. Might as well bring all the backup.
And an extra trauma kit for double I. You don't have any trauma kits at all, and I still. I've got 3 for some reason. I ain't complaining. Okay.
Yeah, that's not a thing you complain about. Do you have a better med kit you could switch out that type 1 for with Glory?
Or she's got a type 2, and that's the best one I got.
Yeah, you could switch out the type 1 she has equipped for a type 2.
The type 1.
Yeah.
Can I? Let me. As it will. Okay.
There you go. It's the little things.
All right. And that spell I got. I can give them other spells.
Shadow's kind of good if you're low on cover. Like if you just want to get somewhere. So that's a tactical spell. Acid Stream is, pretty self-explanatory badass, and Glue is kind of great. Another tactical spell.
He doesn't.
Honestly, I'd probably go with Shadow myself. But then again, who doesn't like more bang bang?
Oh, that's what it is. It's weapons. Power Bolt replaces his Nerve Bolt.
Yeah, nerve bolts, less war, more backup. Yeah,
There we go.
I like power bolt better myself.
Now he's got power bolt. Then I can.
Can you switch his shuriken for nerve bolt?
Apparently, I can.
Huh.
Or I don't know about nerve bolt.
That's weird. I mean,
Well, it's not because it's not showing up on here.
well, yeah, but apparently you could equip one of those, like Acid Stream. Huh.
No,
Okay.
it's defaulting me down over here.
Oh, I see.
So it's just that one empty spell slot I can fill up. So
That's how they get you.
the only problem with this is it can't be targeted nor target others.
Well, yeah, that's a spell when you just want to move without getting shot.
Eh. Go for it.
That is a tactical repositioning spell. Yeah,
I have no backup weapons to give Iger, but she's got a shotgun and a sniper rifle.
So really, reach out and touch someone or reach out and shred someone.
Okay. I think I've equipped everyone as best we can. A second. Nope. Not take another gun.
It's on now.
All right, let's go for it.
How does she hold that gun?
Very carefully.
Once again, the grounds of Harfeld Manor are silent, save for the faint whistling of the wind. But unlike last time, the air is rank with foreboding. The night is swollen with homicidal intent. They're waiting for you.
They're coming for you, Barbara. Last chance before things get hot. Let's review the plan.
Once we're in, we make our way across the grounds to the servants' entrance. We'll use the freight elevator to make our way down to the lab. With Apex down, the automated systems will be offline. We still have plenty of guards to deal with, so good to go, Abstrus?
I know we're outnumbered, but I also know this team. There's no one else I'd rather have at my side. Is that maybe Hatchet Man and Fast Jack?
Picador. The team looks to
Harlequin.
for confirmation. They all nod sharply. They're ready. I don't know, man. Harlequin,
I definitely want Harlequin.
The last one felt low power to me.
I don't know. I never got far enough in returns to get Harlequin.
It's fun. I just felt like this is what thousands of years gets you. I know it's game balance, but you know.
Where am I supposed to be going? Side, maybe? Oh, yeah. There we go.
The screen on the door's access panel flicks off and on and displays a flashing error code. Yeah, let's see if I can do a good computer voice.
Error 4AC43B6. Primary security offline. Error. Excess doors are floodlights. Please engage LTD, your designated error dog.
Do not try to do that again. You will tear your larynx apart.
No, it doesn't hurt. It's just I have to inhale to do it.
Yeah.
And it restricts the airflow, so the air that I'm getting, I'm not breathing in enough. So I have to take a second to regain my oxygen afterward.
Yeah, I did do a Shadowrun Return stream a long time ago, and there's a point where you're talking to a free spirit, and I did that speaking on the exhale and inhale thing, and chat told me never ever to do that again because I freaked everyone out.
Free spirits, there's a trick that I teach some of my advanced students where you use your tongue to bifurcate your air channels to create a secondary airflow. That way you double your voice.
I'm an audio engineer, so I'd rather just do that shit in post.
No, I get it. It's just
Yeah.
it's one of those things that you
I know.
like as a voice actor playing with your instrument. It's like using your guitar as as like a drum. You know?
Oh, I know. It's really cool to be able to do it, but at the same time, you can just talk normally, and then I'll talk normally. I'll triplicate the track, raise the pitch on one, lower the pitch on the other, invert the wave on one of them, and then it sounds freaky as shit. Oh, and reverb. Gotta add some reverb on one of the tracks.
You and me are going to trade some sound files when all's said and done. But for now,
I did that on the Ian World podcast a while back. Whenever Peter had to do a dragon voice, so it was ended up with 8 tracks, I think, of his voice just to do his lines. That was fun.
I love that stuff.
Well, it worked well enough to open. Probably alerted everybody here. Yep. Oh, maybe I should have brought the dog.
I don't know, man.
Is nothing.
Hellhound on Hellhound action is, by its very definition, hot. Just wrong kind of hot.
Make it all the way over there.
Can she grenade that far?
Well, the main thing is no one can get to cover in one action. Or some of them even takes 2 actions. But she's melee anyway, so she's going to be wading into the fight no matter what.
True. But then again, you could set everybody to Overwatch and let it close the distance.
Main thing is, though, I don't know what else is on the enemy team. And again, I can't get anyone to cover yet.
I hear you, buddy.
I am the only one who can get to cover and still do Overwatch. No, she can too. Let's at least move me up some to see if there's no one else is coming quite yet. So
seeing these mechanics just makes me wish I could get my modded XCOM 2 to work again.
Run, shoot.
Shoot the snoot.
Wouldn't let me do maybe that requires 2 action points and I missed it. Oh, damn it. That's why it was letting me do that. Oh, crap baskets.
There's a new one for the dictionary. Can Hellhound use an area of effect fire thing?
I have no idea.
I'd probably be careful bunching them all up.
I am. But try to get some space between those 2. You should have a clear honor sniper rifle. Make sure I'm on the right weapon this damn time. Okay. Okay, that's all we needed was let Iger snipe him.
Apparently that's done.
Next time, don't worry so much about all the tactics. Just have Iger snipe everyone. Get to the panel.
Cover me. See, I wish we could give them like Combine voices from Half-Life 2.
What was that about the panel? Sorry. I know you were very, very excited about the panel and everything, but
you'll have to rewire it in hell. Oh, that's why. It would have let all those hellhounds out. Now, if this was fifth...
It's 1 action point. I don't know why it's not letting me.
Now, if this was 4th or 5th ed, those might be biodrone hellhounds, and then you could hack them and have them do all the work for you. Maybe.
Weird. Well, it's a Thunderbolt. I've got automatic, so. Paramilitary security.
Like military, only somewhat so. Oof. Man, knock on some wood, bro. I still don't get why a wall doesn't count as like cover that you can peek around and shoot.
I don't know. I just know it does block line of sight, which sucks.
Exactly. Like, come on.
And it blocks line of sight and it doesn't act as cover. Oh, damn it. Okay, gotta kill him fast.
I think that's a woman.
Gotta kill her fast.
Oh.
There. That worked?
Oh no, your spleen.
Don't worry, I'm sure she's got Teflon coating on those. They'll just drip right off without sticking.
Gotta harvest them sweetbreads.
Why did I give him that stupid power bolt? It's not. Doesn't help if he doesn't hit anything.
Gosh, I haven't actually thought about that, but back in the day, I had an NPC ghoul minor villain, like mini boss named Sweetbread, who had glory style arms with surgical implements.
There we go.
Like big old claws with remote slicers and injectors and crap. Oh, the bass.
Sound effect on that sniper rifle, man.
Yeah, just thunk. Love it. Okay, now you open the panel and let the dogs.
I don't think they're gonna listen to me just because I'm the one who opened the thing.
Oh, I'm 100% joking, dude. Do not follow my advice. That's terrible advice.
In the locker. Thank you for giving me to find Super Shock in the
Yippee.
final mission.
If you make it to the weapons cache, you should find something there to help you. Oh, it's a street line special. That's awesome.
Yeah, that would be helpful if I wasn't already full up, or if I could swap it out for one of the ones the companions are using.
I still don't get why you can't access companion inventory to do that. They're standing right there.
Don't know. I also don't know where I'm supposed to go now.
Maybe you do have to go to the panel.
There wasn't a door back here. There wasn't a door back there.
This may sound crazy, but I'd say quick save and then try that panel and see if that's
I'm gonna
what
have
you're
to.
going for. Oh, Vauclair, you son of a witch.
Game saved. Moving the mouse around on the off chance that I'm missing something. Nope. That's the only other thing left to click on. Nope. Yeah, it's
Oh,
not.
that's not it.
I mean, there is a chance that is it, and I have to beat the Hellhounds too. It's just a matter of fighting them all at once or individually. Outer Worlds loads faster than you. What is wrong with you?
Everyone keeps telling me Outer Worlds isn't that big of a game, but I'm like, I don't know, man. I haven't gotten past Edgewater, and I've taken a couple of days at it. Then again, I'm not a rusher.
I took a wrong turn. That's what it was. I didn't even need to go that way. Apparently.
Error. Defense subroutine Apex 057-B not found. Primary automated security systems offline. Secondary protocols engaged. Whatever those are.
Oh, I did need to because I need his key card. But I probably could have hacked the keypad.
Oh, you didn't take any hits. Those gate controls might come in handy if enemy backup comes from behind. You can just close the door theoretically and shut them out.
Actually, I don't want to do that yet because my team isn't here yet. Isn't in yet.
Agreed.
They all ran away. Let's get Iger in.
$81. God, for 1 second, I thought it said 0.1%. Like, how?
See if that's going to give him... Ugh. And...
There you go.
Tiger, another shot. Damn it, Tiger.
Next turn, man. Next turn.
And can't really do anything this round, so we'll just get her to cover for now. Do key card and shut the gate. I mean, they may have a key card too, but you know what?
At least you'll have a little extra warning.
Exactly. Not enough. How do I know? To shoot my gun once. I've got 1 AP. I'm glitching somewhere.
Eh.
Oh, I'm on the stupid taser. That's why. I was trying to get AP for me to run up and shoot him with the taser.
There you go. Oh, what?
I hit him so hard the other guy took damage.
What is that, a Jacob's pistol?
Oh, it was a room sweeper. That's why I clicked on the room sweeper instead of the...
You know, what a happy mistake.
I clicked on the room sweeper instead of the thunderbolt.
Wow.
Okay, let's get... Can't get anyone. They come back with reinforcements. Get her as up close as possible. Can I do Overwatch with the hand? I can do Overwatch with the hand raisers. That's going to be interesting.
I saw somebody do an equivalent to a glory build where they outfitted themselves as a cyber melee character and just pumped all their skill points into like dodge.
Oh!
Hello.
Hi. Switch over to the shotgun.
How do? Red skin, green blood. This is Christmas. Is that a
She just said,
toxic
"What the?"
area?
Sorry?
Is that toxic? The green field its death left behind?
If it is, it doesn't seem to be affecting Glory, so... Not Glory, Ein. Eisen, whatever.
Hiker.
Dog started... Iger. Dog started barking, and so I started thinking Ein for some reason.
That's kind of adorable, though.
Yeah, never tell her I said that, though. Well, it's 39% chance, and I got 2 out of 3, so... Or I got 1 out of 3, so yeah, that's about right.
Yeah.
Oh, it flew
Hit
away.
the statistical mean.
You want me to do this now? Nope, still not gonna let me do that. I guess it was
Okay.
poison, but it just lasts for a short time.
Yes,
Because
sir.
that was an interesting surprise, though.
Now, one of those jerks ran, so
They're around here somewhere. That's not the direction I'm... Or this way. Yeah. Wait, no, it's a gate. And I see people over here, so that's the way I'm supposed to be going. So here's the question. Is it gonna let me get to the cover first before it trips me into combat? Nope, that's not what I wanted to click. And no, it's not. It waited until I got out of the cover I was already in.
of course. Heaven forbid you initiate combat.
And they also got a chance to go to cover first before anything happened.
Because of course they do.
Mine first.
Oh.
Damn it. Or he is going to have to run it. Miss.
That's the problem with paramilitary security. You don't know which is more important, the para or the military.
It did not increase my chances to hit nearly enough. Oh, and there's another gargoyle right there, too.
But will it hatch?
I guess that depends on if it's an actual gargoyle or if it's just grotesque.
Well, if it is, there's 2 of them. Oh, 23 skidoo.
You know, something screwy's going on because I killed the only 2 people on the screen, but we're still in combat.
Well,
So I think I have to hatch those things because I can't shoot them yet.
Well, the good news is you can position yourself, hopefully.
Hi.
I love the way it turns. It's like, huh? Maybe an acid stream or a lightning bolt.
When in doubt, give mine another shot with the sniper rifle.
No arguments. Faster sniper kill is never a bad idea. She's got to reload.
Yeah. And she has to hit. Only 14 damage? Damn.
Well, I mean, its skin is made of stone.
No, but... Oh, that's me.
Brat, brat. Alright, still the other gargoyle down there.
Gotta get glory in its face.
Think they got enough dragon statuary to let you know?
Okay, I didn't need to actually get adjacent. All right, enough dragons. Never have enough dragon statues.
If Spencer's Gifts has taught us nothing.
Does not want me. For some reason, the game just does not want me to use that ability. Yeah, that's what it was. I didn't end up getting... off. Horrible. Okay, statistically, I should hit this one. Yeah, of course, it's an XCOM clone. Fuck statistics. Ow! I finally got hit by something.
I don't think the gargoyle has a ranged attack. You could pull glory back for Dietrich heal and let it come to you.
Glory's already healed. I already had Dietrich heal her.
Oh. Somehow I missed that.
That was the first thing I did, was switch over to Dietrich. His heal's ranged, so... Minus sight block, so I can't even stab it. If it's got stone skin, maybe that'll help. Damn, her attacks sound squishy.
Yeah. Flesh and metal, my dude.
Let's do.
Maybe something further along past those two openings to your upper left.
Definitely the side of those openings, but I grew up. She can take a hit better and she sniper. Nope. Oh, because he used one finishing off the gargoyle. Okay. And there's everybody. I say everybody, I mean everybody, apparently. More turn before he can... Damn it. That's a gargoyle.
At least the gargoyles haven't been too much trouble yet. Knock on, well, whatever IKEA is selling his wood.
Age, that's normal. Ah, damn it, I got too close to it. Only need to get one round from it. Oh. I'm more worried about that guy. And that guy. And I woke up the other one. Damn it. At least the grenadier isn't going to be a problem. How come it didn't wake up for the grenadier? That's kind of crap. How's the gargoyle know the difference?
Maybe it's dual-natured?
Oh, he's still behind the stupid... Still can't heal, though. I can at least get two of them with it. Nope. I can't get anyone with it, but it did some damage to that guy, so... Take the 1 in 3 chance I can take out the mage. Oh, missed, of course. Of course.
Oh boy. Ooh. You gotta love how ironically adorable some of the drones have become.
Oh, they're gonna take out Deej.
Jeez.
I was trying to take out their mage first, so I can't complain.
Well, fair is fair, but you are heinously outnumbered and they have wicked great cover.
Apparently.
Ooh, Dietrich could summon a spirit
Dietrich could summon a spirit.
at that skull.
Oh yeah, you can just straight up summon one. That's...
Yeah.
Hey, Typhoon.
And
Good kill
just
their
I'd
mage.
maneuver it back so it flanks everybody.
Not what I meant to do, but I was hoping it was a melee attack, but oh well. See, the idea is to get as many of those guys between me and the spirit so I can rank up its action points, and if it goes free and attacks them.
It's your problem now.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay, that mage is down. How many... Do we have any others? Here are the grenade. Shotgun, yeah, the shotgun's good.
If you take out that rigger, their drone
Dang.
goes down, right?
Yeah. No one to control it.
Oh.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Gargoyle.
Okay,
Pick down the
then.
grenadier for me. Ow. Is there another grenadier I missed? Or that one just throw a grenade?
That looked like a toss. You didn't hear a little...
Yeah, he just threw. Okay. Oh, I got 4 action points, so yay.
Nice. What are the special abilities?
No, I'm looking right now. Slow movement. Enemy forgets who to attack.
Oh god, I love that one. I am
Enemies
all
within
about
3 squares. Action point goes. Wait. Enemies within a range of 3 squares have their action costs go up by 1.
Hmm.
But can't actually put that anywhere. Or I got Mana Bolt 3. I don't have the action point. And target gains +2 dodge. Friends within squares gain medium cover. No one's in squares, so... Let's just see what we can do. Almost.
Getting there.
There we go.
Ah.
And right there. And shoot the gargoyle point blank. Okay. Yeah, they do have a lot of armor. That's what's doing that. Strip it of some of that armor.
There you go.
That wasn't helpful at all. So good. Tiger hasn't done yet. Let's boost our chance to hit. Don't hit Glory. It's bad enough she's going to be in the green. So we took out at least a few of them.
We only got 4 left. At this point, they're outnumbered.
And I'm still in charge. Pierces, not strips. Damn. Oh well. Still did a bunch of damage. Almost got a better chance of hitting the gargoyle. Oh, it's farther away, so the shotgun's doing.
Yeah, there you go.
You would think, of all things, a sniper rifle would have better penetration.
It's a shrubbery, dude.
I didn't. Oh, because yeah, we got the crap kicked out of us. That's why.
Oh.
That's why we have no action points. They're gonna let me die because I got the platinums. Killed Dietrich is.
Yeah, but you lose Dietrich, you lose that spirit.
Dietrich has no AP, so he can't actually do anything. Chance to go 22%. And it went free. Got plenty of stuff between it and me. I was tempted to just soften stuff up so there's more stuff in, but more NPCs in between us.
I mean, This is the point where I usually withdraw and let them deal with the spirit. Okay.
Yep, spirit's still going after them, so. Oh, man. Doesn't have any AP, still basically out of the fight. Crap, she's out too. But me and Iger have to deal with all these guys for the moment.
There you go.
That thing's been screwing for a
Nice.
There. Ow. Killed me, but... No, it didn't kill me. Kill. Lori, maybe? I think the spirit is gone now. Oh, that's me. Everyone's got their AP back. Like, nope, Lori just lost one by me switching over to her, so still got some effect on her. So. Tiger, sniper rifle. Come on, you just gotta wing them. 2 hit points. Come on. There you go.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Oh, that's settled.
Okay. After that, I think it's time for a quick break.
Yeah. I actually should probably get going before too long for my impromptu adventure.
Okay, all right. So unfortunately, Kevin's got to head out. I'm gonna hold off on the final battle, but I'm at least gonna get us inside the building before we head out. But until then, we're gonna take a quick break. I'll be back in just a few minutes.
Everybody, it's been a pleasure as always.
Thank you very, very much for joining us, Kevin.
Hey, you know, anytime.
We'll be right back. All right, and we are back. Oh, I am back. Kevin had to step out for a last-minute professional engagement. He'll be back with us in 2 weeks. And when we finish this up, we're just gonna... Oh, shit. Oh, another gargoyle. Fuck. Yeah, we're just gonna finish up... Right into... Dude, didn't I? Can you heal yourself? Good. Burst fire shotgun. Seriously. Yeah, I'm just trying to get far enough ahead until we're getting into the very last moments of the game. We can finish it up next time with Kevin. Any more of those damn things around? No, that was the last of them. Okay. Nice. And I've still got all the team with me. That's good. And before we do anything, let's go ahead. Ah, it won't let me save now. Damn it. Now will you let me save? Okay. You're gonna see me saving game a lot, so I'll make sure I have a save right before whatever the end game stuff is. Basically, we're going up until we get to our cyber zombie. I know we're gonna run into that cyber zombie again. Oh, no, not cyber zombie, just like really chromed up guy. Or may have been a cyber zombie. I can't remember off the top of my head, but that one guy that we didn't fight at the very beginning of the game, that guy, when we get to that guy. And just to save us a loading screen. Oh, the saves are taking as long as the loading screens are. You already know the layout of this. Move me up so I can get some line of sight. I still can't see anything. Let's move Iger over to here. And those dudes ran fast. I only want her moving up two movements because she can do a third movement and an attack. If she can get in range of the guy, which she can't in this case. So, I'm curious how this works. Nope. That kind of sucked. All right. Line of sight blocked because I'm not in cover. I'm behind a thing. That. Okay, so Dietrich hasn't moved, hasn't done anything, so go ahead and move him up and see if he can actually hit. Oh my god, he actually hit. I'm shocked. She have line of sight on the guy? Nope. Put her over here. She might have a better shot in first round. I'm just going to go on Overwatch because... Oh, thankfully he missed. That one did not. At least it was a flashbang. On the shotgun. What am I even fighting? Okay, paramilitary enforcer and regular security. This guy up. I don't want to use 2 action points. So. Keep pumping shots at him. Yeah, you don't need ammo for what you're about to do. There you go. So at least I'll have cover if something comes from the other direction. That's my thinking on that one. And a full auto thunderbolt right at that guy. That was enough to take him out, thankfully. Wow. don't know if you can hear that, but I've got a cat demanding my attention. That was horrible. Oh, he missed. Good. Neutral turn. I don't know what's neutral in this situation, but something tells me it may not be as good as the thing I want. Anyway. Neutral may not be all that neutral, is what I'm saying. Oh, that's it. Cool. Pick that thingy up. As you stoop to pick up the guard's key card, something catches your eye, a flash of light. Sweeping your gaze across the room, you see a variety of terminals all displaying flickering error messages. Whatever security Apex provided here, it's offline now, leaving the machines unlocked and unprotected. It probably won't stay quiet in here for long. We should get moving. My German accent turned Russian. I don't know. Not just yet. There could be some valuable intel in here, and we don't know how big this facility is. We should sweep the area for clues before pushing forward. All right, fine. We'll search the room, but we'll do it quickly, yeah? I don't want to get stuck in here again. And I don't know what the hell accent that was supposed to be. Terminal. Error for AC43BC. Primary security offline. Error. Access doors are floodlights. Please engage LTG at your designated air duct. Admin access granted. Press any key to continue. Press a key for my admin access. That was easy. You press a key at random, the screen begins to flash. A piezoelectric beeper somewhere deep inside the terminal plays a series of chirps and the system reboots itself. When the screen comes alive, it is filled with text. Welcome, Administrator. Please select from the following options. Hypothermophile studies, artificial lymphocytes, and monoclonal antibody products. Hermetic techniques for slowing radioactive decay. Recent development notes. Go in order. Alright, I can't actually study the entry, but I can skim over it. I've got enough biotech for that. So from what you can tell, this has been experimenting with hypothermophilic organisms, animals that thrive in temperatures high enough to kill most organisms. There are details on a variety of different species that test animals. It looks as though the scientists who are working here were attempting to extract some form of genetic information from them, for what purpose you cannot tell. Let's try the artificial lymphocytes. I don't have the biotech for that. Hermetic techniques for slowing radioactive decay. That's probably going to require spellcasting I don't have. Yep. It's gibberish to me. Panacea, a recent development note. Whenever discovered scientists here have been working on a Panacea. Apparently a batch of artificial lymphocytes developed for the project had recently been bound with an airborne RNA virus. The resulting microorganism is as infectious as the flu and exhibits a broadband capacity to jump species barriers. The notes also discuss a bioagent Doom. Holy shit. So Doom is a biological weapon is what it is. It is absolutely horrible. It is a thing that exists in Shadowrun that you should never, ever, ever let your players get their hands on, especially in a Pink Mohawk game, because it is a major evil biological weapon in the game. The recent scientists' effort to deconstruct it. It appears as though they are attempting to improve upon the formula in some way. There's a moment of silence as the group absorbs everything you just read. I don't like the looks of this. It's just, I don't like it at all. There's enough information to guess what King Key is, but I take a guess. Come on, here's boss, lay it on us. I think Pankia is a sort of delivery system for Doom. It's a virus, airborne and highly infectious. It can produce Doom antibodies on command, but the radioactive payload that they carry is stable somehow, dormant. The magical research ties it all together. I don't think that any of this would work at all if magic weren't involved. But all this tells me is we need to shut down Vauclair down. Whatever mad science bullshit he's planning on pulling with this stuff, it isn't going to be good for us. Agreed, let's keep moving. We need to put a stop to this. And that is kind of a panicked note because, gee, that sounds bad. Save the game after that. And honestly, I think this is where we're going to call it a night, because I'm pretty sure beyond that door is going to be we start heading into the big bad. Error, insert key card. Apex security offline. Yeah, it's another series of fights. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to call it for tonight. Sorry it's such a short stream, but I really want Kevin here to finish this out because he was with us up until, except for the very first stream, he's been with us the whole way. So I kind of want him here to help me out. And also his German accent is so much better than mine. Maybe if we get a game where there's some Russian, I can get by if I try to do a German accent. Anyway, thank you very, very much for watching, and until next time, may all your hits be crits. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Gamers Tavern. We're live once again with Shadowrun Dragonfall for the finale. We're finally going to finish this game. And of course, I've got with me my special guest, Kevin Czarnecki.
How do? Pardon my cough and voice cracking. I have a cough for the ages. The voiceover part of this very interesting.
Yeah, Kevin unfortunately is a little under the weather, so I'm going to hopefully being able to pick up some slack. I don't know why I'm picking Dietrich's nose with the cursor, just where it landed. But we were talking about how a lot of game engines, a lot of independent games these days look a lot better than they used to because a lot of the game companies that make the engines for the games are actually giving them away license free. Like Unity, as long as your company's revenue is below $250,000 a year, you can use Unity for free. You can use Unreal 4 for free as long as, you can make the game for free, but when you sell it, you have to make a report and send them a percentage of your sales. And this is, on the one hand, and Kevin was saying this is really good for game development because it kind of encourages everyone to play games. I'm like, that's a good business decision because number one, developers will learn your engine, which means more game companies are going to be encouraged to use your engine. So if everyone knows Unity or everyone knows Unreal, then that's what more games are going to be run on. So that's what because that's what all the developers know. That's the people they're going to be able to hire. It's kind of the same
job training. You're grooming the next generation of people who are going to work for you. You're encouraging entrepreneurship in an industry which is, let's face it, EA exists.
Yep.
So, having indie developers out there is just fantastic, good business sense for anybody who's got development engines out.
Yeah, the rumor was back in the day too. That was the tactic that Adobe used. That's why the early versions of Adobe Premiere and Adobe Photoshop were so easy to crack. It was so students and individuals could, crack it and learn how to use their pirated versions. And then they put on their resume, I've got 3 years experience with Photoshop or Illustrator. And then all the companies that are getting all these resumes and all of our graphic designers are using Illustrator. They're not using Corel. Maybe we should, since we're going to upgrade anyway, why don't we upgrade to this Photoshop thing that everyone's using? because they're corporations. They have to pay license because they can get sued. They have money to sue for.
If this isn't a cyberpunk story, I don't know what is, because like I gotta find a way to work that into Shadowrun something. You know,
yeah, but that I don't. There's no definitive proof that is the case, but that's pretty much what everyone was saying back in the 90s and 2000s when I was in college. So, and it's kind of the same thing with I mean, Dragonfall is on Unreal, because Unreal, it has a lot of support. There's a lot of assets out there. There's a lot of game engine stuff that you can buy that people have developed that's already been tested and troubleshooting all the bugs and kinks worked out, because they've been on the market for years and a bunch of people have used them. So you've got a core to your game that you know is going to be pretty solid. And as long as you know the strengths and weaknesses of the engine, you can work around it to basically make it whatever you want.
it's just exciting to me. It's still like it tells you just how untech savvy I am. That I'll see a first-person shooter and I'll be like, well, sure, that's made with the Unreal Engine, because Unreal is a first-person shooter. But then you see a side scroller or a puzzle game or a find the object game, and it's like made with Unreal. Like, really?
Yep.
Fantastic.
Go ahead and launch the game so we got something to look at other than that slideshow.
I was say all I see are the two little cubes dancing.
Screen share went out again.
I see it on the Twitch. I don't see it on Discord.
Okay.
Curious.
Making sure Kevin can actually see the game.
Sorry, what? Oh, there we go.
Yep.
All right, excellent.
Yeah, the game crashed when we were loading, so I think it may have crashed it. So, okay, and this is where we just got into here, and there were 2 guards in here. We took them out, and apparently, since the AI is gone, there's no other computerized defenses.
All right, let's see how well I can do this.
Oh, you want to try?
I'm gonna give it a shot.
Okay.
With phlegm in my throat, so let's see what happens.
Error. Power AC 43DC6. Primary security offline. Error. Access doors or floodlights. Please engage LTD at your designated air duct.
Did you understand any of that?
I did. I'm not sure how well it may have gone through on the stream, though, but...
Bless your hearts, everybody. Admin access granted. Press any key to continue.
All right, which one's the any key? I've got enough decking skill. I should be able to know that. I had to go for the old joke. Come on.
You
I press a key at random.
And the screen begins to flash. A piezoelectric beeper buried somewhere deep inside the terminal plays a series of chirps, and the system reboots itself. Then, when the screen comes alive again, it's filled with text. Welcome, Administrator. Please select from the following options. PF-01, Hyperthermophile Studies. PF-02, Artificial Lymphocytes and Monoclonal Antibody Production. PF_03, Hermetic Techniques for Slowing Radioactive Decay. PF_04, Recent Development Notes. I wonder if your medical was high enough if you could read something, but it usually says, like, you could, but you don't.
Okay, I think what happened was when I hit continue, I didn't load from the right save, so... Because I played through up to this point so I could try to get as far into the game until we got to plot. So... Try to load one save before...
After a while, it was just like fighting army after army in, like, sculpture gardens.
I think this one should be from before... Hopefully it's not repeating the fight again.
I really like
because my medical was not only high enough to understand like 1 or 2 of those. I remember going through it.
I love the melting, the de-resing flavor text for DOS that they used to have back in the day, like in Renraku Arcology. Somebody would get like de-resed. I know that's not the canon term, but Tron, baby. And they'd be like, every drive is full of stars.
User has been disconnected. Yes.
That stuff made me happy. great soundtrack for this game, but I really did like the first one's like reuse of the melodies from the SNES game, updated into the new stuff.
Can't get far enough. I don't know where the other one went.
Isn't there a button that like lights up everything on the screen, or am I thinking of it?
Don't know. I don't remember how to.
Out of which?
I'm trying to use the med kit on Dietrich. Oh, I got time, and I can't remember how to use items.
Just in time for the end of the game. You select the item and then select the person.
Oh, there it went.
Yeah.
Last time it didn't work that way. Why?
Search me, chummer. I don't even work here.
Get her room. See the other one now.
Yep.
Line of sight block. I don't think this is actually going to give me cover from either one, but at least it's trying to be in cover.
As long as they don't toss a grenade, you'll be okay.
Or area effect spell.
Yeah.
Oh, as long as they don't cast. Yeah.
Yeah. Nice. Just the AP reduction, I ended up using lightning all the time. I mean, it's good for shortened drones, good for stunning enemies, just beautiful. Battlefield control at its finest.
How far away is it? That and balance. Nope.
Ooh.
Of course, they shoot the mage. Taking
Keep the
grenades.
mage first, man.
At least it was a flash.
Yeah, it could be worse. Wasn't even that bad of a flash.
Of course, I missed twice at 52%. Nope, that's... And no one has wounds that can be healed quick, so we're going to hopefully speed up this combat a wee bit. Oh, nope.
Can he heal himself from that hit he took?
Oh, yep, he did have a little...
There you go. I mean, they're not going to, like, replenish all your health before the big boss battle, so... That's the privilege of bad guys. I'm more powerful than you, but first, let all my goons soften you up.
Still have a better chance with the shotgun.
Ooh. Shotgun spank.
Glory took him out. Good. Oh, and we got a thingy.
As you stop to pick up the guard's keycard, something catches your eye. A flash of light. Sweeping your gaze across the room, you see a variety of terminals, all displaying flickering error messages. Whatever security Apex provided here, it's offline now, leaving the machines unlocked and unprotected. Probably won't stay quiet in here for long. We should keep moving.
Not just yet. There could be valuable intel in here. Don't know how. I don't even know how big this facility is. We should sweep the area for clues before pushing forward.
Alright, fine. The search the room, but let's do it quickly, yeah? Don't want to get stuck in here again.
Correctly, the only thing left is that term. Press a key. Reboot. Here we go.
Ooh.
Epithermophile studies. Let's check that one out.
The information in this entry is incredibly dense. It would take you a week and a stack of scientific journals to fully decipher.
I can't study it, but I can at least skim over it.
From what you can tell, this lab has been experimenting with hyperthermophilic organisms, animals that thrive in temperatures high enough to kill most other organisms. There are details on a variety of different species of test animals. It looks as though the scientists who are working here were attempting to extract some form of genetic information from them. But for what purpose, I can't tell.
Artificial lymphocytes and monoclonal antibody production.
You almost said antibody, didn't you?
I don't know what I was about to say. I think I missed. I know I was missing one letter when I looked at it the first time. Nope.
And the screen fills with pages of worthless scientific jargon.
Yep, I did not pick up enough from Smiling Bear to figure that one out. Yeah,
most of what's written in this report is completely foreign to you. But from what you can piece together, it looks as though the scientists here are working on developing a sort of artificial immune cell. Something sturdy and self-replicating that is capable of pumping out antibodies on command. Why they're doing it is beyond you. I mean, duh.
Hermetic techniques for slowing radioactive decay.
This is the cure for everything.
Yep, nope, I know nothing. What's funny is, one thing that, well, there's two things that that really stick out in this encounter in particular. That is where I think tabletop games are always going to have an edge on video games, no matter what year we're in, until we get way more advanced computers and way more ability to program. Is one, those two guards fought to the death by themselves off of highly armed, highly trained Shadowrunners who just busted in and started shooting up the place. Neither one of them thought to surrender or run away. And two, the ability to cast spells and the ability to understand arcane theory in the tabletop game are two separate skills.
True.
So that's why in the tabletop game, my character does have a little bit of arcane knowledge, depending on the edition and how many points I had left to throw around on knowledge skills. It was just enough so I could actually understand when the mage was talking or the shaman was talking in the room, and then I could translate it to the street samurai. He says that if you touch the artifact, big boom.
You would think that, Dietrich or Glory might have some knowledge of spellcasting that would help you here.
Only clues the title of the entry. Trying to extend the half-life of radioactive isotopes. Why they're doing it, you cannot say.
Magic radiation. What could go wrong?
Panacea? Recent development notes. Panacea, the plural of pancreas?
Technically no, but they are etymologically related. Surprisingly, this entry is relatively easy to read. Skimming it over, you discover that the scientists have been working on a variety of additional tweaks to a project called Panacea. Apparently, a batch of artificial lymphocytes developed for the project has recently been bound with an airborne RNA virus. The resulting microorganism is as infectious as the flu and exhibits a broadband capability to jump species barriers. It also notes that the notes also discuss the bioagent Doom and the resident scientists' efforts to deconstruct it. It appears as though they are attempting to improve upon the formula in some way.
Can't whistle, but woo, no, Doom bad. Doom very bad.
We discussed that in a previous game.
Doom very bad. Doom was one of those things that came out in Shadowtech and everyone was like, holy shit, I want to play with this. And then you look and then you actually read it and go, holy shit, I'm a monster. Doom bad.
There's a moment of silence as the group absorbs everything. I don't like the looks of the substance. I don't like it at all.
Isn't enough information here to guess what this panacea is, but I can take a guess.
I'm all ears, boss. Lay it on us.
I think Panacea is sort of a delivery system for Doom. It's a virus, airborne and highly infectious. And it can produce Doom antibodies on command, but the radioactive payload they carry is stable somehow, dormant. The magical research ties it all together. I don't think this would work at all if magic weren't involved.
But all of this tells me is that we need to shut Vauclair down. Whatever mad scientist bullshit he's planning on pulling with this stuff isn't going to be good for anyone.
I agree. Let's get moving. We need to put a stop to this. Message flashes onto the status panel as I approach. Error. Insert key card. The door's open.
Apex control entity offline.
Yeah, that was a scary sight for half a second. Before I saw the magnifying glass. Oh, there we go.
I suppose theoretically, if Apex was on your side, those turrets would have helped you. But it's implied that Apex is not as benevolent as it claimed, and is just gonna swim through the Matrix as some kind of giant shark eating Decker brains to sustain itself, like some kind of AI infected, for lack of a better term.
How do you miss from a shotgun from that close, Iger? Come on.
Good cover?
I'll use the same good cover then. How about that? Now we're reenacting that scene from Naked Gun where we're firing at each other over a box. Now we're really reenacting it because I missed. Knocked him out of cover. Over here. Oh, I've still got time to paste. thank you for hitting your own guy with that flash. Thank you. Kinda.
Flash grenades. Dun, dun. Terror miracle. Did you hear they're planning to reboot Flash Gordon?
I'm not surprised.
For real. I mean, as long as they get Max von Sydow, anything goes. I'll watch him in any.
Damn, that was a good hit. I lost an AP, I might as well use it. Took one down.
Good shot. There you go. Nice. Now that's a sniper at work.
If she was a really good sniper, it would have been one hit, one kill, but kind of hamstrung by the mechanics.
You know how it is. It'd be nice if there was some kind of take aim mechanic where you could use the rest of your stuff this turn to improve your hit.
Neutral. Oh, it's the turrets. The turrets have turns still, even though they can't actually do anything.
Man, can you imagine being this dude? Shot 7 times.
Then stabbed.
And then finally having your spine ripped out by a woman with cybernetic gorilla arm. Ooh, something to hack down there, it looks like.
Yep, lots of stuff with little grabby hands on it. Locked.
Well, screw you!
Oh. Still locked, so... let's see what we can do.
Gee, I wonder who.
Medic. Depression. Explosion. And stick view, just to be safe.
Oh, yeah. Overwatch for days.
That alarm state started off a wee bit high for my tastes.
Well,
My comfort level.
The place is pretty openly under attack, so it may suck, but at least it makes sense. I had this excellent GM, Scrimerva, in the Guardian Allies game that I'm playing over on Shadowcasters Network. And She asked me about my character in that game is a precognitive superhero, and she's like, "Okay, I'm a little nervous about running this." And I said, "Look, the way I see it, I'm here to help you. You don't tell me anything you don't want us to. It's all good. I will never argue rules with you. This is your game. The one thing I ask, if there's a reason I can't see something in the future, just if I can't see something in the future, just have a reason. You don't even have to tell me what that reason is. Just have one. That's all I could ask." And she was like, "Absolutely."
The program's description was getting in the way of actually using the program.
And it
Oh,
always
there's another one hiding over there. Oh, another one.
cover him from all this nothing.
No actual cover, there's line of sight break. See what I'm fighting.
Don't forget about your ESPs.
As soon as I think I might need them. Right now, everything's white ice, and I'm kind of ripping through everything, so...
True, but I don't think ESPs have like a time limit or something. And unlike spirits, you don't have to wrestle to keep control over them. So, I don't know, I always bust out the first thing. But I'm cheesy like that.
The main thing is I don't know if this is going to be the last hacking thing I have to do, and I only have so many ESPs.
True enough.
That thing looks nasty. Hi there, Black Ice.
Guys.
Yeah, I don't think you guys can protect me from the biggest threat in the room at the moment. Although I don't think Black Ice works like Black Ice in this game.
Does it take away from your normal defense?
I don't think so.
Huh.
I think it's just nasty. It does more damage or it's nastier. App security network access. And that appears to be it. That's it.
All right then.
Now I should be able to access the security terminal. Hit control. Can't access the security cameras.
Well, I mean, the remote control box might not necessarily... Ooh, I see. I wonder if that would make a bad guy spawn because you can't control them, or...
I don't know. I'm too curious to not. And it won't let me save right now.
Not mid-dialogue.
I'm curious. Warning, self-destruct countdown will begin on activation.
Why the hell not?
Oh, so it opened the safe.
Okay. Hopefully it doesn't blow up in your pocket, unless I'm really misconstruing what it does.
It's in my pocket now, so we'll see. Okay, that big room looks like it's got glowing stuff, and I already see a bad guy in there. So
What's at the bottom right-hand corner of the screen? That new icon?
I think that's the control thing. Yep, there we go. Oh, I can deploy the drones.
Time security self-destruct is enabled. But is it the drone you've got on you? How long do you have?
Well, I think it's a remote control for the droids, is what I've got. It's a droid control box. I'm assuming it's a control box for the drones, so I can tell the drones where to go. Send them into the mixing lab. That seems like a place where there's going to be things I don't want to fight.
Fair enough.
Yep. And the drones are going to self-destruct in 3 rounds.
Still a net gain. Net gain. That's a stretch.
I'm sitting in Overwatch over here in case they try to run out this way.
Yeah, keep those eyes open.
I guess they try to come out here. Fought for glory. We can Overwatch them. And teacher battery. Yeah, I like our positions. I just wish I had a button that said, yeah, do what I did last turn. But this can resolve itself without my further interaction. I'm cool with that. Yeah, those are tough droids, it looks like, too.
Oof.
And at least everything in there is wasting its grenades on the drones, so. I think I made the right choice in where I sent the drones.
Well, I mean, we'll see the other rooms and find out.
How many guards are really going to be in weapons storage, honestly?
Okay, now that you've said that, gonna be all the guards.
Would you take at least one of these jerks out? Stupid drones.
I mean, they're gonna be so soft, you're just gonna walk in and
I'm going to get a little bit more ready to burst in.
I'm curious what's beyond door number 2 and 3.
So am I, but I'm mostly afraid of these guys wondering where the drones came from. Whoa, oh, there was the self-destruct.
Yeah.
Okay, after the drone sudden explosion, a message appears on the drone control box screen. Available drones, 0.
0.
Shit.
No shit.
Oh well.
It's nice they give you a little something, even if it's not everything.
And nope, we are. I have line of sight on our mage. I do not. Or the grenadier, which is the ones I'm really freaking concerned about. Check it far enough. Okay, that's as far as I can throw it. And I had to do something in there. Line of sight blocked, line of sight blocked, line of sight blocked. That's the only shot. And Glory can attack the mage. Nice.
Hit it.
AP damage. Missed. Damn it. And way off base. Oh well.
Oh, but you can summon from that tank.
No, I can't. I could have. Oh well. It's a good try at least. Don't you run away from me? Get your ass back here. And thank you for stepping to the line of sight of my sniper.
Oh, God, I love that sound.
And there's the grenadier and line of sight blocked. Son of a... The dude who walked right up in the face of the sniper who has a shotgun on her back. Take care of that guy. You're gonna have a nice chance to hit the grenadier. I'm taking it. Lead to cover, mage.
Yeah.
Pestilence. That's
I
That's
love
not
the
a-
sounds these things make. It's like old school Zerg.
does that now make Dietrich a toxic shaman?
You know, I had that problem, like that question from the original Returns. Apparently, every spirit you can summon damn near is toxic. And, I mean, okay.
Only a 13% chance. I'll go for it for now.
Nice. Look at all those special abilities.
Target enemy switches to your team and you control them.
Oh, yeah. Jam.
Blinded, cannot see. Okay, so first things first, got in line of sight on nobody now. Move him right over. Yes, now the Grenadier is not going to be messing with this. And is very unhappy at the moment, I'm sure.
Blind and burning with acid from a
And then shot in the back.
plague spirit theoretically made from doom. There you go.
That's everybody. So why are we still in combat?
Is that everybody?
Oh, no, there's
Yeah.
one guy left.
Yeah.
Take the lower chance to hit over the chance of hitting glory. Miss. Oh, got him. There we go.
Very nice. Alright, so the mission takes you up and to the right, so what's that door back into the left?
This one?
Yeah.
Terminal.
Near the featureless login screen.
Hack the account. All right. Email number 1.
Nyari.
I know you need to pass through multiple checkpoints to get outside for your smoke break, but that's no reason to break protocol and smoke in the lab. The material that we're working with is dangerous, and your laziness is putting people at risk. Please don't let it happen again. Lily. Dearest Taylor, please stop asking me where my work is taking me. You know I can't tell you that. I made it clear when we parted at the train station last year. Security on this project is very tight, and all our outgoing email is being scanned. Although we have been quite busy recently, I believe we're nearing a breaking point, and I can come home to you and Felix soon before we unleash a devastating plague that'll kill all 3 of us. All my love, Lily.
Yes, hopefully the bioweapon will... Hopefully I'll be able to take enough antibodies that will survive the bioweapon that's going to be unleashed on.
Klaus. Again, excellent work on the ventilating system. Everyone is very pleased with your performance. It seems like only yesterday that you were one of my interns, and here you are, a newly appointed department head. Beyond everything that I told you earlier, you also have access to the guard's storeroom in your section. Use access code 1247 in case of an emergency. That's for level 4 personnel and above, though, so keep it to yourself.
Another option on here. That's it. I saw a red that could... Oh, have your Decker pack.
Unnecessary.
That's my job.
So there's a terminal in this room that you can examine, and there were still some doors down and to the right.
Yep. Press the any key again. Administrative inbox.
Hans Borchardt. We need to organize an all-staff meeting to discuss lab and safety. Everyone is overworked and overstressed, and that's a perfect recipe for workplace accidents. I'm telling you, we cannot afford any more accidents. Sure, the loss of Van Wyck has been hard on everybody. He was well liked. Watching him die in such a horrible fashion has been hard on morale. The staff is still committed to the cause. They all know what they signed up for, and they know how important this is. But losing such a good man because of such basic lapses in lab safety has been a difficult pill to swallow, for sure.
Yeah, watching someone die of doom is probably not good for morale. That is an Outer Worlds level understatement.
Yeah.
And again, for those who don't know what Doom is, it is basically weaponized bioagent that it's basically worse than Ebola.
Doesn't it make your own white blood cells like attack yourself or something like that?
Yes, it is. It is really
Super
not good. I'd have to grab the book to read the description for sure. But yeah, this was Shadow Tech, which was the book that was written by someone with actual medical training, Dr. Carl Wu. So he actually put a lot of thought and a lot of images into a lot of the stuff that was going in there when it came to the BioWare and the drugs that were introduced. And never underestimate the scariness of someone that has medical training.
Falconrath Adolf. I'm writing this to request additional security for the animal testing lab. You know how large and vicious these creatures can be. Without more trained handlers on staff, we are just begging for another accident. You remember what happened to Van Wyck.
Maybe it wasn't Doom that got him.
Ingrid Denoof. I just wanted to thank you for pushing to bring the new Hermetic Lab online. It's good to know you're listening to our requests. The research that the Hermetic researchers have been doing should make our work with the Panacea much more manageable. Denoof.
Still some fire, so I'm going to be careful about.
You never know.
My team is fine. I'm the one that's half down on health right now. This must be weapon storage.
1, 2,
Keypad.
3, 4, 5.
1, 2, 4, 7, I think.
Yep.
Getting a pretty I can actually use. Bad kit, that's going to be helpful. And a trauma kit.
Very nice.
I'd rather have that than weapons, honestly, right now. Because I did deck myself out as much as I could. All right, back door. And more.
A lot of stuff to grab in that room to the right, if you can find a way in.
See any door.
Definitely bad guys further on in.
I see bad guys.
Mhm.
Never take the front door. This was just the other front door.
Yeah, those are either mage hoods or Gwyneth Paltrow hair. That's a lot of red dots.
Yes, it is.
At least there's a ley line there you can cover.
Send Glorian to start shooting up that mage. I wonder if that'll work.
They've lost their next turn. I'd say go for the other one.
Well, it's also a mage. I at least want to get them softened up so they're going to be easy to kill later.
True enough. Oofda.
Enforcer. There is another mage. There's the other
Enforcer
mage.
is out in the open, though.
No grenadier. That's what I was worried. Can't get to the.
Very nice.
Yeah, whatever gun he has looks very nasty. So.
Yeah, but I mean, guns always look nasty when an orc uses them.
But I mean, I managed to take out someone labeled Enforcer in one round, so. From the Decker.
Yeah, one of the things about Shadowrun art that always kind of rubbed me the wrong way was, I can't remember the exact book, but it had a human woman and a troll man leaping for cover. And the lady's proportional to a human, she's got a submachine gun. But the troll has a pistol, and that pistol is sized for a troll and is bigger than her submachine gun. And I was thinking, okay, so is that going to do troll-sized damage? Because those bullets are as big as her wrist from the size of the barrel. It's the little things.
Damn it. That's what I was worried about. The mages are healing each other. And I'm dead. Nope, not yet. Almost. That sounded nastier than it actually was.
And they are grouped together real pretty. If you can get Dietrich over that ley line and still have enough for a area effect thing, probably zap 3, maybe 4 of them.
I have line of sight on me. Moment, so. Let's go over to the big ley line.
Yeah.
Go over to the big ley line. Let's go over to the. There we go. Nope, I can't. I'm also in the way of me moving to that spot. No, I don't want to click on me. I want to click on there. I've already used my area of effect. Do have a heal, and I can heal me. Did not power up my healing.
Scratch 1. Scratch 2. Very nice.
Stacking bleed damage. And enough AP that the mage is not going to be a problem. Yep. Mage is not going to be a problem. Over in that corner, she's got line of sight on next to nobody. I don't. No, they all moved. Give her line of sight. Thank you. It's very helpful of you. Now I'm dead.
Oh, man. Oh, come on.
Jesus.
Really?
Really?
Amazing. Leaping. Amazing. I mean, if I was them, I'd be freaked out that, like, chucking 4 or 5 grenades at you didn't take you out.
See. Take out this. Oh, that mage is still alive? Damn it. Okay, yeah, we're not shooting at the mage anymore. Leave that for glory. Because I missed shooting Dietrich in the back of the head.
That's a
Okay, so it lived up to the double tap. Power ability. I didn't even know I still had it selected. Okay, I think they're out of grenades now. Nope. Nope. Still more grenades. Uh, at least tried to get both of them. Ow. Yep, they're all going after Dietrich. Well, thankfully. And they're all bunching up too. And I still got another spell in me. Everyone's right on top of me, so let's do that. And I think that... Nope. 6 and 1/2 dozen the other, so... Damn. Trying to end this as quick as possible because I gotta pee. Like, I'm not trying to intentionally be like tactical or anything. I just like, I need to go to the bathroom and die, you.
After a while, it really is just, I just want to pee.
Come on. Glory. Come on. Got a line of sight on now. Come on. Die already? There. How is the Decker doing more damage than this sniper? From further away, with a handgun. I have no idea. Anyway, now that the fight's over, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in about 5 minutes, all right?
Sounds good to me.
Burbank.
Reach the Pinecone Motel.
All right, and we are back, and we were just talking about cyberpunk movies because Strange Days was so underrated as a movie. That trailer came up during the break.
And we were discussing how, like, on the surface, it's a movie about, drug addiction or getting over a bad ex or BTLs or what have you. But what it really ends up being about is the suppression of black people by police brutality.
Yep, because the main trappings, the sci-fi trappings of it is basically Shadowrun SimSynths or BTLs. Well, a combination thereof. You can record your memory and and basically there's a black market of people selling memories, and they actually talk about black beetles pretty much, which is I think they call them flatlines.
Blackjack clips.
Blackjack clips, yeah.
Which are snuff films.
Yeah, pretty much. You're experiencing someone's death, but.
Which, interesting side note, I incorporated into Shadowrun in a way. When we were talking about the infected, I said, well, what if somebody wants to experience being drained? So they've made BTLs or bite bites, BYTE, to, give addicts that temporary rush, or, just people who wonder. Because let's face it, getting bit feel good. Or horrifying, but it's intense either way.
And having it through SimSynths gives you that 1 degree, that gives you that safe buffer of you're not actually in danger, but you get to experience the danger, which is kind of why we watch horror movies in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
Is so we can experience the fear without having to actually be in mortal peril ourselves. But we were also talking about Catherine Bigelow is who you'd pick for a Shadowrun movie.
Honestly, she's made all of my favorite cyberpunk movies. I mean, well, maybe not all of them, but the ones that I go back and I remember. Somebody, you brought up the question, which would you prefer, sneakers or hackers? And I mean, look, nice movie, and super applicable. But also at the end of the day, I'm sorry, Hackers is just a wonderful movie because it's fun. It's lots of people like to make fun of it because it doesn't get a lot of hacking, right? But then again, they make season after season of CSI, and I'm sorry, but do you really need to make an entire new GUI interface in order to crack this case? What the hell's wrong with you? Like, I don't know jack about computers, and I knew that. So, it is Hackers an accurate hacking movie? No, not by any stretch.
It does have a lot more accuracy than it's given credit for. They did have actual consultants.
Yeah.
That were part of the hacker underground.
But some of the stuff, they're talking about, it's got a killer refresh rate. Yeah, that's...
Ignore everything that's on screen, but if you listen to the dialogue, aside from the infamous, it's got a 24.4 BPS modem. I'm like, hey, BPS K. That K is kind of important. But aside from that one flub, basically a lot of the dialogue you hear, it actually works, and they showed you how to make a red box.
It's true.
In the movie,
I'll admit to being a freaker back in the day. So, yeah.
I'm still waiting one of these days. If anyone ever actually notices it, I put up a video. Actually played it on stream when I was playing Fallout 1 because a bunch of people were asking about the Steve Jackson Games connection to Fallout and what happened with the deal there. And part of what had happened was the deal with Fallout was right at the tail end of the big lawsuit between Steve Jackson Games and the Secret Service when the Secret Service raided them over Lloyd Blankenship working for them. And actually, I to this day, I keep waiting for someone to pop up in the comment section of that video because I said in the video, freaking is basically hacking, but on the phones. And I keep waiting one of these days for someone to go, well, actually, because there is no better way to piss off a freaker than to say they're phone hackers. At least it used to be before phones became computers and everything went digital. Back when we still had analog switches and stuff like that.
Wait a second. Before you open that door,
I'm not opening
back.
that door up.
go. Okay, go back to where you were. See that magnifying glass?
Yeah. It says there's a crack.
Oh.
I can't figure out what to do with it.
See, I wish there was like an explosive or mist form or something. You know what? I'm just gonna cheat. I'm gonna look that up. That bothers me. Dragonfall, crack in the wall. Large crack in the lab below. Oh.
What?
Okay, so you could have deployed the drones in that room.
Oh, and they would have blown the wall out.
Yeah.
Oh well. Okay.
Right.
That's why I was running around whenever I clicked on the yellow at the top. And maybe if I go up here, it takes me back around, but no, it says transition to another area. I'm like, nope, hang on.
Hey, shout out to Tom Randall. I love Johnny Mnemonic. Like, I know people give that movie a bum rap, but I'm sorry. I really have trouble finding another movie that captured the aesthetic of 80s to 90s cyberpunk better than Johnny Mnemonic. It might be the only one.
The only about the closest thing to that would be Hackers, pretty much.
Yeah.
Because that was a very specific point in time in the aesthetic when you had this clash of new wave 80s with punk rock with weird trending fashions, and it was pre-CGI special effect, or very, very early CGI, so everything was basically shapes rather than, you could still see polygons everywhere.
Yeah. Man, I love that stuff. I mean, okay, full disclosure here. Like, my first experience with Shadowrun was the Sega game, but the first book I ever got was the 3rd edition core book. I conned my mom into getting it for me as a little quote unquote light reading for an airplane ride to Texas. And I remember her going, "Why can't you just pick a normal book? Why do you have to pick a $40 book?" I was like, So, bless her heart, she did it. Gotta thank her in one of these books. That is a lot of MRI equipment. And
there's a lot of rooms with no doors that I can open.
Yeah. So for this like long plane ride from Chicago, I had a little Walkman CD player with the Johnny Mnemonic soundtrack and 3rd edition Shadowrun. And somewhere in the back of my lizard brain, people talk about Shadowrun and they picture a lot of things, but I still hear KMFDM virus and think of that like neo-tribal cyberpunk look that was all the rage in 3rd ed.
I got into Shadowrun just before I got into punk rock. So my soundtrack for Shadowrun is Bad Religion, No Use for a Name, No Effects, stuff like that.
Hey, dude, nothing wrong with that.
Exploited.
I mean, if it's got that like new metal bubblegum crisis sound, then I'm into it, you know?
Bad Religion is specifically the band I associate most with Shadowrun, which runs me into trouble because one of Bad Religion's, I don't want to say one of their best albums, because all their albums, aside from their Atlantic period, all their albums are pretty good. But one of their albums is called No Control. One of their songs is called No Control. The Shadowrun Media Source book is called No Future. So whenever I was recording my voiceover for my review of Shadowrun 6th edition and the launch lineup for it, I had to go in and edit out pauses in the voiceover where I would stop myself from saying no control and switch to no future mid-word.
Now, I'm sure you know the answer to this, but you know what no future is a reference to, right?
Possibly, there's a bunch of them. That's why I had to actually play Anti-Flag. There's an Anti-Flag song called No Future. I
had been chatting with Jason Hardy about how we should get together and like just watch all the old Max Headroom series, the American one. I'm not a huge fan of the British one personally, but it's still good. The American one the British one felt like a rough draft. The American one felt a lot more cleaned up. Anyway, so the Zigzag Corporation, which is the biggest sponsor for Network 23 and the ones who are like buying up all the Blipfords, their corporate motto is "No Future," KNOW, future. And we were all tossing out ideas for books, for a name for this book, and I think "No Future" is the one that ended up getting it. And I was like, "There's a little shout out to our classic cyberpunks of the '80s."
You can see,
Nice.
and here it was. I thought it was a reference to some, because "no future" is a phrase that comes up a lot in, especially
Terminator.
that pre-early emo stage of punk rock, where you had a lot of
Hey, it could.
not quite emo bands, but bands that were talking about the same sort of things that that emo music talked about.
It could be. You gotta talk to Jason to find out the true skinny on this. I can't speak for him. That's above my pay grade, such as it is. But as far as I know, and if you ask multiple writers, they're probably all going to give you a different story about why it's no future.
It's a phrase that does show up a lot because it kind of encapsulates the kind of ideas of cyberpunk, pretty much, and punk in general, and a lot of other youthful rebellious sort of things, because we're looking at, I've got no future. What am I supposed to do? The only thing I can do is fight against the people who took my future from me.
Mm-hmm.
And which is something you're seeing a lot right now in millennials and generation, is particularly Gen Z in political activism.
There's a degree of, we're going to save the world, but we also accept that if we don't, we're all dead anyway. So here's to avocado toast and tattoos, yo. That is what cyberpunk looks like in our world, and isn't that a shame? Anyway, the old man behind the glass works feverishly at his console, glancing up at you when he can. A cigarette dangles from his mouth, its bluish smoke curling around his head. An overflowing ashtray sits on the lab table in front of him. I knew it. The years have not been kind, but his features are instantly recognizable. Despite his age, he still has the strong chin and high cheekbones that you remember from Green Winter's DVD. This is Dr. Adrian Vauclair. As you approach, he stops what he's doing, a look of intense irritation on his face. He clears his throat, and a harsh, rasping sound emerges from the loudspeaker next to the glass.
So I assume you're the Shadowrunners that Arden warned me about. I assume you've left a trail of corpses in your wake. Hello?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out which option to pick. Oh,
It's going to end up the same for this one.
Sorry?
It probably ends up the same either way.
I know, but you're not going to role play in a role playing game. What's the point? Even if the choices don't matter, you at least pretend like they matter, because it matters to me. Damn it! Is Aldrin around? I've got a message from him, from Paul Amsel.
If you wish to speak with my security captains, that could be alright.
He reaches down, flips a switch. You hear a loud thud and a click behind you as the door locks shut.
You will find that the glass door behind you is sealed, and that the laboratory you occupy is fully secured. An important precaution. We keep our test subjects in there. They are far more dangerous than... I won't permit you to cause any further harm, Shadowrunner. You will remain trapped where you are for your own good.
Break the glass. Yeah, that ain't happening unless I pull a gun and something tells me that's bulletproof. Hey, Iger, why don't you tell the doc how we feel about being trapped?
With pleasure. In one smooth motion, Iger raises her shotgun and unloads a spread of pellets into the glass. They clash into the window, ricocheting wildly in all directions, and the surface remains unblemished, unsurprisingly.
Yeah, it's worth a shot.
The window between us is made of Dico-treated transplast. Do whatever you like to it. You'll find that it's quite unbreakable.
You can die coat glass? Damn it!
You can die coat your ally spirit if you want.
Thanks, Jordan.
Oh, I wonder if anyone is going to get that deep cut. That is. I think you had to be on Dump Shock in the early 2000s to get that joke.
Sebastian's right. Nothing they're carrying could even scratch that code. That glass is essentially sheathed in diamond. We'd need military-grade explosives. They're stuck in here.
Yeah, die coat was another one of those fun things from ShadowTech that kind of broke the game in first edition and stuck around in second edition to break it a little more.
I was absolutely a 90s kid who had
the die-coated katana.
One better, son.
Oh.
I had a die-coated vibro katana weapon focus.
Oh, yep.
It was disgustingly overpowered. And
what was its name?
It didn't have a name. I wasn't that awful. And I put it in the beginning of Crimson, and one of the reviews that somebody wrote for it was like, "Oh my god, the neckbeard who wrote this has a guy in a trench coat with a chainsaw magic katana. I am not going to get past the intro." And I'm like, he loses it. That's the point. Like, the part of the point of the story is his transformation from being an OP kid in a previous edition to 5th ed. Oh, shit.
Die coat really, really broke the game in a lot of ways.
It made your
in first and second edition.
Car unbreakable. It made your sword unbreakable.
Not just unbreakable, it upped the damage by an entire damage code. So, and I think katanas were already strength serious or strength +3 serious damage or strength +3 medium.
Yep. Yeah, it was serious.
It was serious. So die coat jumped up to deadly. So basically, you could one-shot anyone with a die-coated katana. Or a die-coated sword, or if you really wanted to go overkill, give your troll a die-coated axe. Or the battle axes, because the battle axes were already deadly coated.
According to canon, if you die-code arrows, you can shoot them through an APC.
Mm-hmm. And of course, if you die-coated your armor, that upped the armor value by an incredible amount, and it suffered no wear and tear if you're using those optional rolls. And the only thing that was keeping you from die-coding anything was how much it cost. Which, if you know anything about Shadowrun players, they will do whatever they can to get the new yen to get their toys.
There's a whole other discussion there. Let's keep moving. We found Vauclair. Now, he fixes you with a level stare.
I want to know why in hell you so violently interjected yourself into my business. First, you break into my estate, which you didn't even know was mine, apparently. Then you spend what must have been a small fortune to track me down. You locate my AI, destroy it, then drive all the way out to my countryside, and finally, you shoot your way into my laboratory.
He leans forward, hands on the table, his eyes narrowed into a piercing stare.
So I have to ask you, Shadowrunner, who are you? And why in God's name are you here?
I have to. Oh, just shopping around. I've always wanted a secret lair underneath a giant castle.
Do you think this is some sort of game, runner? There's far more at stake here than the lives of a few petty criminals.
Aside from the meta joke, my response to this would be, well, you say you're going to kill me anyway. I might as well have some fun.
Nevertheless, life is still a life.
He covers his face with his pale, nicotine-stained hands.
Sending Apex and Aldrin after you was my doing, and I accept responsibility.
You're going to pay for that, you bastard.
Why attack the Cruz Bazaar? Why kill Paul Ansel?
It was necessary to preserve the secrecy of my work. It was a greater good of all.
The greater good.
I know, the greater good. I know I have wronged you. For this, I am sorry.
He sighs a long, rattling sigh that quickly turns into a violent fit of coughing. Hey, I might do well at this. The sound
I was
echoes
gonna
over the
say
last
we're
one.
about to go. You're not going method on me, are you?
No.
Did you know this was happening and then intentionally go out?
If I didn't already have a real cough, I would. But the irony.
There we go. There's the method kicking in.
There you go. Ow, my head. And now
There
I
are-
can't
there are a
wait for
few
second
phra-
edition.
There are a few phrases in the world that have been utterly ruined by pop culture, and the phrase "the greater good" has just
Hot fuzz, baby.
Hot Fuzz has ruined that phrase because you cannot say it without everyone around at the same time afterwards saying "the greater good."
Greater good.
It's to the point where I've actually gone through and scripts in my when I'm writing notes for adventures and I'm like writing the villain's monologue, I'll actually scratch that out if I see myself writing it and come up with a different phrase. For the same reason that I've banned anything, I make sure I never put anything that comes close to referencing Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
Oh, God.
Because the next thing that happens is the next half hour of your game is just derailed by everyone quoting the movie. Princess Bride has the same problem.
I believe
Cannot
the GM
reference-
guide for, I think it was Ravenloft or World of Darkness, said that there's a problem player called the Loathsome Quoter. I was like, oh, damn it, it's me!
It is all of us. It is all of us. And apparently there's a section of fandom, I'm not part of it, but apparently there's a section if you say anything about the babe.
What a
Then-
babe.
Yeah, I don't know the movie well enough.
The babe with the power?
Exactly. That you get that, then you're now quoting all of Labyrinth.
Right, power of voodoo.
I can't follow up. I'm sorry. I can't do the bit. I wish I could.
I'm gonna keep doing this until you click forward. He collects himself, continues.
I don't expect you to understand. Nor do I have time to explain it to you.
Well, sure you do. Got me locked in a room. You can explain whatever you want.
No,
That's
there's
the
like
point
a
of locking me in a room is for you to villain
There's-
monologue.
There's a goddamn timetable here, Shadowrunner. You've shown up at a critical juncture, which is very dramatic.
He straightens, glances back at the screen to his side, and nods curtly.
Now, I must know, how did you learn that I was still alive? How did you even know to look for me? Someone sent you.
Well, there was this antiquated DVD storage thing, and then a bunch of talk about a Dragonfall, and the bloody corpse of a guy named Green Winters. Maybe you knew him?
Vauclair starts, and the sudden movement of his arm sends his overflowing ashtray flying from the table in a cloud of ash. A look of dread fills his face.
Bloody corpse? What do you mean? There's Hermie. Explain yourself!
Yeah, I'm wondering now, because I used to smoke, and I'm wondering if that look of dread on his face is because he just found out his brother's dead, or if it's because he realizes how difficult it is to clean up spilt cigarette ash.
He's got drones.
Good point. My Roomba can never handle when I spilt cigarette ash, though, so...
When you're rich, the only mess you have to worry about are your bearer bonds catching on fire. Anyway.
So exactly how cruel... This guy killed Paul Amsel. Hermie's great. I mean, he's dead as doornail. Somebody's pet AI fried his brain, but other than that, he's great.
He slumps into the chair next to him, his whole body shaking.
I didn't.
He's suddenly overcome by another fit of coughing that I will not replicate. He steadies himself on one arm of the chair.
My turn.
There you go.
My turn.
Tag team cough team.
I was just talking about that made me... I think that was psychosomatic thinking about when I used to smoke.
Oh yeah, man. Telepad. What is it? Telecom dominate.
Apex.
He clutches his chest.
I should never have trusted that thing.
He closes his eyes, and a tear traces its way down the gaunt hollow of his cheek.
Oh, Hermie. Things are sacrificed. All of this. All for Panacea. All for tonight.
I've got my dig in on him already. I broke the news that his brother's dead in about as cruel a manner as possible. He deserved that, but I'm not going to start ranting at him more. But I am gonna lean on that button one more time. Offer what, Vauclair? Tell me what's gonna happen tonight. You owe Hermie that much, don't you?
He looks up, dazed, his eyes unfocused.
What's going to happen? Oh, yes. Tonight. Tonight will be the end of the dragons. Not just Gershwin. All dragons.
Oh, man. I gotta give him a slow cap for that audacity. Well, not just that, but also timing. A friend of mine on Discord she's running a Shadowrun game right now, and she's doing her own thing. I'm trying to help her align her vision of what Oklahoma's like with what canon is like, but she's got this big plot about dragons, and she's trying to figure out what will happen if someone killed all the dragons at once. And I'm like, well, if all the dragons are dead, our only protectors, the people who know about the horrors, are the immortal elves, and they aren't going to help us.
Yeah,
We're lucky there are a couple of dragons. It's basically the only thing standing between us and the horrors is going to be Harlequin. And Harlequin is easily distracted.
Oh, no, my friend. Well, I believe you're the one who gets the rights to an interview with Harlequin, so we'll talk about that later.
Yeah, one of these days I got to figure out what that ship I got. Looks up dazed, unfocused. Great. All the dragons.
Oh, no,
okay.
no. I have authorization now. Jason has given me the go-ahead.
Yep. I remember.
I'll be playing the part of Harlequin, and you can ask whatever you like.
One dragon, and now you're going to wipe out.
To you, buddy. So,
I got to go with how I would react in this situation. Oh, why didn't you say so? That plan doesn't sound crazy at all.
And yet look at all the death and destruction. All the money you've spent on your errand of vengeance. You do not get to pass judgment over me.
Oh, hell yes, I do. You killed 2 of my friends.
Vauclair fumbles in his pockets, produces a fresh cigarette. Surprise. He lights it with shaking hands and breathes in deeply. The orange glow of the cigarette flares bright. When he exhales, the words spill out with the smoke.
By the way, hi Will, hi Erica, and hi Chrisman. I think is how you pronounce that. And Will opened up a can of worms.
Hello, Crimson.
Can dragons mate with other species and have viable offspring with other metahumans? That is a nerve.
No.
Asterisk. The asterisk is the important bit there.
They can invest a portion of their power into a metahuman, creating a drake. Sort of. But
that was a kind of a big deal. It's basically the reason why the immortal elves and the dragons kind of hate each other is the immortal elves were part of Almace was the one who was
Alame.
Alame depends on if it has the E at the end or not, which is kind of important, and he keeps changing it.
Alame.
Either way, he's dead now, for real. But he
Sure.
Kinda,
Why not?
How many times has he died already?
As many as the plot demands.
But he kind of played around with the idea of drakes, which drakes were also a big deal. But that was Ghostwalker's thing too. Was drakes. That's why he was called Dollmaker in the Fourth World. But an offshoot of all that was the immortal elves, and they basically were a slave race for the dragons until they rebelled.
Which is one more reason they don't get along very well. Props to Locke for catching that one. Yeah, so immortal elves are dragonish, personally, I think it'd be really interesting to see what would happen if an immortal elf got their hands on some dragons only artifacts, like, for example, that cube of knowledge or whatever. Would they be able to access it using their mixed draconic heritage?
Yeah, that's a question I hope never gets answered.
Well,
both for in-universe and out-of-universe reasons. For in-universe reasons, I don't want any of them to have access to that thing, the locus of memory.
Well, as the czar of all things infected and Shadowrun, I would say that's probably why they're immune to HMHVV infection. Dragons cannot be infected, and no, I'm not going to change that. That's just too far. It's bad enough they could theoretically become insect spirit hosts. And as a result, immortal elves are completely immune to the virus.
But yeah, that is an entire thing. And it's also one it's one of those questions that goes all the way back to, I think, to the second world, which is one that we know.
Sorry. I'm sorry. There was one exception. There was one immortal elf who managed to get infected. And I've had fans, mostly on Reddit, bugging me about how to do it. And I'm not going to explain it, but I am going to say, if you've read everything about infected, you'll know. But there was only one. There will only ever be one. There will not be another. It's just statistically too hard to do. And it's also the reason there are so few immortal elves now.
And that also opens the question, is the child of two immortal elves going to be an immortal elf themselves? Which we've only got 2 examples that I can think of off the top of my head that we can even ask about. One is Aish. And okay, one of the immortal elves whose name starts with an A. There's like 5 of them, but it's the one that's in charge of Tirnanog. She's the daughter of the remember, but she's the one who showed up in the Astalin source book, and everyone kept calling her a kid.
Okay, I'm going to give you a little piece of info that I've pieced together from previous lore, and it does actually link into the thing I was alluding to before. So congratulations, viewers, on big behind the scenes clue. You can be born with the genetic possibility of becoming an immortal elf by virtue of your heritage. It is possible that there are still a few more proto-immortal elves out there, like Frosty, for example. But
that was the other one I was thinking of. Is that she's the daughter of Aaron the Scribe and a normal elf. So I don't think we know if she's an immortal elf or not, or if they have you actually said in the book. I can't remember.
I think it's been said somewhere. She's absolutely an immortal elf.
Okay. I mean,
that's why Harlan.
That artifact book probably is the artifact series of adventures from 5th edition.
That had a piece of it too. Yeah.
That's probably where it is, because that's where she would have gotten statted.
Yeah, the fiction has alluded to it. She's an immortal elf. And one of the books, and I'm just going to say it, Nosferatu, that one talked about how there are people who have the latent gene due to descendancy from an immortal elf line. And those people could... So in my mind, they awaken again, sort of surge into being an immortal elf. But you can't just randomly do that. Lots of players are like, I want to play an immortal elf. We had one writer who's no longer with us who was just desperate to put her character in, who was an immortal elf technomancer. I was like, you can't do that. You have a magic score if you're an immortal elf. It's not up for debate. Oh, but maybe and then tried to rewrite a bunch of to make that possible. I'm like, no, stop. But people yell at me for red. They're like, you write the rules. You probably change it to make red more viable. No, everything I did was as written, and that is all canon before I showed up.
but rewriting Immortal Elves to make Technomancy possible, I'm gonna give that a hard no. I would fight on that hill.
I would, as a GM, allow a player to play an Immortal Elf that was born in the Sixth World.
Yeah.
For the sole reason that the advantages are it's shit I never use in my game anyway. Okay, so you're gonna live forever. Cool. Our game, I've got a timeline of 2 years for this game. That's not gonna, you aging out of it's not gonna come up. Okay, you're immune from getting infected. Okay, so fights with ghouls will be a little bit easier for you. You can face tank them. That's about it.
Pretty much. I mean, there's a couple other tiny benefits, but the truth is, if you know you're an Immortal Elf, someone else is going to know. And if somebody else knows, you're in a lot of trouble, because now you've drawn the attention of other Immortal Elves, theoretically dragons, and any mega corporation who really wants one to play. So, if you want to play an Immortal Elf, I mean, bear in mind, one, that's like a once per player lifetime type thing. Two, it's going to be more trouble than benefit. It's like saying, I want a character with purple hair, but the hair constantly emits radiation into your brain. Like, I mean, if you want to play that, have fun, but this is basically a cosmetic advantage compared to the incredible problems that it's going to present for you.
I see. All I see is, okay, you're trading a tiny little advantage for giving me a ton of plot hooks. Thank you very much. Will had another question. Since our companion follows the Dragon Slayer spirit, is there a dragon mentor spirit as well?
Yes.
Yes. I think it's in the book. I think it's in the core rules, isn't it?
Yep, there's dragon. I think there's a Leviathan too. That's sort of dragon. But yes.
Dragon, and then there's also been serpent, which was not snake. There's two different things. Serpent was more like great serpent. That was in one of the splat books for third or fourth.
Corporeal entities can be mentor spirits, but it's complicated because, magic. It's a mentor spirit, probably. All of this comes with a big old asterisk of maybe, but no, not always, but kind of, but exceptions. A mentor spirit is not necessarily an actual physical deity, for lack of a better term.
It may not be question mark.
It can be a concept. It can be a philosophy. It can be theoretically an actual entity or the gestalt presence of an entity. For example, insect spirits, you're not necessarily specifically drawing power from that specific queen spirit. That's the one who's just acting as a proxy for the greater insect species that you're up for. A corporate entity can act as a mentor spirit, kind of. There has been no.
And for the question, has to be act as a mentor spirit? It's kind of the same answer as the one he's about to give about Mega.
Yeah, exactly. I'm about to get to that. Absolutely. Inezo Eneki, the guy who basically was running Renraku for a long time, is considered the corporate father and founder. When he was alive, you probably could have theoretically been a shaman, for lack of a better term, to Renraku. You would have used the rules for however that philosophy presents itself to you, but it still would have worked. You can't be again, wrong word, but shaman of a dragon who exists and you're getting power from that dragon. There is no direct connection to that dragon.
Yeah, you're not. It's not has to be is your mentor spirit. It's the concept of has to be as an entity is your mentor spirit.
Exactly. There was actually in one chain of adventures, I can't remember which one exactly. It was either that big one with the dragons, or
Survival of the Fittest, where she had her, the Shasta Mage, Shasta Lodge.
Yes, I was actually thinking of the group that sort of worship-ish Dunkelzahn and Ghostwalker after him.
Oh, Children of the Dragon.
Yes, the Children of the Dragon they don't have a direct connection to any dragon that they venerate. They may think they do. It may look like it to them, but the dragon is not giving anything. It cannot choose to give or withhold that kind of power. You're deriving it from your idea of that dragon, which of course calls into question, is there an entity out there which is posing as it for the sake of you? Or is a mentor spirit just some kind of construct you made yourself? You know, it's that old thing. If there was no God, it would be necessary to invent him. Did you invent your God? Is a mentor spirit different for every single mage and you just happen to follow the same basic concept? Or is there an actual entity which acts on its behalf? Did you create that entity or did it create you? It's very big and very complicated, and if we could answer it, then we wouldn't need traditions at all. Which is the basic idea of unified magic theory.
Big metaphysical question and a philosophical question that is some questions that you need to ask if you're doing that sort of thing whenever you're role-playing a character or if you're writing in the world or anything like that. You'd need to ask yourself these questions. If you're talking just straight up mechanically, yeah, name has to be as your totem. Cool. You've got to address how that actually would work, but it's not like a warlock in D&D where you point to them, okay, this person the dragon has granted me powers. No, it doesn't work that way. It is, you were already had the potential within you and you are manifesting that through your own worship of this one person, and that is how the mentor spirit is presenting itself to you, and whether that is something that is external or internal to you is a mystery.
And interesting thing that this brings up about Dragonfall. Glory, if they had unlocked, if Daryl had unlocked her backstory, like in its entirety.
Sorry.
It's okay, dude. She was a shaman, again, wrong word, of the adversary. In this particular case, the actual king devil. So, and she says she can feel it watching her. Even with all that cyberware, she still feels it at the edges of everything. Which begs the question, is the actual devil a thing? Or did that devil exist within her? Was it an actual thing before there were people? Or did people make it happen by their group belief? Is it an entity which poses as the devil? Or what?
That is my first thing. It's a early access horror.
Could be. That's probably the cleanest answer you can get. And there are no clean answers about horrors or elder gods or whatever you want to call them.
That is one of the things that I have missed the most, is that storyline kind of petered out in 3rd edition until it was just kind of, let's lock this away now.
What, the bridge?
Not necessarily the bridge. The bridge got a good resolution, but the Dragonheart trilogy in particular and how it wrapped up the entire horror storyline. Okay, now we don't have to worry about it anymore. We've now got the Guardian and Billy, and then Crash 2.0. Oh, a plane fell on him. We don't want to deal with that anymore. In 4th edition. That was the canonical explanation I was given for what happened with that. When people asked what happened to Dunkelzahn, Leith, Billy, who was basically using the Dragonheart to suck up any mana spikes that were happening, so that the horrors would not be able to approach until the appropriate time. Is that during the Crash 2.0 a plane fell on him, he's dead now. And it was just a hand wave excuse that they gave as the quote unquote canonical answer, because they didn't want to at the time the designers didn't want anything to do with that plot line. I think that had to do with, I think that was when FanPro was taking over too.
Yeah. That's before my time, but
the rights to Earth Dawn were split off. FASA held on to those until they licensed them out to Red Brick, I think was the first one to go.
Yeah,
and so on and so forth.
Yeah, but we have a great relationship with them now. It's not exactly crossover stuff, but I will say I had a really productive conversation at the last Gen Con with one of their lead guys, and won't name names without the name's permission. But, I was like, hey, you want to make some stuff that, links Infected and Earth Dawn? Because we know they exist. They've been mentioned, all at once. And he goes, huh. And you want this to match up with Shadowrun? I was like, yeah, possibly. He goes, huh. So my experience thus far has been those guys are really chill about working with us, but it is not canonical. It's more just parallel lines of thought.
Easter eggs and winks and nods, because the rights are the rights are owned by two separate corporate entities at this point. So
Yeah,
for something to be an official crossover, it would have to go through. Well, Facet Games owns the rights entirely. So Facet Games for Earth Dawn, you don't have to go through one step of approval, but for Shadowrun, it has to go through Catalyst and Tops, both.
Yeah.
So that's
So I'm not saying that like more crossovers or even some kind of reunification are impossible, but I will say that for the sake of like the game's ongoing continuity and stuff, are we drawing inspiration from each other? Yes. Is there anything official? No. But it's not impossible. It's not off the table.
And even back in the Fan Pro Red Brick days, they still communicated enough to not step on each other's toes.
Yeah.
When it came to like they're not. Earth Dawn isn't going to be going around killing off Lou Shurhand or Harlequin or Aeron or anything like that.
Yeah, and by the same token, I can absolutely confirm that some Shadowrun writers work on Earth Dawn as well.
Yeah.
We're all freelancers, so nobody's drawing a regular paycheck.
But but you can't even use that to claim that there's an official connection, because a couple of Shadowrun guys work on Vampire the Masquerade, and those are two separate, completely different worlds that have never crossed over aside from fanfic. Although there is a lot of fanfic for that one.
It 100% doesn't work, but that shouldn't stop you from writing good fanfic.
Let's go ahead and
Yes.
get a little more plot going.
The Firewing burns and murdered and caused untold damage in her bestial rage until the Dragonfall, until I stopped her. But her destruction was merely a symptom of a greater cancer.
By the way, thanks, Will Jr. There's two Wills that hang out in that community. One's New Millennium and one's Will. I can't remember what his name is on ours. The other one joined in and followed, so thanks for the follow, Will.
Yo.
And I hate calling you other Will, but New Millennium was here first. Sorry.
Will 2.0.
Gershwing wrought destruction with fire and claw. The dragons of today, Vauclair, Dunkelzahn, Celidia, they kill and conquer with subtler tools. Deception, manipulation, corruption. They use us as pawns, playing pieces, puppets in their millennium-long
I like the 3 dragons he picked for that specifically. Vauclair, yeah, everything he's saying is true. Dunkelzahn, not really. Celidia, borderline. He's got his own thing going on. He's not really worried so much about the kill and conquer as much as he is knowledge is power. Celidia is Neonet. He was involved with Neonet. He was Transys Neuronet was, I think, the corporation he owned.
Correct. And merged into Neonet, and now that's fallen apart because everything Richard Belears touches turns to shit.
Yep.
Anyway,
but
onward we go.
Yes, Celidia's has 2 names. One is Stone Diver from the 4th edition era, and then it also is known as Script Diver. And there's also a bit of a backstory that's a big mystery in Earth Dawn as to whether or not he killed his mentor Dragon, who was the lore master before Dunkelzahn.
And Diablerized him. Fan writers, go.
Not technically, but yes. That's kind of what happened. And he's kind of got a reputation for it. Which is why he kind of stays off to the side of a lot of the Dragon games. He's like, you guys have fun. I'm going to hide over here and hope you guys don't notice me.
Well, I usher in the AI apocalypse.
He did hire Elahan. That was kind of a mistake, I think.
Yeah.
Which Elahan is the only dragon that has cyberware. He has a data jack.
Well,
and there's 3 of him at one point in time. Yeah, there was 3 of him living in his brain. One of which was long story. that I can't remember off the top of my head. But yeah, Elahan, oh, poor thing.
That's a whole conversation, dude. Let's keep going. These poor people are waiting for a fight.
Oh yes, dragons are cancer. Ones that would conquer or worse, destroy all of humanity if we do not stop them. Ones that metastasized when the world awakened. An ironic metaphor, since it was the failing of my own body that allowed me to see it.
Let me guess, you have cancer, Mr. Chain Smoker.
It's stage 2, if I had to guess. I'd say leukemia.
Really, not lung cancer?
He's racked again by violent coughing. Allows it to subside. Takes another long drag of his cigarette, the ash creeping closer and closer towards his mouth.
Your friend is correct. I suffer from cancer of the blood, brought on by the radiation of the socks, no doubt.
Yeah.
Just when I heard my doctor's diagnosis that I realized what I had to do, what my life's work would be in the times that I had left.
I had to smoke every tobacco leaf in South Carolina.
All of them. All of them.
I mean, if I got a leukemia diagnosis that was beyond treatment, yeah, I'd probably stop vaping and switch back to smoking too.
It's very Constantine.
I'm sorry, honey. Sorry you won't be able to see it for yourself. Sorry I failed you.
Vauclair turns his attention back to the computer, stubbing out his cigarette. He grabs a fresh one from the pack and lights it.
Tonight I will release my panacea to the world. And how absurd is the instrument of Dragonkind's destruction?
He presses a button on the terminal, and a large observation window at the far end of the room rises slowly open.
To be carried out by Firewing herself.
Aw, poor baby.
I know, poor. I'm still wondering what her deal was. Did she just never snap out of it, or?
She woke up and was like, ah! And started roasting stuff. I mean, to
No,
her...
they all did that, but they kind of snapped out of it after a week or so.
She probably saw it and was like, oh my god, this is just like that horror that turned everything into machines. Or she's just a colossal bitch. I don't know.
One of the fan theories, at least before this game, I have no idea what happens from this point forward. I had some vague ideas that Firewing was alive in the game. Aside from that, I have no clue what happens from here on out. So, but one of the fan explanations for it before this was that she was one of the horror-ridden dragons. She had a horror kind of inhabiting her.
Interesting theory, but you would know it looking at her.
I kind of figured that because I don't know how. I think it's described. Get that like evil black veiny thing.
Pretty much. I mean, you know, it doesn't have to be, because horrors can take infinite myriad forms, but I mean, for lack of any better term, yeah. I mean, the closest that we've ever seen to a horror-ridden dragon was Bottled Demon.
That was
Second Ed.
Was that Dave Arneson's? No, that wasn't Dave Arneson. Dave Arneson's was DNA DOA, wasn't it?
Probably. But Arleesh helps out and uses the party to try to find what appears to be a superpowered, non-bond necessary power focus, which in fact has either a very weakened horror or fragment of one inside of it. And the culmination of the adventure, spoilers, is that the party will have to fight this other dragon, not a great dragon, who is being overwhelmed by the power within it. And it ends up getting like nuked to shit by a fusillade of missiles from, I think, Lone Star.
Yeah, and Arleesh is not someone I want to tangle with in the first place.
I love Arleesh.
Let alone if she did get a horror. If there's any dragon that would end up getting infected, it's her, because that's kind of her mission, is she goes around and basically that's her job, is hunting down all of these artifacts, all of these leftover pieces from the Scourge, and destroys them.
She is simultaneously the most in proximity, but I would say the least at risk. She is more diligent about it than anybody else.
Yeah, it's just
She-
the reason why I
If she
say
felt herself slipping, she would show up at some other dragon's doorstep and be like, "Hi, kill me," and they'd be like, "All right."
I wonder who she'd go to.
Has to be.
Probably, yeah. But
Maybe Lawfare, if not has to be.
Uh,
Lawfare would be like, "I know what needs to be done. Chop."
has
Has
to,
to be like, "Oh no. Well, I guess if there's no way, chop." Lawfare would be like, "All right. Sure, yeah."
and then there's you. I'm now running through my head of what each of the dragons do. I'm thinking what Aiden would do.
Burn it, burn it, burn it, burn it, burn
Aiden-
it, burn
Aiden-
it. Also, maybe I can use this.
I was going to say Aiden would be like, okay, now I'll get to you in about, how long do you think it's going to take for you to completely be turned? 2 months? Okay. 2.5 months. I'm going to meet you in this place. You just hang out there this entire time. Actually, knowing Aiden, he'd probably lock her up for 2 months, then send her to Berlin himself for Lawfare. Lawfare feels very, from New Millennium, Lawfare feels very much like the ultimate lawful evil / neutral dragon. Lawfare is very lawful evil.
Yeah.
He is maybe lawful neutral leaning evil, but he is definitely, I'd go lawful evil for him. He is single-minded in his want to control of everything, specifically Europe and the Middle East. For a start. Carried by Firewing. Okay.
Through the glass, you see the prostrate form of a dragon far below. An enormous set of shackles I can't see that behind my own portrait, binds her, and a maze of tubes snakes into its body. The tubes connect to a cruel-looking apparatus that has been mounted to the wall.
It says an enormous set of shackles binds it.
Binds it, okay.
Which is odd because we know Firewing's
Son of a bitch. Sad. He found her alive in the socks after all.
Tonight, the Firewing will fly again. Infected with Panacea, she will slowly be destroyed from within, but before that happens, she will provide the catalyst for global transmission of the virus.
Catalyst? What catalyst? As if spurred on by the sight of the dragon below, he begins typing furiously at his terminal.
Firewing's fire will carry the agent in its dormant state. Any metahumans exposed will become carriers, will spread the disease to other dragons. The carriers will be infected with Panacea as well, but it will not harm them. To non-dragons, it is a nuisance, nothing more. When the critical mass of carriers is achieved, my Panacea will become unstoppable. It will spread across the globe in an relentless tide. However, if it does not reach this critical mass, it will fizzle, die out, become inert. Hence the need for a ground zero, flashpoint for a mass infection event.
He looks to the ceiling, mumbling to himself.
I'm sorry, Amy. I know how you loved your flux state, but that doesn't matter now. It must be Berlin.
hold on. You're going to stick the Firewing on Berlin?
He continues his work, filled with a feverish energy.
Save the world, yes. For Panacea to work, Berlin must burn. The sacrifice. Run for the greater good.
The greater good.
Firewing will breathe her infected fire upon Berlin. Thousands will die. And through that destruction, the virus will take to the air. The critical mass of Berlin's metahuman population will be exposed, but no one will even think to quarantine the city until it's too late. The flux state lacks any centralized authority. Corporations will evacuate their own. Thousands will flee the city. Infected.
He mutters, his voice growing more detached.
Oh yes, honey. Berlin is a perfect flashpoint. It wasn't supposed to happen tonight, no, but this little intervention of yours leaves us no choice. So let us see.
Question, Vauclair. why is Berlin the perfect flashpoint? Wouldn't something like, Denver be better? Because if you went to Denver, then it would burn down, run through the city, infect a bunch of people, and it's a hub city with 6 different countries that own it. So all the nationals from those cities who get infected will then fly home to their home territories in order to evacuate.
Well, that would work.
Wouldn't
too,
that
but-
make more sense?
Well, it's going to take longer for people to lock things down here, and Firewing would have to make it all the way over to Denver, controlled somehow, if you can figure that out, and then not get blown up along the way, or stopped by other dragons, theoretically, or could get shot down over the ocean where there's minimal spread rate. A lot of the dragons hang their hats in Europe. It makes enough sense, and he's crazy.
I know. So I'm trying to point out to him that his plan, trying to point out one logical flaw in his plan, so hopefully it'll crack his plan and realize, oh, wait a minute, maybe I am a little bit too crazy. Let's back up and go back to the drawing board for a month and double check all of this. Of course, video game, that's not actually going to work, but
If I was running it, I'd still have it go.
I'm sure he's. Oh, you just do not understand, abstruse.
And after a while, he goes, on the other hand, you don't need to.
Yep.
He squints at the screen.
Tonight's wind patterns dictate the ground zero be Tempelhof Schonberg. Highly populated. The virus will spread quickly enough from there.
So it's only a few kilometers from the Cruise Bazaar. Don't do it, Vauclair. I swear I will make you hurt if you do. And I'll make it last.
We all know that is not going to happen. You are trapped here, impotent to stop this from happening. And it will happen.
The old man eyes the cigarette butt in his hand, fishes out another from the pack and lights it with the first. Then he returns to his console, reaching to the side for a microphone. He mutters something into the receiver. You can barely make out the sound of the name Aldrin. When he turns to address you again, his voice is level. The shaking in his hand seems to have subsided.
Security will be here soon, and they will take care of you. Do not worry. You will not be harmed. The sacrifices I'm making tonight is a necessary evil. It cannot be helped. But so long as you remain confined, I see no reason to kill you too.
You can heel turn at the last minute.
Good RPGs, yo. Give me
Shit.
dialogue.
Shit. I had to try. I had to see if I could save and do it. How exactly do you plan to get Firewing to go along with this plan of yours?
Oh, that's simple enough. He gestures to his left.
She has no choice.
You're going to need to explain a little bit more than that. That's
Well, the gaunt woman in the containment cell stands rigidly, her face pressed against the glass, her haunted yellow eyes tracking their every move. She appears frightened, disoriented, lost. Her mouth moves silently, her voice muted by her glass cage. So as the stories of Green Witches found were true, Firewing's astral form was separated from the body when she fell. You trapped it somehow.
Yes. But that came later. In 2012, we took down Firewing with an experimental weapon. This device. Suffice it to say, we couldn't fully predict how it would affect her. In 2036, I led a search team into the Sox. I had to know what really happened to the creature that I had slain. We found her alive, in a way. The dragon's astral form, her spirit, you might say, had been ripped from her body by the weapon.
Interesting that it takes a humanoid form.
It was trapped inside a young woman living in the Sox. A mob of glowpunks revered her, treated her like a goddess. I transported the young woman and the dragon body here, where I could study them.
You mean that she's been in that cell for almost 20 years?
No choice. Creature separated from its astral form cannot live more than a few hours before both die. It was a high-intensity radiation of the socks, combined with her magical nature inside her, that allowed for the woman to live as long as she has. So, the environment within her containment chamber mirrors that of the socks. It has allowed us to keep Firewing alive all these years, while her bestial shell remains chained up below. Now, as to her physical form, that to be simple as well. We've drilled a series of electrical charges directly into her skull. When we release the Firewing's body, empty of her astral self, we will trigger all of the vicious instincts and primal urges in her left in her reptile brain. She will unleash her fire where we command.
See, I would pick the bottom one because but there's no like tag on that saying you're being sarcastic and mocking him. When you say astral dragon stuck in a jar, big dumb dragon body rigged up to obey your commands. Got it. There's no eye roll attached to that to show that I'm mocking him, so I can't pick that one because it sounds like I'm saying it straight. I'd go insane if I were trapped like that for 20 years.
Misplaced empathy. That beast blazed a path of fiery destruction across Germany.
So did every other dragon when they woke up. They eventually snapped out of it.
But no matter. I have more important things to do than debate the morality of this with you. Firewing must fly. Berlin must be sacrificed, and it must be tonight. Now, where's that damned Aldrin?
And get another chance to do a heel turn, but you don't burn a city and call it a sacrifice. You call it what it is, mass murder.
Was it mass murder when America dropped the atomic bomb on Japan? The myopic would say yes, just
Yes.
as you are now. But they did it for a cause, to shorten the agony of war, to save the lives of thousands upon thousands of soldiers.
It was because of a mistranslation. The Japanese sent a message saying we'll consider it when the United States asked for an unconditional surrender, and it got mistranslated as no instead of we're considering it. So we dropped the bombs, as opposed to a land invasion. If we had waited for a proper translation before we sent the bombs, that would have happened.
I do the same. For the good of the world.
Ah, that's why you
Shit.
know the etiquettes, bro.
Shit. I'm not buying it, Doc. Ending a war and exterminating an entire intelligent species are two very different things. One's called genocide.
Don't be so self-righteous. We drive new species to extinction every single year on this planet. Dragons, at least, we have caused. Humanity was born to reproduce, to multiply. But dragons were born to acquire, to accumulate, to hoard.
That's racist.
Both strive to bend the world to their will. Humanity has conquered the air, land, and sea through sheer numbers. Dragons, however, employ different means altogether. So at history, they have allowed us to do the heavy lifting, while they pull the strings.
And now I've got that Ed Wood movie stuck in my head. Pull the strings!
There are 17 great dragons in the world today.
That we know of.
17 ancient worms, millennia old, slowly dividing the planet into 17 piles of gold to nest upon, in front of our eyes.
Like, that number can't be right. I'm sitting here counting.
Them, dude.
I can't help it. I can't help it.
Now.
Once upon a time, they burned castles to steal the treasures we collected, laid waste to entire armies. But here, in the sixth world, it is no longer about tooth and claw and fiery breath.
Yeah, that number's way low, dude.
Great dragons.
Yeah, great dragons. That number's way low. It's like I ran through 17 just off the top of my head.
Come on, Mickey.
You have no idea how many times I've read Dragons of the Sixth World. And
Now it's public relations, marketing, mergers, and acquisition. You see it every day. Dragons on the radio, in the boardrooms. They get the influence, wealth, power. Continually hoarding, until one of them sits atop it all. Perhaps not in this cycle of the world. Perhaps not the next. But one day, one worm will stand alone, triumphant, with all of humanity as its cattle, with all the world as its prize. And that I will not allow.
The Intelligence 6 is what I keep thinking.
what if this virus mutates into a strain that can kill us, too?
An intelligent question from a Shadowrunner? Surprising.
This thing on my
Unfortunately,
back,
I
what do you
don't have
think
the-
this is?
Unfortunately, I don't have the time to explain to you in detail, and since you're locked in that laboratory with no chance of escape, I don't really need to.
Except this is the perfect time. Do you not watch Bond movies?
But understand this. I am an expert in my field. That is not an idle boast, it is a certifiable fact. I have worked with nearly unlimited resources for over 4 years? I can't.
40.
40. Over 40 years focused on one goal. 42 years of isolation. Secrecy. Dead to the world. Dead to my brother.
Murderer of your brother.
Was it my life's mission? It will work. I promise you, honey, it will work.
Seriously, your Panacea virus is built on the back of an RNA virus, yet you're not worried about the possibility of mutation?
It had to be an RNA virus, no choice in the matter. If Panacea is to work, it must be robust, untreatable DNA.
Untreatable, a DNA virus.
A DNA virus wouldn't fit the bill. You aren't listening, Doctor. He's right. RNA polymerases are notoriously prone to replication errors. Any first-year biology student could tell you that. You have no way of knowing how your Panacea will mutate once you let it go. You're playing with fire in every way imaginable.
Literally, because the conveyance method is Dragonfire.
Yeah, but
That would be the joke, yeah.
I am not a first-year biology student. I am at the forefront of my field, and I have told you it will work. I spent decades on this, studying it, proving its effectiveness. You will respect that.
And that's why my logic wouldn't have worked anyway, because of his axiomatic thinking.
Mhm.
He knows he is right. Anything that disproves that he is right must therefore be wrong.
Yep.
And that's how you get villains.
Because I said so doesn't cut it. Not once the stakes is this high. What Abstruse is saying makes sense, and you know it. You must be crazy, but you ain't stupid.
I don't have etiquette academic, but I would know to ask about peer review. Come on. Damn it. However sure you are your Panacea works, you can't risk releasing it, Vauclair. There's too much at stake.
You're exactly right, Shadowrunner. There is too much at stake. Too much at stake not to act.
Oh my god.
After all, science has always attracted its share of doomsayers. During the development of the atomic bomb, Compton and Oppenheimer expressed concerns that the fission explosion could ignite the Earth's atmosphere. Fermi even took bets on it.
Yeah, and the Large Hadron Collider is going to open up a black hole. No actual scientist thought that was going to happen. Not even Compton and Oppenheimer did.
The group's research later indicated that the ultimate catastrophe was unlikely, so they continued forward. Yes, I will show the same resolve that those great minds did. I will not be deterred.
The group's research later indicated they did research to make sure that wouldn't happen. So I'm getting angry at the NPC. I'm not even reading the dialogue choices at the moment. This plan of you killed your brother. Is it really worth it? he's willing to sacrifice his city. He's not gonna. He would exceed the limiting dragons with a dangerous power vacuum. This is truth, but I don't know if that's going to crack through his logic. Not infallible.
Well,
he thinks he is.
The brother stuff did seem to affect him.
They're planning at problems, but you're right. It's our best shot. Third chance for a heel turn. Just call him nuts. Yeah, hammering on the brother is about the only thing.
No! Nothing can make it right. Nothing. Damn it, Hermie. Couldn't you just let me go?
I so want to pick the asshole up.
Yeah.
It will not help the situation.
No.
So the question is, do I try to guilt him overall, or do I try to guilt him personally? Guilting him personally is, I think, is going to work
Personally
better.
is the only route you've got.
Listen to reason, Vauclair. Would Hermie want you to do this?
You did not know my brother, Shadowrun. Do not presume to speak to me on his behalf. Hermie could support me in this. If he knew, I know.
I actually know him better than you do right now because I've talked to him kinda in the last 40 years. Through his DVDs, granted, but still. Maybe he would, but that doesn't make it right.
I'll take your opinions on what is right with a grain of salt, Shadow. When viewed through the lens of history, my panacea will be remembered as the key to our species' salvation. I won't live to see it, but it will happen, regardless of your beliefs to the contrary.
Try pulling the logic now. Worth a shot.
Well, I kind of like the infallible one, though.
Seems like I'm going to go through each one. Infallible. He thinks he is
Might-
infallible.
You might only get 2.
I'll give it a shot. Look, you're not infallible, Doc. You've already made mistakes here, and people have died as a result, like your brother.
Mistakes. So says the career criminal trapped in the containment room.
I'm not a criminal. I've never been convicted. I've read some of your inter-office communications. There have been a number of deaths over the years, haven't there?
They have suffered losses, yes. They were tragic. But the people here accepted that there would be risks. They made their own choices. I won't take the blame for that.
I get that they were making their own decisions, but from what I was reading, it sounded like those people died from your negligence. Basic lapses in laboratory safety, it said.
Is there some point you're trying to make, or are you just trying to anger me?
Mostly I was just jumping to piss you off, yeah. I'm being honest. Can't be honest, I'm trying to convince him. My point is that everyone makes mistakes, even you. And yet you want to roll the dice with a biological weapon?
I think you already screwed up that up.
It will work. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I didn't have the academic, so I don't think I'm going to be able to talk my way out of this.
Bet your researchers in the lab would be safe. Yeah.
Bet you told your researchers that the lab would be safe too. Look how that turned out.
Why am I even talking to you? You're trapped in there, and I've still got work to do. Alton will be here for you. We'll be here for you soon enough.
The old man turns away from you, studying some invisible detail on his console. He looks irritated.
Even if you succeed at this, eliminating the dragons is just going to create a dangerous power vacuum.
A pointless argument. Any power vacuum created through Dragontine's extermination will be filled by meta-humanity. Any backlash will right itself over time. I'm playing the long game, Shadowrunner, one that has played out over thousands of years. When you look at that scale, everything seems possible. Humanity will endure, and the dragons will perish.
Yeah, I didn't think that one had a lot of hope.
However, Will was asking, where and how did he get these unlimited resources? He was just some dude.
He had a whole mega corporation, right?
No, he was a research doctor, I think.
Oh, I could have sworn he had
he wasn't. He was in a corporation, but he wasn't. He didn't own. He owned like maybe a single A or a double A. I think I'd have to go look it up again. But
even a B-rated corporation gives you preposterous amounts of money. So
yeah, but
you know.
Sometimes if I click this, my entire team's going to turn on me and kill me.
That would be interesting.
And I can't save to test it. But I've heard enough of this, Vauclair. You're nuts. It's my only option. But no, I was thinking it was either the guy on Shadowland who's went by Dragon Slayer or an Immortal Elf. One of the two. And I think Dragon Slayer is also backed by an Immortal Elf. That's my personal theory, anyway. Or he is an Immortal Elf.
Well, the irony is that this system would probably kill the Immortal Elves, too.
Probably, yeah. But
anyway, he nuts. There has to be a better way, Vauclair. There has to be.
I am a man of science, Shadowrun. Better paths may exist, but I do not know what to do. I wish that I didn't have to sacrifice so many. I wish that I hadn't had to die. But the solution is here, now, in my hands, and I choose to take it.
Through the speakers, you can hear the sound of heavy footfalls approaching.
No, you idiot! On the other side of the glass! Oh. Aldrin. Good. It's about time you showed up. Sorry, Doctor. We were waking up the dragon's physical form. It required some care. But the procedure is ready to begin now. You should see to it.
The orc sneers at you from behind the glass, his scarred features writhing in the dancing light of Vauclair's monitor.
Looks like you trapped the thugs who were attacking the manor. Yes, they won't be a problem any longer. With Apex gone, our security is still compromised. We'd best still hurry. Oh, and Aldrin, don't forget to clean the containment unit afterwards. The virus will kill Pure Shrine, along with the rest. When it does, her astral form will perish as well. Human host or no.
They're going to stop you, Vauclair. They'll find a way. And we'll make it painful.
Quiet! Everything's ready in the chamber, Doc. I think you should start the procedure yourself. Yes, my friend. It's time, Hermie. Let's do some good. I will begin the infusion process. Aldrin, please make sure our guests here are securely locked away before you come down. I am sorry, Abstruse. Sorry for your friend, Paul Amson. Sorry for Farshon. Sorry for the Kuzma. Sorry for Bali. Wish there was another way.
Wow. These are all pretty good, but the "you sound just like a dragon" is pretty.
yeah. I don't think he does, but that's the one that's going to cut deepest for him. That's what I'm going for. An elaborate plan to destroy an entire species, a massive underground fortress with an army of mercenaries. You sound just like a dragon, Doc.
Fire flashes in Vauclair's eyes, his back straight.
And what do you presume to know of dragon? I've spent my entire life studying them.
Look at yourself. You're nothing more than the other side of the same coin. Those in power manipulating those who aren't.
Perhaps. Perhaps I am.
Fuck.
But for one difference. I am a man. I am finite. A man can gather power, wield it for his lifetime, nothing more. His work will fade, lost to the inevitable entropies that decays all. Oh, he may create a dynasty that will stand for a time, but his dust will not reap its benefit. Dragons. Dragons are immortal. Time means little to them. What they will, they will. And no power can truly stop them unless it is death itself. War, plague, famine, natural disaster. Setbacks. Merely setback. Avarice, eternal. No, Shadowrun. I am not one of them. No more than you are. Vauclair looks down for a long moment.
Sorry.
And then does something I didn't get to read.
Leaves the room. Sorry.
Audrin turns to stare at you through the glass. His lips curl into an insolent smile.
Hi again. Long time. How's Amsel doing? Is that hole in his brain pan heal up okay?
Big talk from a guy hiding behind bulletproof glass.
Taunt all you want. If we get out of here, you should never set foot in space. Burned orc knocks on the heavy transplast window separating you.
Afraid that's not going to happen. This lab's locked down tight, like the doc said. The test subjects that they keep in there don't play well with others. Dangerous, nasty thing. They don't smell great either. But you will see for yourself in a second.
You probably got family in Berlin, don't you, Audrin? You really want to see them die?
Dr. Vauclair's my family, asshole. He's a great man. Man of vision. And I'm gonna make sure that his vision becomes reality. Listen, I got to go. Have fun with the test subjects while I'm gone.
He grins and flips a switch on the console.
If you're still alive when I get back, I'll put a bullet in.
Or something.
This is some Bond level shit.
Just like the afterthought.
I'm going to leave you here with my sharks with lasers for eyes.
Oh no, it's a
Fire Drake.
fire drake. Sure. See, now's when we can now we can talk about all this stuff.
Yep. Okay. So let's go back a ways. Where do you get his funding? Will had a bunch of questions, and I'm trying to scroll, and I'm dragging the screen all over the place.
That is not the same kind of drake we were talking about before.
Yes,
Fire drake is there's two kinds of drakes. There's the drakes that are just basically like Draco forms. Like if a dragon dog, for lack of a better term. A drake in the more formal form is when a human is invested with an element of draconic essence, giving them the ability to effectively shapeshift into a comparatively small dragon themselves. It's a were-dragon. Yeah, this is just a dragony dog. Yeah, I mean, going by the accents, like Dietrich, by the way that they put the sort of twang into his tone, should have something like a New York accent or something. But
I always heard Dietrich is like this mix of German and Cockney.
That's it. That thank you. That's much better. And yeah, that would be valid. Judging by the way that they have
written out his dialogue. When you're doing voiceover professionally, they usually have notes about that kind of thing if they want it specifically. Otherwise, they just say, use your best guess. I'm drawing on the fact that a lot of translated media tends to incorporate an accent to denote being from a different region or potentially social class. It's a little embarrassing how I found out about this, but in the manga Love Hina, the character Kitsune speaks with a, I think, Kanto dialect.
Kanto, yeah.
Which is, I love that you know this. And so they portray her as having a southern accent in the written dialogue.
That in a lot of anime, that's how they usually translate the like Osaka or Kanto regional accent is as southerner, because that's how it's kind of transliterates into. They have kind of the same biases and same everything else that think of.
Yeah.
Of a southern accent.
It's the spirit of the thing, even if it's not the sound of it. So, yeah, in this particular case, I'm not going to think Trick necessarily has a mixed British accent. It's possible; those things do exist, but they are definitely a rarity. I find hybridized accents to be absolutely enchanting. I'm totally in love with the Hong Kong English dialect that sounds like a little British, but has all the gentle curves of Cantonese. It's really, oh gosh, it's beautiful here. If you'd like an example of that, the video game Sleeping Dogs, which I cannot recommend, is some of the radio station commercials for higher class goods that are done by a woman who's speaking English but is clearly from Hong Kong herself. And you end up with a sound that is like elegant and delicate. I really love the way. So in Dietrich's case, I just went with like what came to my gut first. He speaks with a somewhat slangy, jocular fashion, befitting the sort of non-racist skinhead punk kind of thing that's going on with him. Which there is a whole background on.
Good chance for us to split up a little bit. Still not enough to take that thing out.
But there's something you can pick up, and I'd love to know if there's a way to let her out of it somehow.
Medical supplies, but nothing over here yet. There we go. Something to do. Boost the aim accuracy on our sniper.
I mean, it's gonna do anything.
Ow. Sorry, Glory. Abstruse took the only good cover.
Like you do. I do wish the fight music were a little more, I don't know, different or epic. It feels like this has been the fight song for almost every fight we've had.
It has been.
I do feel like the first game had better variety. Like, different fights had different sound. That really intense one that had a tea kettle in the background. Ooh.
I'm gonna say block. Why'd you walk through both fires, dumbass?
Panic.
What the hell just happened? I didn't finish my turn. At least I know what to do with Dietrich now.
He is hurt.
Glory's got to run past him anyway to get to them, so. Great shot!
That was 1 in a million.
Yep, he's out of...
I wonder if the new Star Wars movie will have Palpatine explain all the shit the fans have been complaining about. Let's take a few minutes to explain who and what's new and what.
It's about time I popped one of those.
Okay, so for that would be pretty bad.
Grandfather? Fuck. Yeah. That would be amazing.
Why was the line of sight locked? Fucking... Do that. At least I softened that one up a little bit. Oh, I get a full turn now. Cool. Got a low chance to escape, so... Shit! 8% chance. 8%.
That's what happens when you roll them down. Bullshit.
At least it was only 1 damage.
Thank Providence for small favors. The gods.
Not adjacent. Electro core back. There.
There.
This. Hopefully another spirit right next to that one will get it to leave us alone. Worth a shot. Yes, attack the spirits, please. Thank you. Thank you very much, you dumb fire drake. On the plus side, fire drake's gone. Don't have to worry about it anymore.
One thing down.
The only thing left is my other spirit. Okay, I ain't taking any chances anymore. You guys do your little Pokemon battle thing. There we go.
All right.
8% chance to break free is like 90% chance to hit in XCOM. Apparently that's the case.
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to take one more quick break before we get into this dialogue, because I think it's going to be this dialogue, then Audra, and then we're done, aside from more dialogue, right?
I mean,
Give or take.
one hopes.
That's what it seems like it would be.
I'm having a good time, but at the same time, it's like, my gods, man.
How many endings are we going to have? How many climaxes?
Yeah. Like,
I just killed
thank
4
you
fire
very much,
drakes.
Peter Jackson.
All right, we'll be back in just a couple minutes.
Bro.
Are back, and don't forget, that movie takes place right now. That's going on in LA as we're talking right now. All of that in that trailer. If you're not dressing like that, you are out of fashion.
Out of fashion. Out of order.
You need to start wearing more see-through pleather, more eyeshadow that goes in a bar across your eyes.
Yes.
Which, by the way, that was the funniest thing, was all of the weird-ass cyberpunk makeup in all of those movies and photo shoots and art and everything else. They've done studies. That type of makeup completely fucks up facial identification cameras.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, hey, cyberpunk got something right by accident trying to be trendy in the 80s.
Accident, nothing. Daryl Hannah knew what she was doing. Wasn't she like incredibly violently ill the day they shot that scene or something? Like she broke a leg or something, or she broke her arm.
No, she broke her arm when we first see her, when she meets JF Sebastian, when she crashes into that window running away. She fractured her elbow. In the take you see. And she just keeps going. And when they were done with the scene, she went, okay, ow, need a medic. They're like, what? She's like, I think I broke my arm. They're like, why did you say anything? We gotta get the shot.
Anybody wants to give Daryl Hannah shit, I'm like, Blade Runner.
Not worried about any of this crap. I want to know what everyone's health is at. Do I have anything I can actually raise that's worthwhile?
Etiquette academics. Well, fine.
A little late on that. Although I don't have enough karma anyway. I would have had to get. I would have had to have 15 more karma in order to unlock that.
Like, if you'd had that, could that have dissuaded him from it?
I think that is an option, to talk him out of it. No, I need a biotech 7. I can only get biotech 6. What is that even? That's the maximum for. I'm so glad that's gone in 6th. Fucking idiot. More hit points. That sounds like a good thing to do right now. I got 1 karma left. I don't think I'm getting any more anytime soon, so what should I spend my 1 karma on? Hang on. Whoa. Hang on. I can get Killing Hands. I can suddenly manifest as a physical adept. No.
Firewing is staring at you and slowly turning you into an adept.
That makes sense.
I mean, as much sense as anything. Let's not fool ourselves. We may love Shadowrun, but we have to admit there's a great deal of what?
Yep. Will in the channel saying, do you want to know what happens if you talk Vauclair down? Please tell me, because I didn't get the chance to, and I'm probably not going to play through this again for a while, at least not to that level.
The gaunt woman paused at the glass at your approach, her haunted yellow eyes tracking your every move. When you activate the intercom, a green light activates inside the containment cell, and she flinches up at it, startled.
Are you okay in there?
A small voice whispers through lips that barely move. It sounds hoarse and awkward, like a rusty lock. Help. Please. Help.
How do I free you? I don't see an instrument panel for the cell.
The guts. Find the guts. By my body. A machine. A machine that keeps me trapped in the trouble of this prison. Break it, break it, break it.
I can't get to the guts unless I can get out of this room.
I know a way to free yourself. Then you help me. A deal. A deal if you agree to free me.
Uh-oh. Shoot straight. Conserve ammo.
Never.
Never, ever deal with the dragon.
Except
Never ever
when
cut a
evil
deal with the
presents
dragon.
Itself, then you should always take it.
Sorry? What was the addendum to that?
Unless one presents itself to you, then you should always take it because it's good for the story.
Okay, so New Millennium in chat. Basically, Vauclair admits that you're right, and when Audrin tells him, and when Audrin arrives, he tells him that he's shutting the project down, only for Audrin to kill him and follow through with the plan anyway.
Shit.
And New Millennium's never seen anyone not be able to talk him down. So, yeah, like I went into this completely blind, so I didn't know what I needed to take and what not to take. So I just chose what I thought would make sense for the abstruse character that I've been playing for like 20 years, filtered through the mechanics of this game as opposed to the Shadowrun Tabletop. Because in Shadowrun Tabletop, he's a lot less focused on the biotech and a lot more focused on. He has a little bit of training in biotech, but he's more focused on. He has a lot more magical research and Sixth World history.
To answer that earlier question, the Necronomicon came to prominence in H.P. Lovecraft's works, yes.
Yeah, the
That
Necronomicon.
being said, there's probably a Necronomicon in every single RPG or video game that exists, even the ones that don't have magic, because
Lovecraft.
everybody just loves that shit.
The evil book bound in human flesh, inked in blood, the Necronomicon Ex Mortis. It summons the
Derived by
Deadites.
the mad wizard Abdul al-Hazred. Or Deadites.
Yep.
Whatever
The Necronomicon was Lovecraft's invention, including the word Necronomicon, but it translates from Latin very loosely as the Book of the Dead, that comes from Egyptian mythology, and probably Sumerian as well, although I'm not that versed in Sumerian. But the fun thing about Egyptian mythology is the Book of the Dead isn't what everyone thinks the Book of the Dead is. It's not like a book of... It's just the detailing of the afterlife and how to make mummies. It's an instruction book.
Pretty much. It's a combination Bible and funeral preparation guide.
Yeah, it's
Which is
basically...
funny because you go into any occult store, they almost certainly have an Egyptian Book of the Dead, and they're like, "Behold the secrets of Egyptian magic." Like,
Okay, you get the needle with the hook on it, and you stick it up the nose.
there you go.
Make sure you have a lot of salt.
Plenty of the proper herbs, perfumes, and oils. Oil up that skin.
Which at
To
this
this
point,
day,
you don't know if you're making a recipe for jerky, preparing a human body, or if it is actually a magic ritual, because they all kind of blend together at that point.
It's true. And I still get a laugh whenever I watch The Mummy, because there's always that thing, to be punished, they were to be mummified alive. And I'm like,
No, the mummification process would kill you pretty much instantly.
the first thing it does is kill you. They don't like remove your gut slowly and pack in like dried flowers. The first thing they remove is the brain. So
stick a needle up the nose is not a euphemism or a joke. That is, they stuck a needle up your nose and started yanking your brains out.
Yeah, and it doesn't even make sense in the context of the movie, because one, they're showing these bandaged dudes like as they're being put into these sarcophagi, but at the same time, Evie points out in camp the first thing they do is take a long hook and stick it right up your nose and pull your brains out. It's like, you just contradicted your own damn self. The only way I can see it is if they did that whole undead ritual first. So they were undead and then started mummifying them while they were undead, not necessarily alive. That would make more sense to me.
Yeah, they were just trying to hammer on that buried alive fear. But New William had to mention the Beatles. The Beatles were probably the most accurate thing in there, with one sole exception, that the beetles that they're talking about in that do not eat living flesh. They only eat dead flesh.
Yeah.
And they're actually used, they are an actual species, and they are actually native to that region in the Middle East, Egypt and around some areas around there, Israel and whatnot. And they only eat dead flesh, and they're actually curated and owned by museums all over the world because they're great for cleaning bones, cleaning dead flesh off of skeletons.
Yep. You'd be amazed how many like insects play a part in medicine today. Like even today, they will use maggots to clean out rot from a wound.
Yeah, they only eat dead flesh, so you pack a bunch of maggots under bandages. They go to town on the dead flesh, and it prevents gangrene.
Yep, and I mean, they're not gonna like lay eggs in you. They're babies. They're not gonna eat you. They're not gonna bite you. They're gonna nibble away the bad stuff.
Apparently that was really freaky though, because you can feel them squirming all the time.
That I have heard. I have never had the displeasure of being cured by maggot, but hey.
Okay, let's see what this deal is I'm about to make with the dragon. Let's think this through. Be careful.
Be careful. Lie. Yeah, no, sure.
Yeah, lie to a great dragon. That's a good idea. Which, speaking of, did he count Firewing in his fucking 17 great dragons?
Maybe more of them popped up later. This is like earlier than, the dragon report.
Yeah.
But anyway.
I mean, there's at least Masaru, I think. He didn't become Masaru. He didn't become a great dragon until after this. I think he started his ritual 3 years after this game takes place.
Mm-hmm. So
he said 17 great dragons.
Don't lie. Yeah, 17 great dragons. I could see that. 17 dragons total. No.
And then there's also the ones that aren't really known. I don't think our leash is actually known that well outside of the circles that study outside of dragons and Shadowrun fan.
Yeah, ditto sea dragon.
There's at least a couple of others that aren't really that known, that are well known to Shadowrun fans, but not well known outside of if you dig deep into the dragon lore.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So don't lie.
I'm not going to lie. I am not lying to a dragon.
So honestly, deal, or tell you what, you help me and I'll see what I can do.
I'll see what I can do. I want terms on this deal first.
I will help you. Grant you release, and you will repay me in kind. Yes, yes, yes. You can escape from this room. There's a panel in the floor. There is. You can drop down, find your way into the guts of this place. There, by my body, is the machine. Break it, break it, break it.
Okay, if the deal is you let me out of here and then I break the machine, that is a deal I can deal with. I think.
I would hold off on saying deal because it's possible you might be able to negotiate later. So it's like, yes, now I'll have vengeance. Hey, we had a deal.
But I also don't want to say we'll see directly to her face or just walk off in silence. Actually, walking off in silence is probably going to be my play here. I'm not saying yes. I'm not saying no either. Yeah, Apex is dead. There's our secret hatch. I already grabbed the medical supplies. Sewer level, I bet.
He said 17 great dragons into the dark. You squeeze through the narrow gap beneath the floor panels and climb down into a large space beneath the lab complex. And we are loading. Darkness surrounds you, and the air smells moldy and stale. As your eyes slowly adjust to the light, you can make out the dim plains of cobweb-covered walls and scattered construction equipment. Judging by the dust and disrepair, this place appears to have been abandoned long ago. Meanwhile, somewhere else beneath the Harfeld Manor, Dr. Adrian Vauclair is preparing to wake a dragon and unleash it on an unsuspecting Berlin. That art looks like backstage at a concert. Compared to the lab above, this room is almost impossibly quiet. A small amount of light filters in from the narrow passage above you. There appear to be light fixtures mounted in the walls, but there is no sign of a light source. Where the hell are we, boss? It looks abandoned. I think this place is military. Judging by our depths and the markings, I'm guessing it's an abandoned missile base. That would explain why Vauclair chose this place for his operation. Can't be easy to find a secret underground base big enough to house a dragon.
All right, first things first. We need to get back into the lab complex and find Vauclair and the worm before it's...
We've got no choice. If you don't stop Vauclair from releasing that dragon, everyone in the Cruz Bazaar is dead.
Anyone bring a flashlight?
Fuel canister. This is a small sealed plastic can of regular old gasoline.
That's expensive as shit, I think. That's gotta be pretty expensive in this.
Yeah, not really.
There aren't many gas cars left in Shadowrun.
There's gas cars. There's plenty of gas cars. They're not as common. They're more of a luxury item.
Yeah.
I would say that personally, I would say that the ratio is probably flipped between gas and electric cars from today. Like, electric cars are more common because they're cheaper. Grid guide is a thing. You know, it's just simpler. Having a gas-powered car is a luxury or a necessity, depending on if you live somewhere where there is no grid guide. But if you're in those circumstances, your economy just became a whole lot more. Fuel says empty. Maybe around the other curve. No, it's still empty. It won't do anything. Okay, go to your right.
I'm checking. There's a small generator next to it that already filled and tried to that already started. Humans barely see where I'm going. Hey.
Hello, traveler. Can you help us?
What the fuck is that?
A scorpion. Scorpion.
No, seriously, what the fuck is that? That is not a thing in Shadowrun. I own all the monster books. I read them.
All right, one, Jordan Weissman helped develop this, so now it is. And second,
yeah.
Can I express my extreme excitement that the music is different? This is fight music from the original.
Yes, it is. This is, isn't it?
That matters to me, man. And that's the classic theme from the SNES.
Yep.
It amazes me how many people don't recognize it. Like, it bothers me.
That's the first thing I noticed when I listened to Neo Anarchist podcast was Opti using that as a bed.
Yeah. I do remember thinking, like, when I first started playing, oh, they're not going to use the Sega music? And I was like, wait, what Sega music? The opening theme was...
Wasn't much Sega music. Okay, there's diesel fuel.
Yeah.
Seriously, as far as I'm aware, there are no giant scorpions in Shadowrun.
I mean, is it...
Well, now there are because, again, Jordan Wiseman, but...
It seems reasonable.
Zoom out a little bit. Now we'll add the diesel fuel. And try to start this generator. Okay, now let's take a look at these old papers.
At the lightest touch, papers crumble to dust. You can make out one small scrap that still contains legible writing.
Look, Jorg, I don't care what you heard down there. Just because you heard something and a few people got sick from some weird disease doesn't mean that there are monsters wandering around. We've got to finish our blasting or we won't get paid. No amount of weirdness is going to change that. Sorry, I had to.
The New Millennium asks, since I mentioned vampire crossover fanfic, what generation of vampire would match the Great Dragon? Antediluvians. Done.
What generation would match? It would be
The Great Dragons, Antediluvians. That's it.
Yeah.
Maybe a Methuselah, but no, Antediluvians.
We're talking like Mithras level Methuselah.
Yeah.
So let's bear in mind, Mithras got his ass handed to him by a bunch of werewolves and then randomly got diablerized by some Sabbat loser who was wandering through a forest somehow. But that's an entirely different tale. Yeah, no. Back in the day, they didn't stat dragons. I still think that was a mistake.
But
Great dragons were simply labeled ultimate level NPCs, which means no, you can't kill them.
Well, they did stat them in a way. They gave the stats for adult dragons, and then they said, okay, great dragons are plus 10, plus 10, plus 10, plus 10, but they didn't stat any specific great dragons. They just said great dragons in general will have this, and then they went on to say, but they're also going to have this and this and like spell locks and spells that don't even need spell locks. And
yeah, every spell that ever existed plus anything else you can come up with, and they can use types of magic that don't even that don't even exist in Shadowrun, like magic that would have been powerful in Earth Dawn is what they use casually. And Earth Dawn magic, unless we really, really rush things, and I hope we don't, is quantum leaps ahead of where Shadowrun. If we're talking vampire now, yeah, Jamitsi did not exactly become the Earth. It depends on which Gehenna ending you go with.
Yeah, it was 5 choices, I think.
There were 4 or 5 different endings. Some were very small and personal. Some of them were huge. One of them, the players only barely matter. Side pasture for the characters in the novels doing much more interesting things. My personal favorite, the one that's like Fallout Vampire. In that one, an unknown antediluvian ends up merging with the earth and becoming like crystal mountains in the face of the characters. Gangrel or Anoia, she became the earth. Like if you were playing a Gangrel, the ground was constantly opening up under you trying to eat.
Jimitsi became a virus that could be spread to any living thing, plants, people, whatever, and the servants of Jimitsi were moving around trying to infect as many people as possible. You team up with fucking Tremere, who's in Goratrix's body, and he tries to use the DNA mapping Human Genome Project records in Salt Lake City to create a ritual that will allow him to basically stop all this bad stuff from happening. But if you follow all of the convoluted background stuff of Vampire, you know that the initial blood potion made by House of Mir, a mage house of the Order of Hermes, was made from Jimitsi blood. I'm getting there, buddy. I'm getting there. So right in the middle of the ritual, he basically he uses that blood magnification thing and gets to second generation power. And it activates the ritual, and just when he's about to cure everybody of Jimitsi, infected in him already since the very beginning, takes him over and says, "Be one with me." And across the world, every living thing that's infected with Jimitsi becomes fucking a Corrupton marauder. So now the whole world is full of like flesh form things, and Jimitsi is effectively one. Then the body of Tremere, now occupied by Jalot, yes, finds the characters somehow and gets you to a cave and says, "Okay, so who here's played Earthbound? Because we all have to pray really hard." And apparently you pray so hard that you see a montage of all the surviving people in the world and vampires and whatever, and God accepts your apology, and Jalot crumbles away to ash and is made into an angel and floats off to heaven, and the characters are cured of their vampirism if their humanity is high enough. If it is too low, they just crumble away to dust. Jimitsi is completely erased, as is vampirism in general, apparently. And the characters, for anybody who's got any vague, lingering, or magical abilities, your characters have very faint halo in their aura. And the gift, the prize for all that they have done in maintaining their humanity in the time of thin blood is that they get to live a complete and healthy, prosperous life. They will never get sick again. They will die of old age, surrounded by their family if they want one. Absolutely content, happy, and painless, and will transition to heaven. And that is their happy ending. Alternatively, Cain wakes up somewhere in the desert and screams at the sky, "Why won't you let me die?" And God lets him. But that's a whole other story. So, yeah, don't worry about it, Will. It's a lot to untangle.
That's
man,
one of 5 endings.
Yeah, that's one of 5. So yeah, we got through that paper.
And as far as which one is canonical in Vampire 5th edition, I don't know. I would have to actually read Vampire 5th edition.
Yeah,
I haven't done since the pre-alpha.
Too much controversy and too much.
Will, you know damn well why I haven't.
You play a Nazi pedophile who can only get blood from children. That's super.
Posing as a children's author who owns a refugee, so was also a smack at J.K. Rowling on top of that.
Like, come on, guys. You don't have to try that hard to be. But I know a lot of people who did work on that book who I love and respect and who turn out quality material, and I don't want to besmirch them. And they're still working on 5th Ed, and they're turning a lot of it around, and bless them for it. I just haven't gotten to it because, frankly, I love Requiem, and I love how it plays, and I don't super need it. But I think when Bloodlines 2 comes out, that'll probably push me into revisiting Masquerade, because that game looks awesome!
I just need to figure out when my animosity is going to fall down, because they did fire the 2 convicted rapists off the team finally. Actually convicted in a court of law.
I know enough people working on the books these days that I want to support them, and they are very big into cleaning house, and I really applaud them.
The thing is, I don't know anyone anymore that's working on Vampire. I know a lot of people who work at Modifius, And the people who work at Modifius that I know won't talk to me about Vampire because of my reputation.
No,
About is I was one of the first and most vocal people speaking out about all of the controversy surrounding. Let's just put it that way and move on with the game. But the controversy surrounding, I was one of the first and most loudest people speaking about it, and so no one who has any position of power will talk to me about it anymore because they are.
they're scared of you, Daryl.
Well, I think a certain someone is now that the law firm that he was going to hire just got smacked down in court once again.
All right, let's carry forward. Oh, and tell me where that glowing rock you saw back. Who knows? Might be worth something.
Glowing rock. That is never a good thing.
In a missile silo.
And it's in Shadowrun, a glowing rock is one of two things. One, it's the same thing would be in the real world, which is radioactive, which means don't touch. Or two, it's magic, which is doubly don't touch.
Or touch.
Don't. If you're trained, you can.
Yes.
You know what you're doing. You touch the glowing rock. Otherwise, no, don't touch it. It's evil.
And then you turn into crabs. Roll new characters. Oh,
okay, now that the lights are on, let's go ahead and take a peek back here, see if there's anything I may have missed. Oh.
Nope, just ominous red light where a scorpion once was.
Well, the light was there in the first place, just I remember seeing it and hoping it would turn on so I could see the scorpion.
Still ominous red light.
All I did was click on the big red target. So the console's working now, I hope. Oh, open door button glows dimly. No hacking required. Thank you, military missile silo, for your amazing security.
Floppies, baby.
Click. Let's inspect. Don't walk on the boarded. Okay, let's look.
There's a good-sized crack in the floor with a small amount of light shining through. Shapes form in the shadows below, and after a moment you hear footsteps approaching and people talking. First voice sounds nervous, young.
I heard the runners escaped. You sure they're gonna come this way?
They have no choice. It's the only route they have access to.
Silver Kappa said in chat, the mention of fanfic earlier reminded me I still need to get around to writing my Shadowrun / leverage fic. Leverage is Shadowrun fanfic.
Yes.
Not kidding. John Rogers has admitted that Shadowrun was a major influence on leverage.
Just add magic.
Although when he released character sheets, he released them for the characters in True 20 up until they got the license with Margaret Weis Productions to make the official leverage role-playing game. And then everything switched over to Cortex.
There's a pause, and you hear the sound of a throat clear. So, think we can stop them?
No.
The two whole strike teams already set an ambush points. I don't see how they have. But you're the one who's gonna have to explain to Audrey if they get past them.
Hey, pass me that grenade you've still got in your inventory. Maybe if I drop it through the slats.
Which is why we're not going to screw it up. Got it? As soon as any of those doors open, you shoot. Got it? Oh, yeah, I got it. Look away in the hall. Glare fades away in your eyes.
Nothing over here. Nothing down here. I only have the one door. Although they're a level below me, so.
Yep.
Oh, there's a PDA in the middle of the floor and an ominous stain on the concrete.
This is a current model PDA, battered and a bit bloody. The screen is cracked and its buttons are non-functional. The last data entry is still on screen. It appears to be an email to someone named Jerry. Can't believe they sent my squad down here to search for those escaped fire drakes. No one's been in the tunnel since the awakening. Who knows what the hell else is down here? Hope those Scorp sightings are just nerves. If a drake and a Scorp see each other, they'll tear each other to pieces. Must be natural enemies or something. They seem to hate each other even more than they hate us. Don't want to have to report back to Audrey with nothing but drake pieces for our time.
Now, what specific accent was that? That always... It's not RP.
Well, that was just... No, that was just, like, snooty London.
Danger explosives. Let me open the door and poke my nose around.
Beep boop. Meanwhile, in Vault 13... a room full of clues.
Inspect blasting charges.
This section of the floor has a hole drilled in it. Yay!
Right. And you can see explosives within. Oh boy.
More of the same, I'll bet.
Yep. Nice square lined out.
You're gonna drop a ceiling on them, aren't you?
Oh hell yeah. If I get the chance to, oh hell yes. Look through the crack in the floor.
You got here. One clear voice coming from below that speaks with authority. Alright, everyone. Stay sharp. The intruders have escaped. Team 1 is watching through the main door, and we're to keep watch here. You see those doors open? You don't think. Just shoot.
Same thing.
Second verse, same as the first.
Dead end.
No, there's more down there.
There is?
Yeah? Down. Down.
Oh!
There you go.
Did I just circle back? No, this is somewhere else.
Fire Drake.
Speaking of setting up an ambush. Why can't I get a sneak attack on this damn thing?
It's really a frustration of the engine.
Everyone else walk closer because we're about to get into a fight and I want you close by so I can spread you out better.
Oh, two of them.
Oh yeah, it is too far.
Maybe you can go around the other side?
Nope.
No,
I mean, I could, but... Do it this way.
Snap.
Oops, that's not the one I meant to click. I meant to do this one. %63% chance to hit. What the hell is wrong with you, dude? It's right
Aiming
there.
around your friends. Whoa.
The other bastard go.
It went up and to the left. Yeah, you can probably go around that way and catch it. Yeah.
Dietrich to back her up. I want to keep him away a little bit because that thing can cast fireballs like that. He can do this. Jason toolkits. It's gonna give me line of sight on him. Nope. Now I don't have enough action points. 99% chance to hit, don't need to waste it.
Ah, man, you can do this.
Moves. Huh?
You can do this, I believe in you.
You're expecting me to miss at 99%, weren't you?
I don't know. I'm just expressing my faith in my good friend.
Pick up whatever this is. Pretty ID card. That's going to be useful, I'm sure. Another fire drake down there. Oh, this is where I came in. Last intro.
Door there. There's still some stuff to the north you haven't checked out, though.
Yep. Oh, I see a scorpion back there.
Can you go into that spot with all the hanging construction stuff?
I don't think so. There's the bar in the way.
Ah, curses. Sure enough way to deter any Shadowrunner.
A knee-high bar, I know.
Damn.
There's a billboard, it's not computers. Ah, Jesus. Actually startled me.
Rad scorpions. Seriously, this is well 13.
Also, is that a detonation thing? Or that's got to be the glowing stone.
Oh, killed it.
Oh, that was easy.
Go over here. Up. Right on top of him. I only got one MP left, so I'll do that. You guys have a shot on him, so. Ow! That hurt. Oh, Will had a question. Are there any cultures or regions that have begun to actively worship the dragons or seek to emulate them? Oh, yes. And the dragons mostly don't like it, surprisingly enough. Some of them
Old
don't.
regions?
Well, there's
not
more
as
like
a state religion, or certainly like enclosed pockets of culture, and certainly like factions that have come to worship dragons. The aforementioned, what was it, Brotherhood of the Dragon?
Children of Dragon.
Yeah, Children of the Dragon, definitely. I mean,
Or even Children of Dunkelzahn or something like that. Something like that.
Yep. There's some of those. There's probably some like cults and tribes and whatnot in Amazonia that are big into their feathered serpent allies. Ooh, spirit spelling, astral perception. Member of your team. Oh boy, I hope this isn't bad.
I mean, astral perception shouldn't do anything bad, but
Oh,
this
yes,
one,
it can.
uh,
But its shamanic power might protect him. Ooh.
oh, I just got fetishes. That's
You extend a tendril. Now you're into stuff involving high heels. You extend a tendril of your aura into the astral plane and probe the rock, feeling the fracture points that exist outside of the material. The rock glows warmly as you manage to separate two pieces from the rest. Each is infused with the elemental power of earth. Nice. All I was thinking was the real Ghostbusters. Do not open up. Do
one of these days I've got to go through and actually rewatch all of them. I only spot rewatched some just to see if it held up for my childhood imagination. Damn, it does. It is good.
Any of the ones written by J. Michael Straczynski are going to be hardcore great. Collect Call of Cthulhu, the one about Do Not Open Stay. That one, I tell people that story, but I don't describe the Ghostbusters, and people are like, that's the most terrifying shit I've ever heard. And then I'm like, yeah, but then Egon is like, we got to shoot into the portal, and they're like, wait, what?
Oh,
people getting
my
what?
God. This entire game, I have been skipping anything that I didn't personally have the skills for. When all I had to do was click on a portrait, and now I move that character.
Well, that's only in combat mode.
Oh.
Really?
Well, apparently it's put me in combat mode then, because I'm moving them around right now.
Yeah, because I don't think you can.
There's nothing, and then I'm not fighting anything. Or that may be a bug from when Dietrich was the one touching the rock. I don't know.
Yeah, it could be.
Look through the crack in the floor now.
Shapes in the shadows below look like big scorpions to me.
Yep. Yeah, now it's put me in combat mode. Nothing to fight.
Hooray.
That's not enough to still paranoia in anyone. Your end. There. Yeah, what it was is Dietrich touched the rock and so put me in combat mode so he could take control. And then I was able to move everyone out because combat mode, now I can't switch again. Okay.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
it sucks, but it's... At least I wasn't missing a mechanic for the entire freaking game.
Yeah, that would have been heartbreaking.
It's happened before, playing games.
I hear you, bro.
That looks like a jail cell, with no one in it. More scorpions.
Because why not?
Nope. Two. Just got line of sight right now. One of them? Hell yeah. %110% chance of crit, but only 92% chance to hit.
Delivered.
That's more like a sniper. Can't just go punch the thing. I say punch it, but it's stabbing it with finger razors.
I mean, you know,
Not quite the same thing.
it's all relatively relative.
Crack in the floor. Fire Drake. Go over here. No. Okay. Blasting charges, blasting charges, blasting charges. How do I...
I think it's gonna make you choose like who you.
That's where the scorpions. Door controls for over the access card. And a terminal. There we go. Appears to be an old radio control box. It has a simple one-line LED readout and several plastic buttons with labels. Arm sequence commencing. I knew there had to be a way. Kaboom. There was no earth-shattering kaboom. Though I will be disappointed if there's not a giant hole in the floor. Inspect. The hole is quite deep, and a direct drop from this height would certainly be fatal. There's no sign of movement below.
I mean, it better not be at this point.
I just realized I can't think of any dragon who actually rule a nation. There was Junklezon, sure, but he was assassinated / murdered, suicided upon his election. Well, it was upon his inauguration, but
yeah.
I thought there was one down in Brazil. Yeah, there's 3 dragons that rule Amazonia. Aztalan reportedly has at least 2 great feathered serpents in charge. Or is it 3? But I know
Who you ask?
Amazonia had. It's Aztalan. There's no firm answers on a lot of stuff.
I think the point that we're missing here is that, I mean, it has to be held like the Northern California area for a while. That's sort of counted.
But I think the point we're missing here is that mega corporations constitute nations unto themselves, which means Loftweir.
I was working toward Loftweir. I was going to go to Ghostwalker. Actually set up his little fiefdom in Denver for a long while.
Yep.
But then we've got STB had her kingdom in Northern California. Celadir has and then Loftweir effectively controls Europe.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't, and that's the way it is with a lot of the dragons that do like doesn't actually own Northern California. He's not the regent, she's not the governor, but
you tell her that she will deny it.
and then she will unleash power greater than if she had any sort of actual statehood control. Same thing with Lofweir and Europe. He's not president, he's not CEO, he's not on any. He was on the Star Chamber Council, not Star Chamber, but Council of Princes. So was Hestaby for a while. I don't know is she still, or did she get booted out too?
Dragons are not my forte.
Before the Council of Princes was quote unquote dissolved.
Right.
But yeah, that would probably be the closest to an actual head of state of a nation would be when Lofweir and then Hestaby later on were on the Council of Princes for Shirshingir. And I have heard 8 different pronunciations of that over the years. I have at this point just given up trying. I just pick one. I say 2 of them on the off chance one of them's right. And the only person we can ask, unfortunately, has passed away because that would be Nigel Finley. He's the one who literally wrote the book on Shirshingir, whatever. What is it, Harry? Sorry, my cat is very loudly meowing at me. He just wants attention. Okay. Right. The Black Forest Troll Republic. The king is rumored to be the metahuman form of a local dragon.
Yeah, but there's rumors for everything.
Yeah.
Don't trust everything you read. I'm sure that's not the case.
And it may or may not be, depending on who the GM is, because by the time anyone would have gotten to a point to confirm or deny that, I think the Black Forest is now firmly under the control of Lofweir through the means that we spoke of before. He kind of unofficially united Germany. Right, the other dragon that tried to stop Firewing's attack. No, there were no dragons that tried to stop Firewing's attack. It was Nibelher. Nibelher was the great dragon who went to go stop them from killing Firewing, and then an adult dragon tried to stop him, was getting his ass kicked, and then Lofweir came in and hit Nibelher so hard he landed in the North Sea on the other side of England from the middle of Germany. Kallenstein, and then Nibelher was the adult dragon. But Kaltenstein was not hit so hard by Lofweir he landed 2 seas away, and he landed over 3 countries away. So, if you ever want to know why not to fuck with Lofweir,
but good luck with your runners taking down a great dragon and all.
Yeah, ready to jump down to the lower level and see what kind of carnage we made. Nothing here I can access. Anything opens the door, you shoot at it.
Is that a blueprint on the wall? Does that tell you anything?
Oh, it is. It didn't give me the searchy thing before. No, get back in there. What's the diagram of the ventilation system? Okay, that's where that is. Nope, this isn't where my carnage is. Damn it. It is an empty room and has nothing of value or interest. I think this may be where I dropped the ceiling on. Nope, this is where the other fire drake is. Jet.
Oh, God.
Stay next to each other. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. 95% chance.
Looking bad. There you go.
Does he still have enough? Does he still have enough? Come on. Nope, nope, nope. Come on. Thing. There you go. Why are you walking through the fire? You didn't have to walk through the fire.
Mysterious plots. Pyrophilia. There you go.
And you are right. Hollercoin did hint that Kallenstein and Firewing were mates. Specifically, that was uncommon among dragons how close they were as mates.
Yeah, most dragons have a fairly pragmatic view of breeding.
Yeah, it is. It is specifically a biological function. It is not a. You don't get together for love or romance, but they apparently did, or at least were tolerant of one another. Oh, place for me to
Which
jack
for a
in.
dragon might as well be love.
Yeah. Blaster 3, Erosion 3, Killer 3, Medic 3, Shield 3, Suppression 1 because there wasn't a higher level, and just to be safe. I don't think I'm going to need them in here, but you never know.
So things you don't think you need that end up being plot critical. Like, you know, etiquette, academics.
Ooh, this is actually pretty. Got 3 ways to go. Got a lot to explore. First, because that takes 6 rounds to. Do not use that in combat. Oh, I can. Okay. Well, they're both wide up. Over time. Hey, that didn't take long. Alright. This is connected to the bit to Hong Kong Shadowrun on one of its characters. Is it possible to avoid the effects of essence loss due to overuse of cybernetics if one has a special psychological condition, in this game's case, a clinical sociopathy or psychopathy? No.
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 Stop trying to create that.
That is Cyberpunk 2020, not Shadowrun. That's because the limit on cybernetic implants in Cyberpunk in the Cyberpunk system overall in 2020 and in red. I don't know about red, but green. Cyberpunk 3.0, aka the Barbie doll edition.
Yeah. Locke has the right of it. Psychological issues, cyberpsychosis, what have you.
dissociative disorders. Those are side effects of cyberware and Shadowrun, but they are not the limiter. I know we've explained it before on the program, but it's always worth pointing out. Essence is not just like, you have to bear in mind Shadowrun exists in a world with a very real, metaphysical, observable, measurable force. And while Cyberpunk 2020, etc., is a bit more atheistic, unless you use Night's Edge, which introduces vampires, werewolves, and psychics, then you have to bear in mind that it is an observed effect what cyberware does to your aura, and more specifically, your essence, which, depending on who you ask, is your soul, or the safer answer is the
Your connection to the
between
astral
your
plane.
soul. Yes, your connection between your body and your soul. When your body sustains enough essence damage, whether cyberware or massive damage or drug addiction or something like that, it diminishes your body's ability to your soul's ability to recognize your body as a place that it can continue to occupy and interfere. When your soul finally loses that connection, it goes, oh, I guess it's dead, I better move on. That's got nothing to do with your state of mind. You could have somebody raise you from birth and tell you in Truman Show like fashion that no matter how much cyber's put into you, you're going to be fine. And it wouldn't matter. That this is one of those moments where it's not subjective truth, it's objective truth. You cram somebody with enough cyber and they're gone. Deltaware doesn't bypass your psychological belief that cyberware is affecting you. It just integrates so seamlessly with your body that it kind of eases it in.
And it's also why when you outside of character creation, when you get cyberware installed, there's a cyber surgery test by whatever doctor is installing the cyberware, and the better they do, it can actually reduce the essence cost. And this is optional rules in almost every edition of the game. It hasn't come up in 6th ed yet. It'll probably be in whatever cyberware sourcebook they. But
yeah, which is why you might find somebody with more Deltaware to have, because if you're getting Deltaware, you're getting a Delta dock, and Delta docks. I mean, there's less than 100 globally.
I was gonna say you could probably count them on your hands.
I'd put it at 100, maybe, just bearing in mind the huge size of the world and the fact that, like, building Deltaware isn't something you pick up off a shelf.
Well, specifically, I was thinking specifically, you probably count them on your hands, the number of doctors that are capable of installing and correctly a Delta grade doctor in a Delta grade facility with Delta grade cyberware.
A Delta doc is almost certainly in a Delta clinic. There are less
there may be doctors that are capable of it, but they're not necessarily, they don't have access to the facilities to do so.
Yeah. If you're that good, somebody's probably snatched you up. You could count on one hand the number of Delta docs who are not currently employed or held against their will by someone who has a Delta clinic. Now, a Delta clinic, there's less than a dozen on the planet. And only at a Delta clinic, with a team of Delta doctors, can they custom build a cybernetic device to get into your body that is capable of the incredible and intricate and intimate interface that it's going to have with your body. Every piece of Deltaware is custom, hand-built. It's all art. There is no such thing as off-the-shelf Deltaware. It is all built with intention, and it's usually quite beautiful as a result. Maria Mercurial is a perfect example. Now,
which Maria Mercurial was technically beta at the time, but would have been considered Deltaware by now. But just because the technology hadn't advanced that far yet, and she was also prototype beta. She had dermal, basically they didn't have the words, they didn't have the cyberware to describe what she had at the time. She had what's called now cyber sheathing, when they just called it dermal implants at the time, because cyber sheathing didn't come into play until 3rd edition.
Yeah. Now,
or it may have been in cyber technology, which is the late 2nd edition cyberware source.
Right. And her stuff was so beautifully built that, frankly, it would still be.
It gave her the name Mercurial.
Yeah, it would still be worth a lot.
I built Maria Mercurial for I transferred her that adventure to a 3rd edition game. I built her. I made everything she had was Deltaware. I gave her fly-by-wire and cyber sheath.
There you go.
Because which would fit what would have been available in the game terms in 3rd edition that didn't exist in 1st edition when the character was made.
Now, something that frustrates me about parties, and it actually came up earlier, whenever I run into a player group and everybody's got Deltaware, that frustrates the hell out of me. Because bear in mind the sheer amount of time that it takes to build one Delta augment. And bear in mind, I mean, they list a price for what Delta costs, like add a 0.
Mhm.
That's just raw materials. That doesn't count the person who has to be commissioned to buy it, the connections it takes to get an introduction to that person, the amount of clout it takes to get anywhere on their incredibly long waiting list. Because
if people actually use the availability rules, it's add a 0 to the cost and add a 0 to the availability.
Yeah, like you shouldn't be able to get it. And if you get it, getting a piece of Deltaware
That
should
is
be
selling your soul to a
huge.
to someone you do not want to sell your soul to because of it, or that is a mini campaign in and of itself to get that access.
Here's an example. Do you remember that run fast? What was it? On the Run? Was that it? It was that 3rd edition, like
That was the 3rd edition introductory adventure. It had the remake of Food Fight, then it had the one with Miles Lanier and Richard
Supernova.
Villers.
Yep. If you save Richard Villers' life, it says he should probably pay you back in some way. I did allow one of the players, by everybody cashing in their favor with him, to get access to a Delta clinic.
Yeah.
And he was able to pick something. That was it. And that was huge.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the irony of Deltaware. Every runner wants Deltaware, but they don't think about the fact that if it gets damaged, who the fuck can fix that? Like
there's a reason those cyberware damage rolls exist when you take deadly wounds.
Yeah,
and everyone I know ignores them because it's extra bookkeeping, except for it's really not. It's a balancing factor.
Yeah, in Nosferatu and Black Madonna, what's his name? Sutherland. He has multiple Fairlight Excaliburs, which is a big freaking deal. And he actually buys 1st class plane tickets to put them in seats so he can keep an eye on them. And it's mentioned when he's like, I have to get back to my Fairlights. Saren notes, holy crap, what do you mean plural? There were Shadowrunners out there who would kill their mothers for one. There were any Decker who had a Fairlight would probably take a bullet instead of let the Fairlight get shot.
1.4 million availability, 16 in 3rd edition.
And let's bear in mind that Deltaware is probably harder to get and more expensive. Are you really going to let yourself get shot when your arm is worth however many millions, not to mention infinite number of jump to get it? So whenever I see a group where everybody's got Deltaware, I'm just, they should be retired. Who keeps running the shadows with billions of? That's insanity.
That is also the kind of metagame question. At some point in time, you're going to earn enough money if you had saved it that you would be able to buy an island and retire.
Mm-hmm.
But if you do that, the game's over. Character.
And yeah,
but you want to keep playing your character, so
yeah, but it's still after a while. I've known groups where oh yeah, I've got all these spells spell locked on me, and I've got all this Deltaware, and I dress like a character out of Overwatch, and I'm like, how has nobody caught you and chopped you up for money? Like the resale value of your body alone, it should be insane. And yes, not everybody runs for just the paycheck.
There's an entire source book that came out at the end of 5th edition that I still need to read.
I had a piece
better than good.
I'm better than bad, at least.
Or better than bad, that's what it
is. Yeah, there are runners who do that. Then again,
odds are the runners who have the kind of clout and money to be able to do that aren't the most virtuous.
Watch
It's hard
the
to.
pilot episode of Leverage if you want a good hand wave for that. The pilot episode of Leverage is the best Shadowrun movie that we're going to get in our generation, I think.
I'm still saying, if you've got, if you have the kind of money, you should only probably have one or two people. I mean, that's just in terms of rarity in the setting. My own personal preferences aside, if you've got access to that degree of stuff, wow, just wow. Why
And-
are you running the Shadows? You should be running a corporate.
And
should be
Luck the
running
Decker
a squad of
mentioned
mercenaries.
that Cyber Technology is a great book. First one I saw that got me into Shadowrun. It is an amazing book that I highly recommend reading, even though all of the game material is out of date. Solely because it actually spends a lot of time world building and really explaining what it is to be cybernetically enhanced, and will please finally, if you would read those chapters, it would finally stop people saying, "Can I create a cyber zombie?"
Yeah.
Read that chapter. No, you cannot play a cyber zombie. If you do, yeah. Anyway,
You know what? I ran a cyber zombie once. And I will say this, the player, I said, you need to read this first.
Mhm.
He read it through and he said, that is not what I thought it would be. I said, right. He goes, I still want to do it. And I said, you realize this is going to be a very interesting, very complicated, your hands will be tied a lot, and you're probably going to end up dead. And he said, I'm in this for the role playing experience, not the power gaming. And I
which
went, okay,
that is the way you
agree
have to
this."
approach it. It is
Exactly. It's not if you're a power gamer and you want to play a cyber zombie, playing
you're
a
going to be
cyber
sorely
zombie,
disappointed if they actually,
Yeah.
if the GM actually runs the roles as they're intended.
yeah, they're doing it to punish you. This is not a reward. If you're a role player and you want a terrifying and very depressing experience, wow, my hat's off to you. And I'll tell you what, Daryl, come up with some kind of charity or something at some point. If we raise enough money for that, I will streamcast a one-on-one game with somebody where they're a cyber zombie.
I will look into that.
I would
Yeah.
absolutely, that would be beneficial to people.
The other thing I was wanting to talk about was cyber technology and why it's a good book to read, especially when New Millennium was talking about your mental condition can prevent. They actually, Hatchet Man talks about it before he goes in and becomes a cyber zombie. Hatchet Man talks about how he got his cyberware and all the choices he made along the way and how he regrets some of them. But the one that stuck with me was when he talked about he got his cyber eyes, and it was an early model use cyber eyes. So he said it felt like he wasn't there in reality. He was watching reality through a video camera, and he was working as an enforcer for the Yakuza, I think. Like collecting loans and stuff, and
dissociative disorder.
Exactly gave him a disassociation from everything he was doing. He had a sense of separation from the person he was that was using his cyber spur to stab someone in the thigh to collect debt off of someone who owed a couple of nuyen to the Yakuza. That's not me doing that. That's the person I'm watching who happens to be me.
That was masterclass. And what's more, that comment we made earlier about no future and the whole punk, we're going to die anyway, nihilistic cyberpunk attitude, his story perfectly talks about that too. He talks about this, the first cyberware he ever got was cyber spurs, and one of them came out of his elbow.
And it was so he could, anyone who walked up behind him, he could elbow him in the gut.
Exactly. And he mentions, like, somebody, once, somebody asked, like, if you had enough money for that, then why were you starving? And he's like, because I might die tomorrow, and what's the point in getting an apartment or whatever when I'm probably just going to be dead anyway? This might keep me alive. And you cut away pieces of yourself to buy tomorrow. And that's, oh God, that is pure fucking cyber. That is.
I also love, there was another comment in there that stuck with me as well, was they talk a lot about the downtime for people who have cyberware. Like, you're in the game, you realize you're thinking about the bonuses and everything else. He's talking about sometimes when I'm sitting watching the trade, I think my arm is in my cyber arm is in one position. I look down, it's in a different position. They talk about phantom limb syndrome. Sometimes they get aches in a cyber leg.
Mm-hmm. Or the reason that street samurai always sat with their back to the wall.
If someone snuck up behind them, they didn't have reflex triggers, so the wired reflexes would react on reflex.
and they would say, like, you know, it was this silly thing. You know, there were two kinds of street samurai. There were the young punks who would sharpen their cyber spurs at the club table in front of Mr. Johnson like they were going to scare him, and it's like, oh, what color's your mohawk? But then you had the street Sam who didn't say much and had his back to the wall, and everybody's like, oh yeah, look up doing that. What? Yeah, there's no reflex trigger. If you startle him, he'll kill you, and he won't mean to.
And they actually mentioned wired reflexes is reflexes. It's not conscious action.
Mm-hmm.
So you hear a loud noise, you're going to react whatever your reflex would be to react to that noise, which for someone who is combat trained is probably going to be draw a gun, start firing.
Mm-hmm. And that one of the most important things that I took away from that book and bless that book was that it said having cyberware is a nightmare. You are Superman with no offspring. You have holes in you, your body and your soul, that will never heal, ever. And that's just your life now. Every day is a day that you are going to live with a piece of yourself designed to kill more often than not.
And also depends on what type of cyber. This is the combat focused ones.
Yes. And you know, if you're
we're talking about my character right here, Abstruse. He has a shitload of cyberware as well. He's got encephalon, mass SPU, all that kind of the deckery stuff, pretty much.
Yeah,
but you know, that is part of his life as well. Like earlier, when we said there are 17 great dragons, and Kevin knew what I was doing. I was sitting there counting on my fingers before he said a thing. He knew what I was going to do, and what Abstruse would do in that situation is like, okay, this is going to occupy me if I don't. Send that to my math subprocessor. You figure this out,
and
let me focus on what I'm doing.
But you know, they don't necessarily talk about how the mental. You know,
it also becomes a crutch for him. He one of his weaknesses or flaws or negative attributes or whatever addition you have, in every single one is matrix addiction. He has to be plugged in. He has to have a feed going. It's kind of like how the people who have to check their phone all the time, it's the fear of missing out for him. He has to know what is going on right now, even when he needs to be focusing on something else.
Reality feels less real.
And yes, it is kind of power gaming of me because I took it to get a few more points so I could boost a couple of skills a bit more, but it's actually a roleplay thing as well. He is addicted to being online, to being fed information at all times.
And as long as you've got a GM who's actually use your flaw to, you know, make your story more interesting, that's not a problem. You know, I did have a player who wanted to play a Technomancer Matrix, and I was like, duh. Dude, you're already in like discomfort when there's no Matrix around. That's not a flaw. That's what you are.
Yeah.
Don't. I know. Funny story, I know a thing or two about Shadowrun. Don't even try with me. But, you know, people will try.
If you look at Abstruse on a piece of paper, every single version of them I've made, you will see all of that min-max-y, munchkin-y bullshit in there. But then you read depending on which version it is between 8 and 27 page backstory, which is written in first person by him. And it explains every piece of cyberware, every single skill and flaw he has, the reason why he has weird knowledge skills. Like he will have, I always give him 6 world history, and the main reason I do that is to stop me from metagaming, because I know so much about the lore of Shadowrun. I will butt into the game and do it. But if I don't give him that 6th world history skill, he has no reason to know all of this stuff.
In my particular case, and after this, we really should.
Yeah.
In my particular case, Red, I've been playing him since I was 14. So, like across 3 editions now. And, he should be overpowered. One of the writers for Battletech at this past Gen Con, I don't know how Crimson came up, but he's like, I just couldn't get into that. I go, oh, why is that? He says, Red, is there anything he can't do? And I was like, yes, a very, very long list of things he can't do. He goes, well, he can't deck. I'm like, no. And then I went through this long list of stuff he couldn't do. I said, he's good at 2 or 3 things. After that, he needs help, and he's too prideful to admit it. Red is flawed as hell. And he goes, oh, I need to reread that. I'm like, did you get past the prologue? He goes, no. I'm like, see, the whole point of the prologue was to depower him. Come on, man. And somebody at one point said, do you feel, after playing him that long, how'd you power him? And one of them was, sinking him in the Chicago River for years. But after that, it became, what do you keep when you lose everything? He lost all his money, most of his skills. I applied soft SOTA rules and was like, okay, so what happens then? So the only thing that Red has in extraordinary degrees is his knowledge skill. That's it. He's got a ridiculous number of knowledge skills, and a lot of those decay. Like his pop culture knowledge became like classic rock. After a while, he's like, what do you mean classic rock? Shield wall, man. And they're like, what's shield? Just dealing with that. So he's got a lot of knowledge skills. Beyond that, he's only as power gamey as a vampire theoretically is out of the gate. That's it. And you make up for that with a lot of other crap.
That's honestly one of the best, in my opinion, one of the best ways to make characters, especially in Shadowrun. Shadowrun really has that meta game of character creation as its own game on top of the role-playing game.
Yeah.
Is, in my opinion, you have to have a strong story behind the character. Otherwise, you've just got a collection of numbers that look pretty.
It's why I liked it when they introduced those life models. Like, you pick something from your past and build it that way. I thought that was, I've always been a fan of that. Like going back to one of those Mech Warrior RPGs, I used to do that. But there's, I do think that there's a number of players who argue with the SOTA rules. I actually had somebody get really angry at me. And he was like, well, I don't see why skills should decay over time. I said, really? He goes, yeah, if you're good at something, you're just good at it. You're good at it forever. And I went, okay.
Question, how old was this person, give or take?
Oh, he was in his 30s.
Oh, he should have known better.
Dude, gamers. But, we cross all maturity levels.
It's like, I'm 39. I'm like, I am not nearly as good at some things that I used to be when I was in my 20s and stayed on top of things at the time.
Yeah, you get rut. I was like, okay, dude, first off.
Like you mentioned Love Hina earlier. Mm-hmm. That's one of the last anime series I watched. Love Hina, Bleach, and Naruto. And I didn't finish the latter 2 of those. I finished Love Hina. But I didn't want to finish the other. So my anime knowledge stops about there. So if I had knowledge anime series, it would have decayed really low. So I'm just talking about shit from the 90s and the very early 2000s.
Quick side note, treat yourself to Steins Gate. It's the most intelligent approach to time travel I've ever seen in anime and in most other media.
Well, no, that is a lie. I have watched Death Note.
Oh, well, sure. Modern Shakespeare, I'm told.
Well, no, it is what would happen if Death gave the notebook for Who Will Die to a rules lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
Because the first thing he does is Light gets that book. The first thing he does is read those rules, and the first thing he does is start experimenting. What happens if I do this? Because technically, read the rules. That's what actually hooked me on it, was realizing he was a rules lawyer. Anyway,
But anyway,
back to the
so
game.
yeah, like systems decay and stuff. And this, I'm like, okay, what do you play? He goes, I'm a decker. I'm like, okay. So let me get this straight. Let's say that you learned how to hack. He goes, what's DOS? I go, wow. Okay. All right. Let's say you learned how to hack using an old code. Okay. And then they come up with a completely new one. He goes, so what? I'm like, really?
Only some of
Really?
that knowledge will transfer over. It is
It's some,
not.
if any. You know, it is not like you might maintain the network of mental discipline where you can apply things forward, but if you don't stay up to date with a lot of things that evolve, they just go away.
Real
you
life
know?
version of this with me is scripting languages. I've never learned how to code, but I know how to write scripts.
Yeah.
And I do. The thing is, I never kept up with that knowledge. So stuff like CSS, which is a scripting language for websites, I do not know. But I remember the old scripting language for IRC, which has carried over because Twitch chatbots use the same scripting language. So that's the only reason why Mac actually functions the way he does, is I can actually go into his code and rewrite it if I need to.
So when somebody says, you know, I'm James Bond, you know, I can't remember. I think it was the last one that they made. You know, he hasn't shot a gun in quite some time, and he comes back and he goes to the shooting range and he keeps missing. Like, fucking James Bond experiences skill decay, and you're telling me your Decker is hot shit? I'm sorry. Knowledge is not eternal because body changes.
I had to
once balanced-
relearn everything I learned about hardware. I store bought a computer in 2005 and then just randomly upgraded it as I went. And then about 2013, 14, I wanted to start building my own computer again. And I had to basically relearn what all the hardware was because of how much it advanced in that about a decade.
I've got one for you that's super role
which it's still the basics still worked, but the devil's in the details, and I didn't know the details anymore.
You want the most RPG version of this you could possibly. I had to relearn how to sword fight. I'm back in the day. My instructor was like, "You clearly did this in a previous life, and you're gonna have a very hard time doing this on stage because we teach you how to look good, but you keep making kill strokes naturally. In another time, you would have been lethal. Now you're lethal, and that's a problem." I'm like, okay, well, it sounds cool, but this really hurts my stage chances. So I had to learn how to slow down and, you know, do it a different way. But still, I had, for lack of a better word, a gift. Years later, after, you know, muscle decay and porphyria and a host of other issues I deal with, I picked up the blade, and while it still felt like an extension of me, my speed was different, my reflexes were different, my weight was different, my knee had gone bad. It's a huge change, and it was just a few years worth of trauma and age. So, you know, that and I picked up a different style that works better with my body type. I've had to invent a new sword fighting technique to accommodate the weight of the sword and my aching joints. As I'm sure that sounds badass, but honestly, anybody can do it with practice.
They say
So-
it's like riding a bike, but at the same time, have you tried riding a bike when you haven't ridden one for a long time? You
Have you
can
tried riding
still
a bike
do
after
it.
you've got
but
arthritis.
You can still do it, but it's going to hurt in ways you didn't know, and nothing's going to be exactly where you remember it.
So yeah, still skill decay is real.
Lock the Decker
Because,
says, "You two
like-
would be a blast to play Shadowrun with. I love getting more into the roleplay stuff." I would actually be. I would love to play in the game with me playing Abstruse and you playing Red, just to see how badly they would butt heads. Because they are kind of kindred spirits and opposites at the same time.
There's definitely an opposites attract kind of situation there, but I would absolutely play that game. That would be fun. And
We just need to find a GM who would be able to handle both of us. Especially with my tendency to go, well, actually in canon it's I'm completely that guy who you can't run for Shadowrun, but you know that guy in when you play D&D, you cannot run in Forgotten Realms because he's read every single Dritz novel. and will sit there and call you out on canon. I'm that guy in Shadowrun, and I can't help it. I literally have bitten my tongue before.
Me and my favorite GM, Ashley, have figured out how to subvert that. And it's much simpler than it sounds, and it's a little frustrating, but it's always one of those, if you play along, you'll see why, and it'll be great. But the response is usually, wait, but this is supposed to be like this. And then we go, yeah, it is, isn't it? Something must be going on.
That's actually a tip that Noah Antwaller Spoonie gives in one of his Counter Monkey episodes. If someone does what I say, it's like, yeah, that is weird, isn't it? And then in the back of your head, you're trying to figure out how to make that match, but at the same time, but you bought yourself some time because the players are now worrying about the conspiracy theory that just popped up. That's weird. But
it transforms their frustration over, but they're not doing it right, into, this is much more mysterious. I could be surprised.
90% of great role-playing moments is a GM pulling something out of their ass to cover for a minute.
My ass can confirm.
Anyway,
all right.
This first email is nothing but a code to get some stims.
Okay, Gunther, we have our orders. Remember, those stims are for emergency use only. Don't distribute them unless absolutely required. Access code for the case is 397. As pertains to all 4-digit alphanumerics.
So are the Dritz and Elminster books more popular now? I don't know about more or less popular. I don't think Ed Greenwood's written any Elminster books in a while, but every single R.A. Salvatore Dritz book, New York Times bestseller.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you take that, then yes. Strike teams Bravo and Charlie, you watch out for wildlife and attack on sight. If they escape and you are still breathing, expect repercussions. Oh. Intrusion into courtyard. Alpha team respond. Your ass around the statues as usual. Aldrin.
Well, sucks to be them because Alpha Team's all dead. I killed them on the way in the first time.
Messages.
All right, more decking. Why is he running around? Oh, because it's a big void in the middle.
Yep. The grand pit of nothing.
That one's... Go ahead and re-up that while I'm not duress.
Oh.
Have I taken any damage? I've taken 50. I healed 0 damage.
Maybe that's what Black Ice does. It's just unhealed damage.
No, the minus 50 damage is because of the shield I've got up.
Oh. Here they come.
White Ice Sentry, White Ice, and they're all spread out.
You got all the other ones, right?
I got the ones in the hallway across here. I haven't gotten... This is the first ones in this room, and I haven't gotten any up here yet.
Gotcha. Like, is it time to bust out those ESPs?
Only taking me one spot to get to cover, so let's cover and then start. Wailing on this guy and take him out in one turn. Bye. No, that's not. And then, oh, it died anyway. It was going to die at the start of its initiative anyway, so.
There you go.
Secondary doors open. I'm actually meant over the other. Yeah, Dritz is way eclipsed Elminster in popularity.
Oh, hell yeah.
Elminster at this point, everybody's kind of like, oh yes, cool.
Calling this a node
Drizzt-
would be a dramatic overstatement.
Yeah. Whereas Drizzt, I mean, gotta give him this. He's the original two-sword wielding living statue.
He is
of a man.
literally the reason why rangers and dual weapon wielding are a thing.
That is fair to say. Yes.
Rangers had nothing to do with dual weapon wielding until Drizzt came along. And Drizzt's dual weapon wielding was solely because he was a Mary Sue and had insane stats.
Yeah, nobody's gonna.
That's,
Bro is super duper super OP. It doesn't even matter. And I remember reading the books and being like, how did that guy's brain not get eaten by an Olymp? They got him massaging the grand brain. Get the fuck out of here.
still, oh. That's why I'm in combat. I opened a security door.
Doo-doo.
Did I lose line of sight to him? Get how you're in here with it. Oh, nope, first. Tiger, get in here with your shotgun. If you can see where that damn thing creepy crawled to. There we go.
There you go.
Line of sight blocked. At least I can get you in the room. In case you need to do something, which you don't. Let's do this then. Nope, did nothing. Move to cover I can actually shoot from. Did it die?
I honestly don't know.
I don't know what the hell's going on either, but it's acting like we're still in combat, but everything's dead. So no, we're not gonna heal, so oh, you aim better. Can't even do that. Okay, Overwatch. Oh, there's still one hiding back here. That's what's going on. Okay.
Scorpion with a Y, so you know it's probably gets a magic or
Shoot at it. Come on. There.
I poke fun, but seriously, I put Y's and shit.
Sorry.
Oh, nothing.
Line of sight block. Okay. Here, you shoot better next round. And you missed us. Good job. I'm gonna have the nerd kill you. Okay. When I say the nerd, I mean my character. So, like my iconic character, I flat out will describe him as the nerd.
I mean,
Ooh, grenade. How do I have a grenade? When did I get a grenade?
maybe you picked it up along the way. I don't know. I'm not the boss of Grenade. Now, for some reason,
Got a lot of grenades to.
I mean, that's not a bad thing, right? Sounds like an awesome thing, in fact.
Oh, it's the shooting range. That's why there's all the grenades. Here's the cell that I saw before. Someone found the room with the collapsed ceiling.
Charming.
Up here. I think this is it. Anything opens that room? Nope, this isn't it. This is more scorpions. Abstruse has 2 grenades. I don't know how.
Maybe you found it along the way as part of the loot.
This is how far I can throw it to. I can throw it at my own feet.
That's pretty nerd. I'm not gonna lie.
He has a strength of 1. Come on.
Dude. I'm the last person who gets to make fun of you. My blood pressure is so bad that if I swing my arm too much or cough too hard or laugh, my arms hurt for a while. I do not.
Oh, that was
get to make
glory.
fun of you.
Okay, I think this positioning will leave Glory out of it. Unless it hits her in the back of the head.
Hey.
And she turned around to face Dietrich like, dude, what the hell? Sorry. Hopefully this will make up for it. I gave her +1 AP when she already had -2 AP because of the lightning strike. Brilliant. I think it's probably going to die from the bleed damage next round. Ow. No. Dietrich. Heal. Glory. There.
There you go.
Abstruse. Shoot. Score Pyrene. Will actually has a good question in the chat, but I'm trying to kill these things really quickly.
1 second.
So basically, what to do in a setting where it seems like all the big characters are the ones doing all the work. Like you're playing in Forgotten Realms, and this also applies to Shadowrun in a way. What's the point of having the PCs?
We touched on that earlier with that one vampire ending that was basically look at all the canon characters doing all the work while you act as their gophers now and again. Yay. And it wasn't very fun. This shelf is mostly bare, but there's a large metal canister with a yellow label that catches your eye. Judging by the warning label, you think of this canister.
I'm pissed. I'm in a mood. I'm in a mood after everything I've been through tonight.
I love you saying that as you pick up a canister of nerve gas.
Why can't I give the health kit to someone who's used all their health kits? Like Glory's used a bunch of health kits. Can't I give it to her? Can't I give those grenades to Iger?
Anyway, so in terms of canon characters stealing your player's thunder, that's something that can happen with or without canon characters. I played in a game. Great GM. He was still starting out. It was the second campaign, and all of the NPCs that he included felt more interesting than any of our PCs. It's the same kind of thing that you see in a lot of, like, say, BioWare games, where your character's kind of just there, but all your NPCs have sweet stories and cool dialogue and all that cool stuff. I think the most important thing to bear in mind is that everybody's on their journey, and to make sure that when a character like that shows up, that they don't outshine the player. It's generally a good idea to put them in a situation where the character is more competent than they are. So, for example, let's say that you've got a Forgotten Realms, you've got a party that's got a couple of wizards, and there you find Drizzt, and he's trapped by some magical force shield effect or whatever, and he's like, "Oh God, can you help me, please? I know I'm a dark elf, but you know I'm a good one, the original good one." OG go flashes gang symbols, and you're like, "Whoops, that wasn't very appropriate." Anyway, so they they have the ability to do stuff that he doesn't. It's really like any GNPC where you want to make sure that they're a character that augments the party, supplements the party, without outshining the party.
I think it's really a GM problem more than a setting problem. And you can get the same thing. There's a reason why there's a phrase called the DMPC. And it's a thing that everyone talks about. Everyone hates the DM. I missed a 99% shot. Like, it's the target that's giving off Z's because it has no action points.
I don't mean to laugh.
It's funny. Anyway, but the DMPC is basically when the dungeon master creates a player character that is, they create an NPC that acts as a player character. They are the ones doing stuff.
A good GM can use a DMPC, whatever, to move a plot along like any NPC. Because ultimately they are an NPC. The trick is to make sure that they're not the star. There you go. When I had Red, when I was running a game and Red was part of it, he was their fixer. Every once in a while, if the circumstances were exactly right, he might provide a distraction, or bust through a wall or something to pull their bacon out of the fire. But the idea was really to make sure that the players had a little bit of help, but that they were the ones who were the stars. Personally, I have found that if you have a super powerful NPC, or even just a powerful, any kind of DMPC, the best thing you can do with them is send them on an alternate route. Don't have them with the party, obviously handling everything. Have them be like, okay, I'm going to take the chamber to the west. How about you take the chamber to the east, the chamber to the north? And
Gandalf has to go attend to some affairs. Do not stray from the path when you're in the forest.
Yeah, or just have introduce
have them fill a very specific role. Abstruse started off as a GMPC in Shadowrun because no one wanted to play a decker, but a lot of the adventures require a decker. So I'm like, I'll make a guy whose entire thing is he stays at home and does the decking. And so I made a generated character, and I gave him his cut of karma, and then kept building him and building him and building him over the years until I was actually able to play him a couple of times, which they didn't let me keep the karma, unfortunately. Which is completely fair because I was rather generous in giving myself karma.
Naturally.
And Nguyen. You're talking about how multiple Fairlight Excaliburs. You should have seen the custom decks that I had built for him using virtual realities.
I had worked out a thing where Red wasn't getting karma like everybody else, but they wanted him to be their fence. And he went, okay, will you settle for a 15% cut? And they're like, yeah, oh, that'd be great. And he was like, I thought it would only be 10. Yeah, 15. And then he'd use his ridiculous negotiation skills and all the contacts that he had built to get, 30 to 50% returns on stuff, and then pocket the extra money. So while the group was, making some great money on resale, Red wasn't advancing like they were, but he was getting filthy freaking rich, which actually became a thing later in a plot that I can't tell you about because it might turn into a novel. So, yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I mean, optimally, I find that a GMPC does its best work when they're handling stuff off camera.
Shit.
Fine, you got this. When I run a Pathfinder game, if we have a rotating DM thing. If my group, if my character is with the group, and I've rotated in to do that whole thing, what I end up doing is I just have the character. I just introduce a few more bad guys.
No. That's not what I.
Oh.
Damn it.
Ooh, sorry, man.
Misclick.
But yeah, I just introduce a couple extra bad guys and have my dude off camera fighting. It's like in a movie where you're focused on Aragorn, but in the background you can see Legolas randomly kicking some ass and some other soldiers randomly fighting with dudes. You don't have to roll for everybody, just keep it cinematic and make sure that the camera stays on the players. If you can do that, you're fine. So yeah, that's my advice.
Oh, good. Got line of sight on the mage with the sniper.
Oh, what a satisfying.
That's a lot of bad guys.
That is a lot.
If you're gonna kill someone, kill Abstruse. He's got 3 freaking dock wagon contracts on him. Or trauma kits, whatever. I'm not even worried about the dude in my face anymore. Who I can take out. Enough ammo, so reload, and that's going to end her turn. Probably should have switched to a shotgun to get an extra shot off on the round, just lower the number of people shooting at me. It'll be easier for her to bounce around attacking that guy first. At least I got rid of the mage. That's the important thing. Sorry, Glory. They bunched up too well. Oh, I missed anyway, so. A better chance with his throwing knives at people across the friggin' map. I haven't used Dietrich's throwing knives in forever.
I mean, he's got magic, you know.
Mm-hmm. His magic wasn't helping the moment.
Yeah.
I keep looking at those grenades like I'm actually going to do something with them. If everyone's going to shoot at me, let me take one step forward, waste an AP doing that, just so I don't... You're going to let me finally use that power. No, you're not. Why I took that ability. Yeah, okay, for a little while. Let's see who he can take. Shotgun's gonna be better. Chance to at least reduce the spread of these guys around the map. If she can hit.
Big ifs.
There. 4 action points, take out 1 person.
Whatever it takes, man.
I can't remember. Has he? Okay, yep, he hit that time. I was gonna say, has he ever hit with the power bolt?
I think he did once, but it's
He just did 4 damage. Do y'all prefer to play by game scenarios or have a GM create their own idea for an adventure in the setting, or just develop it on the fly rather than a planned thing? That is a major philosophical question that every single dungeon master, game master has to ask for themselves at some point in time. Which works best for you?
Yeah, I mean, what are you good at? Is this written adventure really, really good to you? Is it crap, but you could salvage ideas from it and then use those? Are there do you prefer to do completely original stuff? I do think that players who get snooty about published products, I personally think that's a pointless attitude to have. You know, you're sitting there going, there's people who are like, oh, I don't use published products. It's like, okay, great, you're creative. You're a douche about it. Then you've got some people who only like published products because they like having something to lean on. Oh shit. Truth be told, I run a lot of public. Well, I do original stuff too, but there's nothing wrong with it as long as it fits your style of running and your style of game. Then who cares? So, yeah.
For me personally, for Shadowrun, I love a lot of the published adventures. I love running them, and I've actually got an entire campaign planned out that if I ever run it is going to take at least 5 years to finish, because it is about 2/3 to 3/4 of all the published adventures chained together over like a decade of Shadowrun history. Starting in 2051 all the way to so it's more than a decade because it's 2051 all the way to the crash.
I did something very similar to that. There was I can't tell too much because again it's a novel, but I found a way to link together a bunch of different adventures in their present day. And it took about 3 years of real time for everything. But the real fun at work there was that we got to find ways to connect
all these different adventures in a way. That's the most interesting part to me. Like, if you're running individual scenarios, how do they end up affecting one? And some of the early published adventures, Divided Assets had a one of the potential endings for Kid. They said you could pass him off to one of your contacts if you trust one of them enough. And they gave a recommendation of a few contact adventure might be able to provide the kid with a good home.
397.
So yeah, I think that's. But in the end, whether one is good or bad, that depends on the GM and how they're able to react. I will say that published adventures have the advantage of putting a lot of information right there, compiled, ready for you to digest and pleasure. The only problem is when you might lean on it too much, and the players do what players do, and go a completely different direction prepared for. But that could happen whether it's published.
Yeah, and for Shadowrun, it also depends on the game system too. For Shadowrun, I really don't like doing a lot of prep personally because of how easy it is to quote unquote go off the rails in Shadowrun. Because no plan. What's the phrase from Flash?
No plan survives first contact.
Well, that's the Sun Tzu, but I'm thinking of from the Flash, or it's either Flash or Legends of Tomorrow. Captain Cold.
Oh, I stopped watching around the second.
Yeah, this is way early on though, because but his statement was: make the plan, execute the plan, expect the plan to go off the rails, throw the plan away.
Pretty much, yeah, that's fair.
That is exactly what happened. Oh, the squirt gun wars. That was the very first of Spoonie's Counter Monkey episodes, was Shadowrun Squirt Gun Wars, which was when Shadowtech came out and DMSO happened.
I think I saw that one.
That was the very first video he did on it, but it's, you know what I'm talking about though. DMSO, and everyone started carrying around squirt guns because DMSO went around armor. Armor didn't matter because you're squirting them with water. And the DMSO carried whatever drug it was attached to into their system. So everyone started running around with squirt guns filled with tranquilizers attached to DMSO.
Mm-hmm.
So you just squirt people and send them to sleep. And this was better than Narcoject. Because you didn't have to penetrate the armor to do it. Huh?
It was Narcoject. It was just splashy Narcoject.
Yeah, it was. But basically it turned Shadowrun into a game of people running around with squirt guns, only lethally, because sometimes they would throw, they would actually go out of their way to like raid laboratories to get more DMSO. And oh, hey, what's this thing here? It says Doom on it. And it was just an escalating war where they, and it was before Kinsealed armor modification was a thing, because this was first leading into second edition. But it's like an hour-long video of him talking about the escalating war between CorpSec and Shadowrunners with squirt guns. Okay. What I had found out was if I had gone through the security door, I could have avoided that fight altogether. Oops. But I didn't actually expend any resources in that fight, and my health is fine. So anyway, I'm going to go ahead and transition to here, and I think we're going to take one more break before we finish this whole game out, because I think this is it. They're giving us plenty of medical supplies. So it's telling me to heal up and get ready for a fight. So we're going to take
classic.
Yeah, we're going to take one last break, then we're going to come back and we're going to finish this thing finally.
All it's missing is a save point and a merchant.
All right, we'll be right back. Stop. Did Fallout actually use old free to the public footage to advertise their game? That's great. Technically, I don't think they did. I think everything they did, they shot custom themselves to get the exact tone they wanted. But if you ever watch me whenever I'm streaming Fallout, I've got a couple of those old PSAs in the playlist for the videos during the breaks on that one. But that was old Fallout 2. And during the break, I was actually went to heal everyone up and to try to do some busy work so it wouldn't clutter up the stream with me looting this room. The only person that was injured was me, Abstruse, so I healed me, knowing I was about to get medical kits. And then I went to go pick up a medical kit, and then plot popped up.
So we tried to grind for you, but the game was all like, nah, that ain't me. Man, Fallout 2. Back when games were games.
Apparently I found out that the speed run on Fallout 2 is like 10 or 12 minutes.
Yeah, if you really hurry, you can do surprising stuff that will get you where you need faster than you'd believe.
And
that being said, you miss out on
everything. You miss out on everything. It's a speed run. It's meant to get to the end as quickly as possible. So it's meant
like in a totally preposterous fashion.
I don't watch a lot of speed runs for the sole fact that if I haven't played the game or if I haven't seen someone play the game, I don't want to watch a speed run of it if it's a game I want to play because they're going to bounce through the entire plot. That's what I play the games for the story.
Yeah, I completely agree. Though interesting, we pointed out earlier, Chris Avallone. We were talking about Bloodlines 2 and how I'm like hype for it.
Mm-hmm.
And Chris Avallone is probably one of the only game designers that I would give. Like I'm very good about celebrity interactions. I could drop you a lot of stuff.
Do you want his number?
I
have his phone number.
Don't tease me, and also that'd be creepy. But
actually, I don't think I have his phone number anymore. But no, he was very good to us over at Gamers Tavern. He appeared a couple of times. He was actually a stretch goal in our Kickstarter we did, and we had him on a special episode that he got to choose the topic on. The topic he chose was Fallout Van Buren. There's an 1.5-hour episode of him just talking about everything they'd planned to do for Van Buren, the Fallout 3 that never happened with Interplay.
And then sort of got recycled a little bit.
And a lot of it got recycled into New Vegas, the ideas did.
Yeah, powder gangers and whatnot. But we lost out on like Bomb 02 and crap. But yeah, Chris Avallone is one of the only game designers. If I met him, I might be with somewhere between like I've met actors who could probably elevate my career, and I was like, if I met Chris Avallone, I might be like, fuck, you're better than I'll ever be.
I'm the same way. I get so weird over who I geek out over. Anyway.
But anyway, and I hear he's just real mensch, which is just makes it so much better. But he's one of the few people where if I heard he was making, I would back it instantly. And he was one of all that too. And when
he actually jokes these days that he has semi-retired from game design. He is now a professional Kickstarter stretch goal.
That seems to be the case. I was looking at the Kickstarter for Bloodlines or the pre-order Bloodlines 2, and I was like, okay, this looks good. Sure, yeah, I mean, I'll probably get it. And it said lead writer Chris Avallone. I went, oh, super deluxe pack. Because any game that he's written in has characters and plot and just everything that I want out of it. Just the juiciest sides of story and conflict that hits that perfect balance of this isn't a good make try. Just that absolute balance of heroic crapsack that I love to just the right balance. He is my chef of, and I'm not going to say it's a bucket list item because frankly I've gotten them in my life already. I'm lucky to put in the world, but at playing a game with him like tabletop, that would be genuine.
Which fun fact, did you know how they play tested the game for Van Buren?
I don't know about Van Buren, but I know it wasn't special, something like that. And there was a
like RPG.
Well, the deal
actually ran
the deal with that with Fallout 1 is, and I'll go over this quickly so we can get back to the game. But Fallout 1 was originally going to be a GURPS game, and there were and among other financial issues that were going on at the time. Again, this was at the end of their lawsuit against the Secret Service. They hadn't won it yet, so they hadn't got their settlement yet. On top of that, they had legal fees they were paying, even though they were getting donated, which, by the way, that led into the foundation of the EFF, the Electronic Frontier Foundation. Steve Jackson Games is responsible for the EFF.
Wow.
Like, directly responsible. But it was originally going to be a GURPS game, and there were 2 sticking points. And so it was literal creative differences that broke this apart. But sticking point number 1, Steve Jackson did not like the design of Pip-Boy.
Really?
He just didn't like the way the character looked. And number 2, he said they could not have the scene in the opening of Fallout 1 where the dude in power armor just straight up executes someone in the street. It was too violent for the introductory segment. And they're like, well, we kind of need that because we're trying to go over the top and show how the world had changed, but it still stayed the same and blah, blah, blah. And so they said, nope. And then what happened was they said, this was the same time that Interplay had gotten the license for Dungeons and Dragons. So they had Neverwinter Nights going. Was it Neverwinter? No, Baldur's Gate. They had Baldur's Gate development at the same time with BioWare. And so we're like, we don't need 2 isometric role-playing games at the same time. And we got this D&D thing that's got name recognition. So you just lost your deal with this GURPS company. So we give you 48 hours to come up with another system that you can't use that one. 48 hours later, Special was born. And that was the numerical system for it. And to test that system and the weapon damage and everything else for Van Buren, instead of plugging those numbers into the game, having people play the game and then adjust the numbers within the game, they had a tabletop role-playing game session. So they could adjust the stats from there. It was a way to save money in QA, but also let them play the game. And by the way, if you play Fallout to this day, there's a button to print character sheet in Fallout 1. The reason for that was because that was left over from when it was coded to be a GURPS game. The idea was you could print out your character from Fallout and take it to the table with GURPS and play a GURPS game.
My heart kind of like pined when that was a thing.
That is number 1 of how close Fallout came to getting a licensed role-playing game. Number 2 was when a company, whose name I can never remember, but they created
the D21.
The D21 that ended up becoming Exodus.
Right. Which you cannot get a copy of.
You can. It's still on drive-thru.
Really?
It is on drive-thru RPG right now. Not Grim Perilous. It's someone else entirely. But no, something starting with a G is the name of the company. But the company folded because Interplay refused to pay the legal settlement, because what happened was Interplay had the rights to make a Fallout MMO after they sold the rights to Bethesda. They held on the rights to the MMO.
Man, I'm looking for that hard copy.
Those are hard to find.
Exactly. That's what makes the hunt so.
And then Interplay, BioWare sent a cease and desist order to the company that was making the Fallout role-playing game because Interplay didn't have the rights. So they sued Interplay for selling them rights they didn't have, and won the lawsuit. And then Interplay refused to settle, and by that time they were pretty much out of business. So they stripped all the Fallout specific stuff out and renamed it more generic stuff and created their own world and sold it as Exodus. But they eventually ended up going into bankruptcy because of that, because Interplay fucked them.
God.
Anyway, let's get back to the game.
Yes, please.
This chamber is equipped with a small emergency medical suite. The system appears to be designed to automatically treat major tissue damage in high trauma situations.
Oh my god, it's a healer.
All right, everyone, time to heal up. Their combat injuries are fully healed, although I had just used my med kit to heal because I knew I was about to get a med kit over here. Pass out the med kits. Pass out med kits to your team. Good. I'm glad that they're passing them out to the team and not just giving one to me. Okay, we're sending this.
No.
Oh, that's a gold trauma.
Switch out your silver.
That's a platinum. I got a platinum and 2 golds.
Oh, never mind.
So no, we're gonna send this item to my stash.
Oh my gosh. Oh my god. You have to confirm it. Okay.
I am basically immortal right now.
Oh my god.
Oh, it did switch out my my actual thing for another gold. So I am quadruple immortal right now. I'll be healed to half on 4 hits.
Oh, there's still another pickup.
I know, and I'm trying to get my mouse over it and it won't go. There. Another gold. No, it did send it to my stash.
You even need the grenade? I don't know. This is awesome.
I can throw it at my feet. I can throw it at my feet really well. Like, it is literally impossible. I checked a minute ago. It is impossible for me to throw it anywhere where I will not be in the blast at the same time.
Amazing.
Do you have a favorite morality trap to throw into games, aka the baby orc dilemma? I did that once and I regret it. I don't like throwing morality traps in games. I prefer to more subtly call out player morality or take a player aside and talk to them if they're acting in a way that's screwed up, or just completely. In the campaign, I talk about so often my famous, I told the players I wanted a Tolkien-esque good versus evil black and white morality campaign, and they showed up with a drow gunslinger, a necromancer, a neutral evil thief, and so on and so forth. And it got to the point that I sent them to Ravenloft for a while, try to teach them a lesson.
And they ended up becoming Dark Lords.
I had to get them out of Ravenloft so they wouldn't. One of them, the necromancer, was damn near there because he had a spell that let him carve flesh out of people to create spell scrolls out of.
I remember.
And I had to get them out of Ravenloft before I had to cut my Ravenloft story off 2 sessions early, because if I left them there, they would have been. I would have had 2 of them become Dark Lords and 3 of them damn close to it.
Well, that just puts saying heaven doesn't want me, hell's afraid I'll take over. Oh my god.
It was just a completely different campaign than what I wanted. And then when I said, but the thing was that when I sent them back 3 months in the past, so they had to relive the old campaign again without screwing up the timeline. It was actually kind of fun.
I've been fortunate enough to play much, if at all. I enjoy and but also
your audio's cutting out a little bit. Can you boost the gain on your end a little?
Can I what?
Can you boost the gain on your end a little?
Let me see if I can do it. All right, I'm gonna read this out. You exit the threshold.
Starting to drop you out like it's hitting a noise gate or something, but I don't have one.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe I'm just speaking quietly. Am I still playing?
Hang on,
Here. You exit the. Okay, no.
hang on 1 second. Okay, say something.
Something, anything. You can say anything if you.
Boosted your audio on my end a little bit. That might help. And oh, damn, is my glow on? I'm surprised you haven't complained about me dropping out looking at that thing.
Surprised I haven't what?
I'm surprised you haven't complained about my audio dropping out.
Hello?
I'm surprised you haven't complained about my audio dropping out, because I was trying to fix it and it actually moved my gate all the way up to max, so it was gating at 0 decibels.
Well, that was ironic as hell.
Yeah.
Like, I'm surprised you haven't. Yeah, I'm like, I bet he's about to. Anyway.
Okay.
Okay.
Now back into.
Boxes.
Pull the game back up again, and there we go.
That's the end of the
Dragonfall in big
game.
letters. Title drop.
Yep, because they're title dropping. Exit clean room. Threshold. Vast. If the abandoned facility that we just fought through, stand.
It's still dropping you out here and there.
Damn. See if the. there. I'm just fiddling with my mic to alignment.
Hang on, do I have a noise gate on you? I don't think I have one on that.
Now you're buzzing a little. Oh, that seems. Nope, now. Dang. Let me try something. I've got another head.
Huh?
Boy Scouts motto.
Yeah, I have backups for my backups for my backups. Guys, when you have a system that's as held together by virtual
Okay,
duct
can you hear
tape and in some cases literal duct tape, you want backups.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
Hello? I can hear you. Apparently you cannot hear me.
Yeah, I can't. Dang it. I think you can hear me okay, but I can't.
That's exactly what I just said.
Give me 1 second.
But it's still dropping out for some.
You know, we would get to the very end of it.
Check if there's any settings on Discord.
Recce.
Boost his output a bit more. That.
Okay, try saying something.
Okay, I think I figured out what the problem was. Hey, still there?
Okay, say something.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm gonna switch back to the old head.
I think it may have been echo cancellation that was
Okay.
screwing us on that one.
And yes,
Game.
Do 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 do.
Oh my god.
Do do do.
Oh sweet Jeebus.
What?
We get to the end of the game and this is when it decides to have audio. Brilliant.
That is let's try this. I'm gonna hang up the call and then call you right back.
Okie dokie.
It's been going for a while. It may be that Discord just doesn't like calls going on that. So give that a try. Leaving call. And I'm calling Kevin again.
All right then. Let's see how long it lasts. Hey,
It's work. It seems to be working better now.
Great. Okay, it was Discord's fault.
Yep, all Discord's
Thank
fault.
you.
Sorry for the delay on that one, guys. Now we're back. Okay, and you got the screen back, or do we need to turn that back on?
I got to turn that back on. For me.
Sorry. Every time I switch out of the game, it also stutters your audio on my end because I guess the system's processing it, and then it's going to have the two squares circling one another.
Yeah, I get some of that derezzing effect when you talk.
Oh, those squares! All these squares make a circle. All these squares make a circle.
Oh crap! What is that? I know that.
Dragon Ball Z abridged.
Thank you,
Mr. Popo was tripping balls on a gallon of LSD. Go ahead.
My girlfriend and I bonded over that show. Just like, bye. I'll tell you where they aren't. Safe.
If they ever need a replacement.
Wow, your name makes it. Wow, your name opens up the makes the ship go places. No, it just knows better. Po.
Zachary, you should know that. Gasp, Czarnecki. Well, to be fair, my Popo impression is not nearly as good as his is. So it is, and it is not one. It's not exactly like saying I need an adult. Or if you've ever heard me say crap baskets, that's where I got that from.
I need an adult. I am an adult.
No, you are not. which was the final payoff for that one, was Goku saying, "I am an adult." No, you are not.
Give me a time when I don't have a cough. I'll do a killer DBZ abridged Vegeta for you. Like, I watched that and found myself narrating to myself as I played video games. Oh, what are you doing? Throwing a grenade? You're just gonna throw a grenade? That's fine. I'm gonna have to kill you. I was having a ball with it.
Oh God. Gonna have to find a co-op game for us to play for you to do that, because
dude, I am all for it. But I will say this: I was supposed to be in Abridged about 2-3 years ago, and then my contact dried up, and that still breaks my heart because that's the kind of stuff you're not getting a paycheck, but it fills your heart to make something so fun. I just don't have the connections, man. Anyway. Okay, so you want me to read this like Popo or Vegeta?
Apparently, according to you, Popo is easier on your voice, so.
The heat emanating from my head hits you like a hammer. The smell of sulfur and ozone is enough to make your lunch want to find somewhere to hide. Above the noise created by the whir of turbines, you can hear the deep rumble of something feral waking up. Something very, very big. You check your weapons and step into the vast chamber.
And it was so fitting, too. New Millennium's another big DBZ Abridged fan, so.
Excellent. I see you too are a man of culture.
Gonna put Lanny Pator out of a job.
I would never, but I would love to work with those people. Well, thank you, Millennium. I do this for a living.
Yep.
Oh,
let's see what's going on here before
sometime. All right. The smell of sulfur and ozone fills the cavernous chamber. Despite the whir of several high-output exhaust fans, the heat is tremendous. As you enter, you hear a loud click, followed by the squeal of audio feedback. Then Adrian Vauclair's voice booms over the loudspeakers.
I don't know how you escaped that laboratory, but please, stop.
Sorry.
I must complete the virus infusion process. I must release her. Our future as a species depends upon it.
Dr. Vauclair, I think your obsession with dragons has progressed to the point that you're no longer in control of your actions. You son of a bitch, let me pick that.
The only etiquette you needed for Endgame.
Because Abstruse actually went to college. He takes the college-educated ability every time. Mostly so I can buy cheap knowledge skills, but still. That's also part of his backstory. He went to UT.
That's the first one I take.
He went to UT Austin, which explains why one of his other flaws is prejudice Aztalan.
Red always takes college educated because he spends big paydays laying low to let the heat die off. And he does it by fake registering a sin to attend a college. And he just lays low and takes classes and lives on campus for a while and then gets back in the shadows when the money runs out. Interesting side note, by the way, folks. I've completely forgotten what I was about to say, so never mind.
I'm sorry, Doctor. I know you want to aid humanity, but murder and genocide isn't the way.
Don't take the moral high ground with me, Shadowrunner. How many people did you and your team butcher to get here? Dozens, easily. And
just because the game doesn't have narco-jet guns.
To avenge the deaths of your friends, to protect your crew's bazaar. The scale of your crimes does not protect you from the same judgments that you are attempting to pass up to me, nor do any altruistic motivations that you may ascribe to them. I am attempting to save humanity itself.
By committing genocide.
The time for discussion is over. I am done debating with you.
Oz is puzzled.
Still, I must understand how you escaped the test lab.
A thought comes to him. His tired eyes glitter in triumph.
It was her, wasn't it? Firewing. It must be. You made some sort of deal. She helped you escape, and in return you will help her rejoin her dragon body.
Firewing showed me a way out. Now I'm offering one to you.
Showed me the way, and you too can be one with Firewing.
Yeah, that does sound kind of like that, but that's where my head went. So, oops.
What did she promise you? Gold, jewels, eternal life? She offered them to me as well. For decades.
Shit, I got shortchanged.
It doesn't matter now. The infusion process has begun. The dragon is waking up. Soon she will take flight. But you will not be alive to witness that. Audrin ensures that they don't.
How long has it been since Vauclair has actually slept?
Well, with a sleep regulator and the right stims, weeks.
I have never, ever in my life had a GM that let me play a sleep regulator properly, or any of the other sort of cyberware. Because the other character I play a lot is a character called Babysitter, who is basically a bodyguard.
Makes sense.
He is heavily armored and is all about, bodyguarding. He's called Babysitter because his backstory is he worked for corporate...
Childcare?
No, not childcare. He was a corporate bodyguard, which meant he spent most of his time, but he was a freelancer, so he wasn't actually a corporate citizen or corporate employee. So he hung out with Shadowrunners mostly, and most of them made fun of him, calling him a glorified babysitter because all he did was follow around all the corp kids and make sure they didn't get into trouble. Or follow the executives to their country clubs and whatnot.
See, it's ironic that you'd hang out with Shadowrunners, who would be the most likely people that you have to fight all the time.
It's also the people he has the most in common with, because he's technically a freelancer himself. Take you out first. Now let's go back to these other. Grenadier. Damn it. AP damage is most important for the Grenadier, because I hate Grenadiers.
Yeah, -4.
Notice I think it's the same music, but there's a key change.
It's a little different. There's some more stuff. There's more strings.
It's a different mix.
I do like that the first game had more of like a techno rock sound. There was more bass. Bass gets the beat pumping. Bass is how you get the action. This feels epic, but it doesn't necessarily feel like a fight. This is like an emotional moment more than like a let's kick ass.
So tempted. No, I'm going to be a good boy and help clear up the trash.
Well, notice that virus level thing.
Decking 1, jack in.
How hard could it be?
Erosion 3,
Famous
Killer 3, Medic 3, Shield 3, Suppression 1, and we're taking all our babies with us this time.
Oh, yes.
So at this point, if Apex was still alive, you would receive a notification from her asking you to upload her into the dragon. If you don't agree to help her, swears to kill you the next time you enter the Matrix.
Classy.
Yeah, I'm glad I killed that AI now, even though Abstruse is kind of sympathetic to AI, but still. Okay, Grenadier's dead.
Well, there's a wee baby leyline over there.
Over where? Oh, there. And it's got cover. get to that. Because I'm pretty sure these 3 guys are not going to be the only people I have to fight.
Now, could you hover over that pickup and those 2 monitors just to see what they are? Because I'm really curious.
Use pump station. Use pump station.
Hmm.
Line of sight blocked anyway.
Use pump station?
So use the pump station for now. It takes the same action.
Pump station warning. Infusion sequence is locked. Disengage safety protocol to enable emergency venting of virus. Note, the virus infusion process will automatically reinitiate after emergency venting.
That's a...
Ooh, there's a golden hand thing up by that pump. Use vent hatch. Oh god, what if it sprays you with the shit?
I think Iger would take that.
What if it kills Firewing?
Venting virus.
Infusion decelerated. Okay. And I bet you hit that other panel and you can do the other one over there.
Although Iger does look in trouble. Oh, someone else showed up. And someone else showed up. And someone else showed up.
Of course.
And they bunched together nicely. Ooh, where the fuck did you come from?
What was that?
I don't know.
That was Matrix shit. You've been in the Matrix this whole time. It was all a dream. This is a Dallas. They're pulling a Dallas. See, it's pretty impressive that you don't have a higher system alert at this point.
March over here. Then we're going to bring out our buddy. Then we're going to bring out our buddy. I'm going to send one of them through first. Then we're going to create our buddy.
Don't forget your boys can use cover too.
They have to get to the cover first.
Yeah.
No, you go over here.
I think you got to go out and then back in.
Damn it.
Yeah, it's asinine, but...
Damn.
That was a lot.
I can't get them both, so...
I get that, Black Eyes. Probably increase your chances to hit a little.
Mark, see what you can do. Damn it, that was all he could do. All right, my turn.
Can you go directly to the left?
Which left? This
Your
way?
left. Yeah.
I can.
All right. That's something.
Line of sight's blocked though. Well, it's blocked because of those things.
Yeah, but you still have to move to get to those.
I also don't want to
venting
cut
systems,
I don't
so-
want to cut myself off from the other ones either because I got to get through them before I can get to the venting system. I have to clear out all the ice first. Heal you up. Healed me.
Yikes.
Now we're going to start having fun. How much do you have left? 50. Hi.
Very nice.
You have been charging. I don't like you charging. Hopefully he doesn't need 2 rounds to finish that. Well, no, I got friends. Hey, friends, can you... What am I doing there?
I'd probably smack those smaller ones around a bit.
Trying to increase the percentage a bit, but it doesn't seem... What are you at? You are at... You're at 50% charge, so you're only going to charge more charge.
Well, he's got another thing charging at 100, so next round you're going to see something.
Oh. Damn it!
Whoa.
About what I expected. Well, I was worried about an area effect. Oh, shit. There's actual combat going on, too.
All right, there was a shotgun guy to the right. There's.
I don't know
the
why
dude
her
with the
thing is
sword.
all... Looks like it's all... Her portrait looks weird.
Maybe it's the virus? Hover over her for a second. There's a down arrow and a gray arrow. Venting virus. Yeah. She's occupied.
Oh, oh, that's... Dude! Personal space! Can't see how many... I don't think she has action points because I think she's actively venting the thing. Down to Glory. Down here.
Maybe that mercenary will be a real bonehead.
Mercenary
and,
mage.
Take cover behind that barrel.
Damn it. I need her down here.
Yeah. Can you haste Glory?
Nope, my haste is used up for 2 rounds because I hasted her last time. Line of sight's blocked to those 2 mages.
He's got the electro bolt thing.
Yeah, I can't even see over there though.
No, you could zap the guy right next to you, though, right?
Yeah, it's an area
Oh,
effect.
Never
But we get me and Glory.
You could zap shotgun guy to the right.
Maybe.
You could heal Glory. Is she hurt? No.
No one's hurt yet. At least not.
Man.
If they are, it's not badly. Yeah, it's got a 4-turn cooldown, so I'm going to hold off on it.
Little miracles.
Oh, yeah.
What is a technomancer?
Eisen
in
is taken up
Shadowrun?
by that. So
What is a technomancer in Shadowrun, and why are they hated? A technomancer is a virtua kinetic. They are people who have mutated, basically, to become able to interface with the Matrix using nothing but their brain. They're basically mages that can interface with only the Matrix and not spells or the astral. That being said, what they do is not magic, and I will fight anybody who tries to say they're a new kind of mage.
she'd have a little bit of damage. So
there you go. But they're basically natural mages, or natural deckers who learn complex forms, which are inherent skill-based programs that they build with their brains. As for why they're hated, people hate things they don't understand, and technomancers have been linked with a number of bad events that are totally not their fault. It's a whole thing, man. We do find that more people play technomancers than deckers tabletop these days, at least vocally. And apparently there's never enough rules for them. So
that'll take him out this round. Make sure he's done this round.
kill him for me, Marv. Kill him good.
Oh, thank you.
Done. Nice. Oh, for heaven's sake.
But I lowered the level by 1, so.
Nice. Yeah, these look like small fry.
There's another venting shaft over there, so. First things first.
Well, see if your resistance can do it first. Then you can, I mean, if you really luck out, maybe you can just run over and do this stuff.
Can't interact until all the ice is gone.
That
is one of the differences in the game.
Yeah.
Tabletop. White ice, white ice, white. It's another Sparky. Take out the one that's right in front of me.
Yeah.
I can't. Actually, can I take it out?
I would just handle the. I'd just take out those small fry.
The Sparky's going to take a minute to charge. Yeah, you get the one in your face. And you get the one in your face. Good ESPs.
Gotta love them.
Okay. Oh, she's back.
Shoot that barrel. Yeah.
Part of that was her hitting them. Part of that was the shotgun blast.
Yeah.
Oh, she has some line of sight to the mage. Damn it.
Forget those guys. Those two are still active. Shotgun them again.
Oh, that is 2 of them. Do you not get personal spate? Spate. Our mage sucks. At anything that is not support, he is not good.
I was never terribly crazy about him.
I like the character, not the build.
Yeah, exactly.
Got one move to get over here. See how much they can take out first. Might save me a couple of AP if they can do it. Not quite enough.
Got any area effect?
Oh, area effect. My area effect does only slightly more damage than my regular attack. Here we go. And we're back down to 2. I literally think that's all I can do.
Yeah.
Bought myself 2 extra rounds. Sorry, friends. I'm leaving you. And it's not just because people in the real world keep shooting me in the face. And I've got all my comment.
Nice.
Hi, mage.
Auto. Yeah.
I got a thunderbolt. I'm fucking using it. Oh shit.
Hit the plus control.
Oh shit.
Good.
You can. He's got nowhere to go to get cover from the guy.
Well, I mean, you could spend a little more AP and get around that corner not too far from Dietrich. Yeah, right around there.
Out of all the selections. Oh, that's... Wait. Oh, she can't get over here.
Yeah. You gotta take out that mage who's shielding him. 99% chance to hit too, so that's pretty slick. Oh, never mind.
There's a mage?
Yeah, there was a mage. I think there's one.
Oh,
that's
there he
one,
is.
And there's another one behind. Over by the dragon. Yep.
Oh, you. Actually, a better chance to hit the one that's way over there than 93% chance and I miss. Pick up. I don't even know what I'm picking up.
Probably a grenade. You're right next to a dude, though, you know.
I know, but Audrin.
Fair enough, but he's going to absorb 6 damage.
Minus 6 damage for the next 2. I'm not gonna waste my Deadeye on him. Is that what that's called? Yeah, it is Deadeye shot. I just said that. I didn't even know if that's what it was called. Yeah, it was. Good call on that one.
There you go.
Ori. Take him out real fast. Thank you.
Oh, juicy. There is the guy flanking from behind over there.
No one else other than. Can't get to that guy, so.
Hey, she does have a grenade launcher. You know, if you want to hit Audrin and the.
Clicking on it. Gonna let me target. Nope,
Damn.
missed.
I've always loved that pipe sound. Thoop. That's
Did a little something at least. Missed. I like seeing mist a lot.
Well, you're not fighting any vampires. But oof. Virus levels at 5. You might want to consider that other panel in the venting. Nice.
Considering, yes.
Nice.
Didn't do a hell of a lot to him, but
Maybe you can take out that other shotgun guy and clear a little room for the pump station.
Iger. That's what Iger can do fast.
Damn.
There we go. Something at least.
That's better.
And the last AP. Wait, hang on. I'll give it a
Could hit
shot.
Shotgun guy. Right.
I didn't think it would, but it was worth a shot. Okay, so. She's gonna be over here anyway. She's gonna. Hopefully that's one action point altogether. That is the one action point. No, that was that one action point. That's going to take her out for a round.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't have enough AP to get to it anyway. So
D-trick maybe.
yep, he's got just enough to get there with the heal.
Ooh.
The good news is everyone's got a trauma kit. I've got like 4 of them, so I hope they keep trying to attack me over everyone else. Did you really get up in the shotgun specialist's face?
When you have a minigun. Oh, give him your best. Full auto, man.
I do have burst fire on my shotgun.
Yeah. The thud. Oh, yeah.
Hate having to reload. I hate having to spend action points to reload. It sucks.
What's the kneecapper do?
Reduces damage by 6, but also AP damage.
Damn.
Blocked entirely. Shit. But guess who poked their pretty little head out?
Ding dong. No longer shielded.
Damn it! No. You're gonna fuck this dude up. Come on.
Hack and slash. Slash and hack.
Damn it! Thank you! I mean, sucks for us, but...
Was that the dragon?
That was, the dragon did something, yes. I don't know what.
Sprayed fire. Is he not venting virus anymore? Went up to 6.
Damn it! One damage.
Wow.
Cover. 5 damage on him. Oh.
Yeah, I forgot all about those. Ooh, you could give some pretty hefty buffs to your guys, though.
I could, but I've only got one action point. I want to take this asshole out.
Is that a teleport?
I think it's someone with invisibility.
Yeah, but they just like went from you to there. Damn.
There is no teleporting in Shadowrun.
Yeah, but this is the video game.
Okay, 11% chance of going free. Let's see what happens. Oh, buddy. Let's see if this works. Nope.
Too easy. Honestly, I'd be buffing your boys.
Tiger needs it worse right now. Dietrich.
You can haste somebody.
Arthur's shotgun's doing more damage right now.
Truth.
5. I get 5 shots at this asshole now. Make sure I actually hit with one. Hopefully. Nope.
Burst fire.
Not enough ammo. So
Damn.
reload first. I have to do that anyway. Oh!
Fuck. I think you just got to get right on top of him and unload it.
Take what I can get. Wait. Read some of it.
Nice. God damn it. Seriously. Oh, wait. Can the spirit do the venting?
Yes, I can.
Just gonna do the thing.
Oh, keep shooting at me. Shoot at me. Let me. Yeah. Don't minus AP me. Just kill me. I got 1 AP. Got my crit in. It's gonna want to go free no matter what, so. Nope. Fuck me.
Is the pump thing even doing anything at this point?
I don't know. But I'm at 8, so I gotta try. No, not the bodyguard. Audrin. How are you missing a dude the size of a fucking house?
I think you gotta just, go for the pump and get out of there.
And nope. At least Audrin got hit by that one. Got my one shot. I'm shooting Audrin. Point blank range. I'm still missed.
Well, I mean, you could see it as his armor deflecting it. Yeah, definitely summon whatever you got left.
I'm also getting Dietrich over here to the pump. Helping anything, but all I got.
Okay, apparently the fight is over when you kill Audrin, so... Oh, yeah.
8 hit points. Come on. Come on. You can do it.
Yes! You don't know what you've done.
Can't get to it.
Somebody's got to pick up.
I'm not having the spirit do it. There's your 1 AP. He's got to reload anyway, so make sure she can stay alive. I'm immortal. 2 more times. Okay, can you guys stop now, please? Thank you. Okay, me. I can get that right now because I'm right on top of it.
The virus infusion has been aborted.
I still have to finish the fight, though.
Yeah, but now you don't have that timer looming over your head.
Yeah. I don't know why Dietrich's still locked up then, if I've already overridden it, but hey. Oh, you're right in my face.
Ring his bell. Her bell.
That stupid damn adept, too. Oh, the fire spirit went away when the thing went. That sucks. But the earth spirit's still here in my face. Can you say bullshit?
Bullshit.
Rid of this
Burst
damn
fire
thing
in the
anyway.
face.
I got rid of the stupid thing anyway. And everyone's got trauma kits, so...
Gotta love a positive foregone conclusion, but Iger is petrified.
Oh, I just glanced over to check 'cause I've been so trying to sort out the battle. I just saw a new Millennium left. I don't know if you're still here, but thanks for watching, man. And no, never deal with the dragon. Never.
Always deal with the right dragon.
Always make the right deal with the right dragon.
Mm-hmm.
And
Silk
it is
still out there doing his thing, and he worked for Dunkelzahn and later has to be.
problem is you got to know. Oh, why is she out of AP?
Because she's petrified.
Oh. Through this. Glory, you take care of the one of our face. Your face. There, it's a teleporting son of a bitch out of the way. How many action points do I have? Okay, that's some bullshit. I know he has a trauma kit on him. No! That was not what you were supposed to do. Oh, I have to have a trauma kit to save him. Okay. Either way. You two are the only ones left. Ow. Heal wounds on. She's right there next to you. She just healed you. Or heal me. Whatever. And then haste Eisen. Oh, she's way over there. What the hell is she doing over there?
Wasn't she petrified before?
Has everyone lost their ability to hit?
Yes.
Oh, she hit me for 17 damage. That's what happened.
Naturally.
It hit me for 11 damage. Jesus. Ow. Oh, that's what happened. I was the one who spent my trauma kit. Okay, that's what happened. Okay, that's my Eisen's over there.
Iger, you mean?
Iger, yeah.
I'm like, who's Eisen?
There.
Nice.
Fucking done. Nope. Get back down here.
Give me 1 second.
Hmm. Almost done.
Oh, on a related note, I just killed a boss in another game I was playing.
Huh.
Yes, the Tree of Men falls. Once again, a transplast window separates you from Adrian Vauclair, but this time his steadfast will is gone. He stands motionless, hands at his sides, eyes dead, spent. The strength that drove him, the steely resolve that couldn't be shaken by sickness or time or age, is gone. It's theirs now. The world. All theirs.
You're gonna have to pay for this, you know.
We will all pay. All of us. The worms will continue their machinations, consolidate their power, exact their tribute, and humanity.
We'll survive. We always have.
We are no more than treasure to them. Favored baubles to be collected, items to be traded, resources to be spent, or hoarded. He sweeps his eyes across the carnage that was his life's work until they come to rest on the dragon. He grits his teeth. 42 years. 42 years, and we finally had our chance to make a difference. And you destroyed it.
You're damn right I did.
I gave everything I had. Everything. Everything I loved. I'm sorry, Hermie.
Wait, what? No, don't do that. Oh, shit.
So, how you doing? You gonna let me out of here? I'll make it worth your
An advanced
while.
med kit.
Yeah.
It was an advanced med kit. I think she's hurt worse than high hams. Yes, she was, because I used the whole thing on her and she's still not full up.
Damn.
Okay.
Might want to save.
Good point.
Because I think releasing Firewing is optional.
Yep.
Dragon Chamber Operations Control. Sequence Operations Control Transfer. Audrin A1. Panacea has been taken offline via external override. Infusion process aborted. Dragon is not infectious. Astral containment and astral entity containment cell has been lowered. Auxiliary door unlocked.
Firewing, I think it's up to you to get out of here, because I'm blowing this place up.
Really? Warning, this process will lock down all further terminal access. Are you sure you wish to proceed? I'd say no. Maybe you can talk to her?
Exit and...
The control panel.
Oh, containment control. We gotta let her out.
The gaunt woman stares wide-eyed as you approach. She presses one hand to the wall of the glass prison, closes her eyes, and mouths one word. Please. The console next to the containment cell appears to control a variety of functions related to the cell's operation, including its life support systems. Next to it is a small intercom button. A green light activates inside the containment cell, and the gaunt woman flinches up at it, startled. Then, understanding appears on her face, and she begins to speak, her eyes flashing from her dragon body, then back to you, again and again.
Close now, so close. The human has done what has been done. The longest fight nears its end. She is so close, so very close now.
She stops suddenly. Her eyes take in the devices surrounding and invading the dragon's body. The
Tubes.
Tubes of viscous yellow liquid running into it. The monitors flashing their status. Recognition and horror explode onto her face, and she screams a long, mournful wail that I will not reproduce. Vauclair, no.
Defiled. I am defiled.
Her face contorts in a mask of fury, and her mouth opens wide, wider than should be possible. Her neck cranes forward, and her head swings from side to side as she hisses her rage. She slathers, her spittle hitting the glass between you as she speaks.
Spoiler, piss, ant, vermin, pig, dog. He dares touch my sacred me. Shall rend him, flay him, burn him, burn him, burn. Ash, nothing left but ash.
She stands there, panting for a moment, spent. Then her eyes narrow, focus, ice over.
It will be slow, Vauclair. I will make it slow. Delicious.
This is the third time this chapter somebody's talked about killing somebody slowly.
It is a good threat if you can do it properly. Vauclair is dead, first.
The gaunt woman breathes a ragged breath, releases it slowly. When she speaks again, her voice is flat. Will you release me now, human? Make me whole again. Whole?
Maybe, but first you need to answer some questions.
You dare!
No. Ask. Ask your questions, little human, so I may escape this cage. The long sleep awaits. The long flight will finally end.
Why did you do it? Why did you kill all those people?
The gaunt woman covers her mouth with her hand, a look of horror in her eyes.
You did do it right. You burned thousands of people to death.
She glares at you over her hand, nods her head yes. Burned. Burned and burned and burned and burned. Yes. Also cold. I woke to the cold, the gray. Where is the green, human? Where is the green?
What is it? What's the green?
The mother. The mother. Lost. What have they done, little human? What have they done?
I know what this is about, but Abstruse does not.
She woke up and found all the forests gone.
I don't think it was a forest. I think one specific tree.
Mm-hmm.
You might want to talk to Cylinder about that, Fairschwing. He might have some answers for you. Sorry, that was a deep cut Shadowrun lore thing, I think. I don't even... Do you know what I'm talking about on that one, Kevin?
Oh, I'll let you explain.
I barely know this because this one's way more Earth-Dawn than it is Shadowrun, but there was... there's a tree that's basically... what's the Norse mythology?
Yggdrasil.
Yggdrasil. Kind of. It was
World
that.
Tree.
Yeah, and there was a dragon who was in charge of that. That dragon was killed, and the tree was burnt to ash by Cylinder. And that was part of Dunkelzalen's will, is the ashes of that tree were given to Cylinder as both a, hey, you did this, you're in charge of this now, also, fuck you for doing this in the first place. It was kind of a big deal because that I think the tree, and again, this is Earthdawn lore, so I'm a lot weaker on that, but I believe the tree was also the place the dragons tended to, it was either a mating ground or a hatching ground. Either it was kind of an important thing, and it ended up getting burnt to ash. And I think that is what is going on here. More than just like sprawl paving over forests. I think. Do you have any corrections or anything to add to that one?
No, I think that summed it up nicely.
How do I know you won't hurt anyone else?
Swear it. Fjörsvinga will swear it.
And how do I know you'll keep your promise?
She searches the ground for an answer. Finds nothing there. You must trust.
I don't know. I'm not exactly the trusting type.
Yeah, but let's bear in mind that all dragon magic is based on... Well, a lot of dragon magic, the old magic, is based on oaths and blood.
Yeah, but I'm also role-playing, and I know that Abstruse does not. He knows a lot about magic, but not that much. Well, in terms of, for a mundane, he knows a lot about magic. For the average magic user, he knows fuck all, but...
Personally, I would say then swear. Swear. Yes, swear. Swear to hurt no man, no beast. No tree, no crop, no building. Fjörsvinga will fly to the long sleep until the next age of the world. For the forever task. The shelter. The shield. The shepherd.
The forever task?
Sacred. It is sacred. The forever task. Now let me go or end me, but release me. Release. The gaunt woman begins pacing her cell, up and back, up and back. You've got the intelligence.
I know, but I'm mad I don't have academic now. The forever task is protect something important, sacred.
The gaunt woman stops her pacing and her eyes slowly rise to meet yours. Lucid, unblurred by time or torture or separation from her body. When she speaks, her voice is flat. I am the shelter. I am the shield. I am the shepherd. And I have failed the green.
So the forever task is to protect the green. What is the green, fish?
The dragon in the woman sways a little, swallows hard. The sacred she, the Gaia she, the desecrated body. I smelled it first, long ago. On my first flight after I awoke, the stink of it choked me and I retched. Then I saw it, for as far as my eyes could see, far, far to the horizon. Human stone and metal, glass and flickering lights, sprawled across the land, slicing into the sky, lording over the green, smothering the whole of the world. Yes, gone, all gone. The cold is won, the world is metal, Fierschwinger is lost.
I don't want to put that thought in her head. Oh, my cursor is lining up now, so like I don't want to put that thought in her head. You would begin again. Yeah, I'm not putting that thought in her head. Here with the general. Don't give up hope.
Dragons do not hope, little human. That gift is for you alone. She wraps her arms around herself, quietly shivering. Lost. Fierschwinger is lost. There will be no long slumber. The world is dead now. Fierschwinger is dead. She looks at you sadly, longingly. Will you finish it, little human? Will you end Fierschwinger?
Ooh, a heavy choice. Based on what she said, what I would like to do, and again, the game's not letting me, but what I would like to do is tell her, no, there are some people who think like you over in South America. And then I am booking a package to Zurich Orbital because I do not want to be around when Fairschwing shows up in Amazonia. Because that shit is... I don't even want to know what would happen if Fairschwing joined up with Amazonia, especially with the war with Astalin.
To say nothing of Astalin's general environmental policies.
On the other hand,
smog in Tenochtitlan is worse than anywhere else in the world.
However, Abstruse would absolutely love that shit. Watching Astalin burn under Fairschwing's revenge. As the rituals go, but
if you could step away, could you talk to your friends for advice?
I need a minute.
See, like a little hey, let's talk would be awful nice.
Glory.
She's just 2 daggers left. There you go.
Got yet? Nope. Don't get a chance to talk with anyone. I got to make this decision. Activate the intercom.
Will you do it now, human? Will you end me?
I wanted to ask you about something else. She doesn't say anything. What do I get if I release you?
The dragon inside the woman is perplexed. Get? What do you get from giving a sapling water, or holding a child against the terrors of the night?
What?
The nurturing compounds upon itself, tightens the fabric, roots to the soil, child to the mother. She's literally, then I am free. Yes, I am free. Tell me, say the words. She's literally saying she understands the concept of kindness for its own sake. That does mean something.
Yeah. What is it you wish, Drag?
Back where we were.
Yep.
I go with the first one.
Hang on. It's a video game. I can do this. Save scum. Damn curious what the two endings are, because I think this is the big choice of the big moral choice of the intercom. Is it you wish? Will you end Firewing? No, Firewing. A forever task requires patience, faith. The next world could be better.
I have been ripped from my body, little human. Imprisoned in this girl, imprisoned in this cage. Tormented longer than the span of your entire lifespan. And I have been defiled. The green is defiled, spoiled. There is no forever for me. Forever is dead. I do not want to sleep the long sleep. I want oblivion. End me, little human.
The green needs you. You're her shelter, her shield, her shepherd. Don't abandon her.
I cannot abandon what does not exist. The green is gone. The cold has won.
And there's an Amazonia option for you.
Don't forget the elves. They still tend the green.
Oh, wow. No.
Oh, there we go. Wait. Oh my god, I get my actual option. Yeah, the green still lives. You haven't seen Amazonia. It's covered in jungle.
Jungle?
I hear that a feather serpent rules.
Mujaji has awakened. It must be she.
The green still lives, Firewing.
It lives?
Or Firewing, while you live, the green will live.
Pulls herself up to her full height and speaks as if to herself.
While the green still lives, the task remains until the last world ends.
The vessel holding the dragon lifts her face to a sky she cannot see.
Perhaps it is not too late. Sleep. Sleep would bring healing. My nest.
Her fragile form trembles, but she steadies herself. When she speaks again, her voice is calm, at peace.
If you release me, little human, I will sleep the long sleep. I will begin again in the next age of the world.
You in the 8th world.
The gaunt woman drops to her knees, her face reflecting a series of emotions: surprise, relief, appreciation, and finally, peace.
Okay. I do need to warn you about one thing, Firewing. When you wake up, there's going to be these people called Comstar. They're not bad, but if you hear anyone talk about the word of Blake, burn.
They're the worst.
That is.
Then the light exits her eyes, and she falls to the floor of her tiny cell, her body limp and lifeless.
For those who don't get that joke, there was an old fan theory that Battletech is the 7th world to Shadowrun's 6th world. Completely not true because they have separate alternate histories, but it is a fun thought experiment.
Yes.
And Comstar rules
happens.
Earth in Battletech. So for a long moment, nothing happens.
Then, without warning, the entire chamber fills with a blinding light. You can see nothing. All goes eerily quiet. And yet somewhere, just at the edge of your hearing, you think you can hear the faint whispering of voices. They sound sad and far away. Just as you think you might discern the voices, there's a massive crash, and the entire chamber starts to shake. Disoriented, you stagger for several moments, still blinded and trying to recover.
steady yourself and your senses return in time to see the faint form of the dragon disappearing in the distance. Then, Fürschwinger is gone. My head tells me we released a dragon, but I can't help feeling that we did the right thing.
If a Dragon Slayer shaman says that, I'm going to trust him.
Yeah. I'm surprised to hear you say that. The Firewing wasn't just any dragon. She was a great dragon, Dietrich. An insane great dragon. Lord knows what she's going to do now. It'll be fine. My gut tells me she's going to disappear. Find a nice, cozy place to sleep off this age of the world, then try again next time.
Probably sleep somewhere in the mountain. About Nova Scotia or so. Oh shit, Miles, is that you? In a plane crashing? Miles Lanier crashed in a plane in Canada.
Dun dun dun.
Anyway, I'm digging into deep lore for jokes now because I'm just finally. I'm also sitting here trying to spin what I just did for lore in terms of integrating this into Shadowrun lore as I know it, because this happened way before a lot of other stuff, and so now I'm trying to piece together how to retcon this into everything else.
Let's hope.
And I now wish I had a sub-process in my brain I could shove that all off to.
Let's talk sometime about the effects that all that headwear does to you.
Mm-hmm.
She turns to you. There's nothing more for us here. Let's get back home.
There's one thing left for us.
You punch the button, and alarm klaxons play. That's it as that. Come on, boss. Let's get the hell out of here. What's behind you? Well, you're not going to be able to pick up all those shed dragon scales that are worth a fortune now. Good job.
Oh well.
I don't think that's an actual option.
It isn't. There was that's why I was hovering the mouse over it, but yeah.
You step out of the van.
My first thought though was all the shit that's in this lab should not exist.
Yeah, it's full of doom.
Yeah.
You step out of the van, climbing down into the tunnel leading back to the cruise bazaar, waiting for my screen to load.
Mm-hmm.
Just hours ago, you saved Berlin from fire and ash, from the would-be sacrifice of Dr. Adrian Vauclair. It feels strange now, returning in secret, in silence. The other residents of the Cruise Bazaar go about their business, unaware of what almost happened here tonight. It's finally over. Your team and your Kais are safe once again.
Remind me, game autosave. Remind me to talk about Shadowrun and World Shattering Consequence for players. It's a complaint I've seen about Shadowrun, but I want to finish the game first before we get off on another diversion.
The team is waiting when you walk in. Their faces are haggard, their shoulders slumped. Is there a point to all this, abstruse? We lost Paul, lost Monica, Cruise Bazaar. So many people dead. It was just supposed to be a simple job, remember? A milk run. Get into the estate, snatch some data, and get home in time for worm talk on the trade.
There are no simple jobs, ever. Part of the gig.
Abstruse is right. A good runner knows that the run she's on is never what it seems. We're deniable assets to our employers, disposable goods. It's on us to succeed in spite of that. And honestly, that's fine with me. A soldier knows how to take orders and gets a job done, without worrying about the big picture. Leave that kind of thing for the generals. Show me the hill, and I'll figure out how to take it. This whole thing about dragons taking over the world, thought of them slowly holding everything, it too big to think about. We're street level. We run the shadows. That's it. Worrying about those sort of issues is beyond our pay grade. That's what they want. That's what they need. The corpse, the dragons, the politicians, everyone. They want us to think that we can't make a difference. They put effort, a lot of effort, into making us feel small, insignificant. But we're not. We had the power in our hands today. We had a choice and we made it. And because of that, the world is different. For good or for ill. That's right. For good or ill. We can't see the future. I don't think that anyone can. But the world is different now. And we're the ones who changed it. So, did we win?
Berlin's still standing, isn't it? I'd count that as a win.
You watch the team take this in. Iger nodding her agreement. Glory staring ahead, lost in thought. Dietrich frowning, eyeing the floor. Blitz fiddling with his deck and pretending not to understand. Iger breaks the silence. So now what? Monica's gone, Paul's gone. Do we keep running together or it's a road? I'm out. Glory's face is placid. I have some business to take care of. The personal, violent kind. Don't know when I'll be back.
If you need anything, you know where to come.
Understood. See you around.
Sure, this ending would be different if I'd actually gotten the backstory on that.
I'll miss you, love. Be safe. Well, I'm in. I'm getting kind of old for a shadow runner, but I'd rather die in the shadows with the people you live. With the people you live. I don't know.
With you people than live.
Oh.
I don't.
I thought I had something going there. Whatever. The point is, I'm in. It's beautiful, man. So, I'm Sturz. You're gonna stick around to Kus Bazaar and keep running the shadows with me? You've done a hell of a job. I'd be happy to follow your lead.
Depends. Are we done with all that fearless leader crap?
All done, Sturz. Like I said, you lead, I'll follow. What about you, Blitz? Oh, I am most definitely in. Totally. Insane dragons, assholes with enormous machine guns, devil dogs that hump your leg when no one's looking. This is the place for me, no question about it.
Dante, what are you doing?
Oh? How could I say no?
Dante humped your leg.
I don't want to talk about it. It's still too fresh. Before I forget, the Turkish coffee guy sent one of his street rats over before you got here. Said he wants to talk to you about something.
Thanks. I'm gonna see what's going on with the Cruise Bazaar. I'll stop at the coffee shop on my way. If they're talking. So, yeah, a lot of people complain. One of the complaints I've heard about Shadowrun is because the world is the way the world is built and the way the canon is built, it's really hard to do stories that are, epic scale, save the world kind of things like what you get in D&D or Pathfinder, games like that. And I'm like, you can. This is actually a good example of one. The thing is, you're not going to get the glory for winning the day because anyone in power is going to be hiding the fact that everything almost broke down.
Yeah, like I think the first game did a great job with the how do you want to end this question, because what's his name in charge of Transis is like, well, name your reward. You just save the world and crap. And you can punch the officer, which seems to get you the most respect from everybody. You can get 1,000,000 new yen, which gets you a typical. Or you can be like, I could probably do, whoever the hell was in charge of security did a shit job and I could do better. And he goes, you're right. I'm firing them and now you're in charge of all my security, which means you've gone corporate, which is sort of a optimal retirement plan for a lot of Shadowrunners, to be honest.
Now, the thing about Abstruse, one of his backstories, he went through the whole insect plot.
Mm-hmm.
The old school Universal Brotherhood, Missing Blood, to I did Missing Blood first, then I did Queen Euphoria. Then there was a lull, then I did I can't remember what the other one was, but the headcanon I have for Abstruse is he ran Double Exposure.
Mm-hmm.
Which that's the one where you're Project Sunshine, you're exposing that with Rinraku's big charity outreach that turned out to have been a Universal Brotherhood plot that is actually the news story that breaks open that the Universal Brotherhood is corrupted by insect spirits, which is what sets off the events that lead to Chicago getting new.
Burning Bright.
Yes. The novel by Tom Dowd. Now, that is why he's in Germany. Is that all of this went down because of him, and he's like, okay, time out. I need a break. Let's get the fuck out of here while things cool down. And then he stumbles into this. Which I think works well for the character.
And kind of further highlights that you can absolutely have a whole ridiculous number of world-changing plots that happen with normal Shadowrunners. I think
another big thing that a lot of people don't realize is that you don't have to play in the canon world.
Yeah,
you can change canon for your campaign.
Mm-hmm.
I like playing in the canon world because I like what every group of writers has done over the many years. I love what they've done with the setting. So I like running in the canon world, but if your world is going to change that, your world takes precedence over their world because it's your table. Let's go ahead and talk to everyone. Let's start with Blitz because I haven't used Blitz at all. Come on, talk.
Hey, Chief. That was a hell of a thing, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Glad to hear you'll be staying on this team. I need someone to play my second fiddle in the Matrix.
Frankly, Chief, I'm surprised that you care. I mean, all this time and we've barely even talked. I didn't hear a peep from you when we weren't on a run.
What runs?
I don't know. I just didn't think that we were friends exactly. Friendly, but not friends.
Maybe we can change that.
Maybe we can, Chief. I'm game if you are. Want to meet up later at the Soy Calf shop? We can trade war stories over a smoke.
All right, you're buying.
Deal.
I got $3,000 on me, and that's it. That run got me no cash. Talk to Iger. Let's talk to Iger. Game. Thank you.
Abstruse. I admit it. You did a hell of a good job back there. I couldn't have done better myself.
Yeah, you did done fine. But it was my job to leave the team, so I did.
That's the right attitude. Anyway, I'll be looking forward to the next run. Just do me a favor. Make sure that the client is properly vetted and for the love of God, verifies that the job has nothing to do with dragons.
Oh no, it's totally cool. The next run we've got lined up has nothing to do with dragons. It's some dude in clown face wants us to go to this canyon.
Get the fuck out of my Gross Bazaar. Good man. Until next time.
Which again, yeah, that is the canonical Abstruses after he laid low. Harlequin's back happening, which he did. He did also run through Harlequin, so actually where a lot of the dragon lore came from.
Glory looks up from her preparations at the sound of your approach. She offers you a slight smile. Abstruse, you got us through the night alive. Well done.
Head somewhere?
That's right. I have a job to do. Something that I'd rather not discuss.
Give you a hand with the mystery job if you want.
Thanks, but no. What I have to do, well, it's a long story. I don't have time to explain it now.
Sure. Willing to go with you. I want to go with you.
Yes, I'm sure. Maybe if you'd approached me about it earlier, things might have been different, but this is my fight, my responsibility, and I'm not afraid to face it anymore.
The game is chastising me for not knowing that I need to talk to Glory when she kept repeating dialogue at me. That's why I got into trouble, is every time I tried to talk to anyone in the game, they repeated the same dialogue at me.
I
You're
think
not
it's
afraid.
specifically between story missions.
So you're not afraid. Good. Doesn't mean you couldn't use the help.
Fair point, but I'm still going to decline. Don't worry, Abstruse. I can do this. And once I'm finished, I'm coming back.
All right, Glory. Good hunting.
Thanks.
Before we talk to Dietrich, let's see what Shadowland's got to say. See if I got any new messages. Nope. Didn't think I would. I have no pay data to sell. All of that research, nothing. Oh. That's kind of bullshit. I figured there'd be Shadowland talk about. I would kind of wrap things up nicely if I could see what everyone else was talking about. Last one, Dietrich.
Well, boss, we went up against that dragon and lived. I guess that's a win in my book.
Couldn't have put it better myself.
So, any big plans looming on the horizon? New clients you're thinking of going after, maybe?
We'll worry about that tomorrow. Tonight, we celebrate.
You're right, boss. Of course you're right. Oh, and abstruse. I meant what I said earlier. From this point on, wherever the team goes, I'll follow.
Have it any other way. Can't talk to Dante, so I don't know if he can come with me. Make a quick round of the cruise bazaar, see if there's anyone. Talk to. Nope, nope. Down to the CD bar. No one's gonna talk to me here either. Okay. I just saved the world and everything.
Now you are persona non grata.
It's the same. Stupid phone gonna ring? Nope. And since Attic's not there. Might have been professional, but he was still pissed at me, so I'm not talking to him. Can't buy my more cyberware, so I guess we're just heading to the coffee shop. Wait, no. One person wants to talk to me.
Algernon would have something to say. Here he is, absent. The clear-sighted one.
Abstruse, not absinthe.
Abstruse.
Absinthe is an
It
alcoholic
says
beverage.
absent.
Not absinthe. I'm abstruse. Oh, you're absinthe. Okay, sorry. My apologies.
To be certain, this human is heralded with much praise, Algernon Half-Dream, though his release of the Great Worm will have ramifications, to be sure. This day is full of portent.
You two ever speak plainly?
No. Rarely. The Firewing worm is not a minor player in the Great Cycle. The effects of her release will resonate across time and space. Before the next cycle's end, the Firewing worm will speak again with the voice of the maiden. The dancer will spin, the seal will melt, and the calm lake burn again. This I prophesy.
Something tells me if I knew more about Earth Dawn, I would know what the fuck that meant.
You make it sound like a bad thing. Do not just half dream. We must be going, and soon.
Going? Where are you going?
Machu Picchu. It is in South America. I have business there that has become urgent.
Based on what I said to Firewing, I would recommend not going near South America for at least a decade.
It will not be urgent till tomorrow, half dream. You have time to pick up your wares. There is more to it than that, woman, and you know it. Goodbye, abstruse. We will meet again, I think, though not for a long, long time.
Alrighty then. Coffee shop.
We do what we can. How very propitious that it is that we may speak again, O Master of Mayhem. I have a proposal for you that could prove most lucrative to us both, if indeed most lucrative. Fortune will surely smile upon our blessed partnership if you will only accept.
I'm listening, O Master of Hyperbole.
With the passing of Herr Amsa, may God bestow his mercy upon him, you find yourself without a fix. I wish to offer my service to you in this regard. You will find that Arthur Bergazzi is a most connected and business-savvy partner.
Sounds like a match made in heaven, Altug. How do we start?
I have already found a potential client, O Blessed One. A most prosperous one, with deep pockets. He is eager to meet you. When you are ready, take the U-Bahn to Brandenburger Tor. He will find you there.
Brandenburger Tor, got it. As I finish up here, I'll go meet him.
So much for celebrating.
Apparently.
There was no sleep.
We need at least 3 days, 2 days to celebrate and another day to recover. Where's my team?
The train car is empty except for the man in the immaculately tailored Italian suit. You notice him watching you for several minutes while the train rumbles its way toward Brandenburger Tor. Finally, he speaks. The stranger's words come out slowly in a deep, melodious tone that is easy to hear, despite the noise on the train. So help me, this is a dragon. He takes his time, accentuating each word, relishing each vowel and each consonant, tasting them as if they were a delicacy.
See how you act that one.
Hello. I assume that the business with Dr. Vauclair is concluded, yes?
Good job.
Thank you.
I am and remain silent. Oh, fuck me!
Hans Brackhaus. I represent an interested party. Someone who wishes to know about your encounter with Dr. Vauclair.
Oh, god damn it.
Loftware his royal self.
Oh. Hans Brockus is the alias used,
And some of his puppets.
which is what makes it all the more confusing when someone shows up. Hans Brockus is not just Lofweir's personal alias; it's also the Mr. Johnson of Seder Krupp. So,
But in this particular case,
that's
you're on a train with a dragon.
that is Golden Snout. I would never say that to his face, ever, ever. But just that nickname is stuck in my head ever since Dragons of the Sixth World and Harlequin.
Yep.
So I'm sorry, I lost it at Hans Brock. Let's see. I represent an interested party, someone who wishes to touch your encounter with Dr. Blair. Does this interested party understand that information is a commodity?
My employer also wishes to hear about the Lady Fürschwinger, a fascinating creature, so unlike her brothers and sisters. It is a relief that she is now free. Dragons are not meant for captivity. The Lady Fürschwinger least of all. She was special in this world. I am sure you would agree.
Maybe, but let's face it, dragons are scary.
He inclines his head, and the corner of his mouth curls into a bit of a smile.
This is true, as it always has been, as is anything that meta-humanity does not understand. You look at a moth and barely perceive sentience. You glance its way, amused, as it flutters toward a bright light in a vain attempt to... what? To enter, to draw strength, to burn. It doesn't know. Its epic struggle is barely 1/100th of your lifespan. The sum total of its existence is nothing against the vast scale of your struggles, your hope, your dreams, which it could not fathom in 1,000 years. Poor moth.
During the lifespan of the average moth is only really hope that 1/100th of my lifespan was a miscalculation on
Statistical abstruse. He leans forward. You will live and die between the beats of a dragon's heart, Manfred. What hope do you have of understanding them?
See, the thing is, Abstruse knows who he's talking to, or would know who he's talking to.
Well,
he hasn't.
Don't know that you're definitely talking to him.
Well, the second he just freed Fairschwing and Hans Brockhaus just showed up. Abstruse would know pretty damn well if he's not talking to Lofweir, he's talking to a puppet of Lofweir.
I would play with your head so bad if I ran for you.
You would. And you would succeed very well. But he is, well, let's put it this way. He is not sure if he's talking to Lofweir or an agent of Lofweir. Either one is not a good thing, but he knows Hans Brockhaus is connected to Seder Krupp and Lofweir, specifically. And he has to choose his words carefully in either case. So,
well,
specifically either to diminish what Lofweir thinks his understanding of what's going on is, or basically needs to get the fuck out of Lofweir's notice is what needs to happen right now. Okay, no kidding. St. Dragons are halting.
I think the first one's your best bet.
I have enough troubles now without doing.
Option 4 is your safest one. Option 1 is your most interesting one.
No kidding. Insane dragons are even harder to understand, but I was able to get through to her. For a moment, at least.
Brackhouse studies your face closely. Were you? Were you indeed? I am pleased to hear it. And what did you learn?
I can't not.
That Firewing had a reason? Because that's the dangerous one.
That death can be a release, and for a dragon.
It is difficult to fathom. But in her case, I suppose that is true. My lady Firewing was a nurturer, a caregiver, rare among her kind. Where her brothers and sisters saw the world as a prize to be won, she saw it as a garden to be tended. Can you imagine? For world upon world, the great dragon Firewing brought wisdom and succor to countless souls, and she was loved for it, exalted, a goddess. When she awoke from her long slumber in 2012 and saw what the world had become, what metahumanity had done to the garden she had tended for can't read that, ages, she struck with the rage, regret, frustration, and anguish of a mother whose children had played with fire and burned the house down, killing themselves in the blaze. She unleashed fire and death through her tears. And now she is free again, and insane. The perfect addition to the sixth world.
You seem to know a lot about dragons, Hans. Think your employer wants you telling me all this?
I am sure of it. You may consider
Roll composure.
You may consider this conversation an employment interview for a very influential client. One who pays extraordinarily well. Now, listen. The man removes his hands from his knees, folds them in his lap. I tell you all of this so that you have context, perspective, before I ask you this next question, Shadowrunner. If Dr. Vauclair's weapon had not required dragon fire, if it had been capable of destroying every dragon on Earth without touching a hair on metahumanity's head, would you have used it?
Easy answer. No, wiping out an entire species is wrong.
Monochromatic thinking, but I appreciate a career criminal's attempt at morality. Of course you feel that wiping out a species is wrong. The feeling is a subtle but ingrained defense mechanism that should be cherished. One day, it may be metahumanity poised for extermination. Well, on to the business at hand. My employer wishes to secure your team's services for a series of operations that will likely require the remainder of 2054.
I don't know. After Green Winters, I need to have a better idea of who I'm working for these days.
Of course. And you have dealt with several false flag contracts as well recently, yes? It is an awful thing to be manipulated, I am sure. There will be no secrets between us. Your employer will be the great dragon Loftweir. He is sometimes referred to as the Golden Worm. Perhaps you have heard of him?
Why do I only have one dialogue option?
Because it's the classic setup for the classic finishing line.
What makes you think I'm going to make a deal with the dragon? I have no choice. But what makes you think I'm going to make a deal with the dragon?
His eyes glint. Because you have already been some time now, mein Herr.
Yeah, you cut out on that line.
Because you have already been working for him some time now, mein Herr. Or did you think Green Winters found the Harfeld Manor on his...
Nice try, but I'm not sure I buy it. If Lothweir knew what Vauclair was planning, he'd have either handled it himself or he would have hired a team more experienced than us. Possibly multiple teams to take care of each aspect of the run on their own, so they would remain ignorant of the overall plan. At least that's what I would have done if I were him.
He would he? I shall have to share that opinion with him. I think that he would be most amused.
Either that or he put a lot more faith in me than I do.
It's not faith, it's the careful calculations of millennia. Allow me to share a truth with you, Shadowrunner. The truly powerful do nothing themselves unless they absolutely have to. Instead, they delegate. Others do the work for them, and they reap the benefits.
Fair, but Dragon's plan would also have fail-safe contingencies, and I did not see one face.
Of course you didn't see it. He's a dragon. If you doubt my words, consider the outcome of this episode. Vauclair is dead. The virus is gone. And the Firewing flies free. All to my Lord Lothweir's benefit, with only the tiniest of nudges to set events into motion. He didn't need to handle the matter himself. You handled it for him.
Bullshit, my choices didn't play into any interest of Lothweir's or any other dragons. Oh, that line of logic is bullshit. Because of course this played into the fate of a great dragon always plays into every single other great dragons and most adult dragons' interest. But again, I'm gonna go with it's easy for you to say, but I'm not buying it. Where was the contingency plan?
That would be a mistake. Underestimating an ancient dragon is never wise, Shadowrunner.
Apparently I'm overestimating an ancient dragon.
My Lord Lothweir never makes a move without anticipating the next 3. You will not know what the end game truly is until it has already come to pass. But you can choose whether to be on the right or the wrong side of it. The rattle of the wheel on track gives way to a shimmering screech. Gradually, the train begins to slow. He glances up at the Uban map on the wall and smiles. Ah, this is my stop. Coming.
Maybe in the 7th world, Hans, but hey.
As you wish. Auf Wiedersehen. The train comes to a halt, and the doors open. Brockhouse stands, brushes off his Italian suit, and eyeing you? I just see E. Second line.
Brushes off his another word. You look back up for an advertisement for Worm Talk above the subway car door.
Brockhouse stops on the platform and glances back at you, the light from the car reflecting yellow in his gaze. The door closes, and he is gone. The train lurches forward again, picks up speed, and begins threading its way beneath Berlin, into the shadows. Yup. Berlin Newsfax contains just one report of a large-scale explosion in the countryside east of Berlin. An abandoned castle is reportedly consumed in a massive fireball that shakes the countryside and leaves a crater 60 feet deep.
Only 60 feet? Damn, I
leak
need
is
to do better next time.
A natural gas leak is suspected, and the location is soon cordoned off by unidentified corporate forces. This news is eclipsed when Sater Krupp announces its acquisition of Ariane Space, the last remaining arm of the European space program. The Flux State's anarchist rule remains until 2055, when joint corporate forces, acting with the support of the German government, invade the city. It is widely known that the Great Dragon Vauclair is responsible for orchestrating this action. After weeks of fighting, the surviving anarchists are forced to retreat to the eastern part of the city. Truce is signed in 2060, and Berlin is again divided by a wall.
Yeah, that is one of the big problems of prequel games, is that they're kind of stuck by canon. That is what happened canonically in Berlin in the Germany source book, and stories that went on from there. By the way, Germany there's a huge Shadowrun following in Germany.
Oh, yeah.
It's my Fan Pro, which is a German company, Fantasy Productions, got the Shadowrun license before Catalyst Game Labs did.
And there's a whole bunch that follows that.
And there is at least 3 major source books that I can think of off the top of my head that are only available in German, and 2 novels that I want the English version of so bad that were only published in German. It's part of a trilogy by I know we talked about it before because it's the Ein trilogy. 2 of them are Earth Dawn novels, and those were only published in German, and the third one is a Shadowrun novel, in World's End or something like that.
Mm-hmm. So I don't know.
Anyway, it's all Immortal Elves and horror stuff.
Naturally, they love it.
Yep. And it was
Great Dragon.
Yeah, it takes place in 2020. It actually takes place in 2054 because it's before. It's after Harlequin's back, but before the events. So it's 2055, 56.
Well, if our German writers if I've learned anything from our German writers, it's that German Shadowrun players want battle mechs, horrors, immortal elves, and are really sick of all the magic.
So they want horrors and immortal elves, but no more magic.
I don't know, man. The Great Dragon Dunkelzahn is elected President of the United Canadian and American States in 2057. He is promptly assassinated as he leaves an inauguration party at the Watergate Hotel while in human form. Popular opinion is that another Great Dragon is responsible, as only a dragon can kill a dragon. But those in the shadows hint that an act of powerful blood magic is the cause.
Nope. Well,
Grainy.
The first part's true, but the second part is. Well, only a dragon can kill a dragon, but that is not necessarily true, but it's true in this case. But act of powerful blood magic, actually, no, it technically it was blood magic, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
So everyone's right and everyone's wrong at the same time.
Which is the best kind of writing there is.
Yep.
Grainy photographs of a large winged creature crossing a full moon above the Harz Mountains circulate in Germany for several years. Conspiracy theorists take this as evidence that a new great dragon has emerged, but when no further sightings are reported, interest wanes.
A new great dragon emerging? Pfft, how would that ever happen? Rift over Washington, D.C.?
The name of Dr. Adrian Vauclair has since been lost to the shadows, but not to the video game industry.